Wonder.
When we outside, it's an ocean of love. All that we align to the stars.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers. Welcome to the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety's meeting for September 10th, 2024. We have a full agenda before us today, but I'll be remiss if I didn't take moment in the beginning to address some of the troubling remarks made yesterday by our Chief Executive, Governor Albert Bryan. I want to remind him and everyone that it is the duty of the legislature to control the purse strings of this government. It is our duty to question the spending of this government, and it is our duty to make sure that monies we appropriate is used for its intended purpose. In this particular case, we're talking about retroactive monies owed to hardworking people of this government, some who have retired, some who have even passed on. These monies are owed to these people and their families and should be given to them. The legislature's job is to provide checks and balances on any administration, and I, for one, will not be rubber stamping anything from the governor. It is literally my job to ensure that taxpayers' dollars are managed properly, responsibly, and transparently. I am not sure why the governor, in his press conference yesterday, chose to single me out, but obviously, I struck a damn nerve. Several of my colleagues spoke out on this, and while I can't speak for all, a lot of us have concerns of the spending of this government. And we will hold the administration accountable. The failure to effectively manage and deploy the previously granted funds, not once, but twice, undermines the trust and accountability. $25 million each time, only to be told that on the first tranche, only $2.5 million was paid. If it is too much for him to provide this body with a detailed plan for the use of a credit line, then how can we possibly approve another one, an extension? The Virgin Islands received a windfall in recent years in federal hurricane recovery and infrastructure improvement monies, as well as millions from the Epstein estate settlements. Yet still, our schools are in shambles, our roads are in the worst condition ever seen, retroactive wages have yet to be paid out, and apparently now, WAPA can't even afford to pay for diesel. It is truly sickening. And how can this government pay $10 million to promote itself with the New York Jets, but then allow the airport and cruise ship greeters to be let go, claiming that we can't pay them. Many questions remain about this administration's spending choices. There is much more I could say, but let us get started as we have an ambitious agenda before us today. And in our first block, we do have a bill. We will also hear from the Department of Justice with an operational status update. And later on this afternoon, we'll hear from the Virgin Islands Finest, the Virgin Islands Police Department, and supposedly the Department of Public Works. Again, there are a lot of issues with our roads and safety and signage on our highways, and we'll have a good discussion on that. But at this time, Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.
Present.
Senator Bocas Jr. present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Here.
Senator Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Heiliger present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson absent. Senator Kenneth Gittens.
Here.
Senator Kenneth Gittens present. Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum and will proceed. Madam Clerk, can you read today's agenda into the record? Just the first block for now.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the agenda is as follows. Block 1, Bill 35-0031, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, by adding a new Chapter 301A, creating the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Rights Act, and repealing Chapter 301, Subchapter 4, Section 3510, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr., followed by a Department of Justice operational status update. This update intends to provide a comprehensive overview of the current operational status of the Department of Justice. Key highlights will include, but not be limited to, an update on caseloads encompassing criminal, civil matters, and white-collar crimes, and on the construction of the new morgue on St. Croix. Invited testifiers, Honorable Avril George, Commissioner of the Department of Human Services, Gordon Rea Esquire, Attorney General nominee, Department of Justice, Mileto A. Smith Jr., Director, Law Enforcement Planning Commission, Dr. Clemma Lewis, Director of the Women's Coalition of St. Croix, and Darian Torres Hairston, Director of Nana Baby Children's Home. That concludes Block 1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence regarding the first block?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. At this time, what I'll do is I'll have the testifiers introduce themselves, speak clearly, directly into the mic by stating your name, title, and agency that you're here representing. I'll start on the District of St. Croix. I see we have 2 testifiers on St. Croix.
That's correct. Deputy.
Kindly, those of you on St. Croix, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you please introduce yourselves? Trying to do a systems check.
Good morning. Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services, for Commissioner Avril George.
All right, hold 1 second. Media, we're seeing their backs. Just adjust the camera for me, please, on St. Croix. We're trying to get the introduction on St. Croix. Media, work with me. All right. I'm not sure what's happening. Let's come back to St. Thomas, and then we'll get back to St. Croix. Okay, here we go. You may proceed, St. Croix.
Good morning, Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, representing Commissioner Avril George.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Clemma S. Lewis, Executive Director of the Women's Coalition of St. Croix.
Good morning, welcome. On to St. Thomas now at the testifiers table, starting with the young lady at my left.
Hi, good morning. My name is Darian Therese Harrison. I'm the director for Nana Baby Children's Home.
Morning, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer, Department of Justice.
Morning, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Gordon Ray. I'm the Attorney General nominee.
Morning, welcome.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is William Appleton.
Pull the mic up to you.
Good morning. My name is William Appleton, Deputy Attorney General, St. Croix Division.
Welcome.
Good morning, Attorney Chad Mitchell, Assistant Attorney General, Department of Justice, Family Law Division.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Molito A. Smith Jr., Director, USVI Law Enforcement Planning Commission. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to everyone. At this time, we'll proceed. We will try to deal with the bill before us first, and then get to the status, the operational status update for the Department of Justice. So at this time, who speaks to Bill number 35, that's 0031? Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for the introduction of Bill number 35, that's 0031.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Mr. Chair and honorable colleagues, and of course the listening and viewing audience. Today, I'm honored to present Bill number 35-0031, sponsored by Senators Angel Bolquez Jr. and Dwayne M. DeGraff, an act to create a Child Victims and Witnesses' Rights Act. This legislation seeks to amend Title V of the Virgin Islands Code by establishing new legal protections aligned with best practices for children who are either victims or witnesses of crimes involving physical abuse, sexual abuse, exploitation, and neglect. The purpose of this bill is to encourage and ensure that our legal system treats our youngest and most vulnerable citizens with dignity, sensitivity, and care that they actually deserve during traumatic legal proceedings. Specifically, it provides alternatives to live in-court testimony, allowing children to testify via closed-circuit television or through videotaped dispositions where necessary, to reduce their emotional distress. Furthermore, it mandates privacy protections and limits the reproduction of sensitive materials such as child pornography, all while ensuring a swift legal proceeding to reduce the burden of prolonged legal engagement to minimize the psychological and emotional strain that can be caused. In addition to safeguarding the well-being of our child witnesses and victims, the bill also introduces the involvement of multidisciplinary child abuse teams and allows for appointment of guardians ad litem to advocate for the best interest of the children during those legal proceedings. The goal is to establish a child-centric approach to justice while protecting emotional, mental, and physical welfare of the child to be prioritized during the integrity of the judicial process. Passing this bill brings the Virgin Islands in line with national best practices for child protections, ensuring that we remain at the forefront of progressive and compassionate legal reform. Our territory has an obligation to be a safe and nurturing environment for all of our children, and the passage of this legislation will serve as a testament to our commitment to that cause. It sends a strong message that our territory will not tolerate the exploitation or endangerment of our children and that we are committed to providing justice in a manner that is both efficient and compassionate. I strongly encourage you, my colleagues, to stand with me in supporting this legislation. It represents a critical advancement in how we protect and serve our vulnerable among us, our children, throughout a judicial process that they face during traumatic or having to confront an individual who has defiled or violated them. I ask for your vote and support of Bill number 35-0031. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that introduction, Senator Bulkes. At this time, we will move to the testimony on Bill number 35-0031. Again, that's the act creating the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Rights Act and repealing a certain section. We will begin with the Department of Human Services on St. Croix. Assistant Commissioner, you're recognized for your testimony, which will be followed by the Department of Justice.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Morning greetings to Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, committee members, other senators present, and to those listening and viewing this hearing. I am Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner at the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, testifying on behalf of the Honorable Commissioner Avril E. George. Thank you for giving our department this opportunity to testify on Bill number 35-0031, an act amending Title 5 VIC, Subtitle 3, Part 1, by adding a new Chapter 301A, creating the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Rights Act, and repealing Chapter 301, Subchapter 4, Section 3510. The department wholeheartedly supports the intent of this legislation, which attempts to safeguard the psychological and emotional well-being of children who, by virtue of their involvement in the reference court proceedings, have likely already suffered life-altering trauma. However, we must note some areas of concern. While executing our statutory responsibility for child protective services, as outlined in Title 5, Sections 2536 to 2555 of the Virgin Islands Code, the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services regularly works collaboratively with other governmental and non-governmental agencies to provide crisis intervention services and longer-term services to help children and families heal after victimization. Some of the agencies that we work with often are testifying today as well. When the Department of Human Services becomes involved in cases involving child victims of crime, we make every attempt to protect, to insulate, and to provide necessary services, utilizing a continuum of services from voluntary advocacy and referral services to the involuntary intervention through the Family Division of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. In the interest of child victims of crimes and their families, the Department of Human Services works cooperatively with the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, and other governmental and non-governmental partner agencies to ensure that justice is served on their behalf in the criminal courts of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands as well. We understand that children that are victims of crime and that are witnesses to crimes are unfortunately re-victimized by being made to repeatedly talk about their experiences and by sometimes being blamed and vilified by the community that should love and support them. Additionally, these same children are in some instances required to sit in court in the same room as the person that harmed them, the same person who they might have witnessed harm a loved one or someone else. And these children must face that person in court, point to and identify the person who might have repeatedly threatened them with harm, or who may even have predicted that the family would be separated, the person from whom they must be protected. These experiences are brutal for adults. They're even more so for children, even with the level of support and protection that the current laws allow. We believe that the updates proposed in this bill, number 35-0031, are definitely needed. Despite our support for this proposed legislation, we have significant concerns about the definitions section. Providing definitions for new terms or for noteworthy nuances of existing terms specific to this legislation is understandable. However, being cognizant of the importance and impact of how terms are defined in legislation, we believe that it is unnecessary and problematic to introduce new definitions of terms that are already defined in several areas of the VI Code, including the current title, Title 5. Specifically, the proposed Section 3512B, child. We believe that child is better served remaining as defined in 14 VIC 503C. Legislation which specifically speaks to children's matters while allowing the crime to be legally determined rather than an exclusive list of the 3 crimes outlined in this legislation. The definition D of exploitation as child pornography or child prostitution is excessively narrow. A quick search of the term child exploitation yields a number of other ways that children can be exploited for profit or sexual gratification outside of the 2 reference instances. As to the proposed definition in Section 3512E of mental injury, in 14 VI Code, Section 503D provides the exact same definition, but more expansively cites this as a definition of emotional injury or mental injury. We believe that a citation referencing the latter would be less restrictive in terms of diagnostic terminology in this area of concern. F, multidisciplinary child abuse team. We recommend that you strike the words child abuse, as a multidisciplinary team, or MDT, is a well-known term that refers to a team of professionals from various key areas that would respond to all cases of severe child maltreatment, not just abuse, including neglect, which is referenced in this legislation. In the same fashion, we urge the bill's sponsors to adopt existing definitions and/or reference the existing legislation where the definition in the proposed legislation is exactly the same. Finally, the proposed definition K, sex crime, means an act of sexual abuse that is a criminal act, is perplexing, as sexual abuse is a criminal act. Additionally, sexual abuse and sexual conduct are defined separately. So are the actions described in sexual conduct not sex crimes? We do not take issue with other sections of the legislation, except to recommend again the use of multidisciplinary team rather than multidisciplinary child abuse team, Section 3518, captioned as use of multidisciplinary child abuse teams. This legislation is timely and very much needed. We fully support the efforts of all agencies that work to keep children safe, that work to help children heal after trauma, and that work to ensure justice for child victims of crime and their families. With a few modifications to the definition section, we fully support the legislation. I would like to thank the dedicated staff of the Department of Human Services. At this time, I would especially like to thank the workers who are involved in Child Protective Services, as they see situations every day that most people hope to never see in a lifetime. Though under-resourced and often unappreciated, they continue to do the work that is so desperately needed. I would like to thank the private and public community partners with whom the department works and calls on regularly to provide invaluable service. Thanks, as always, to Governor Albert Bryan and this administration for their unwavering support. I remain available to answer questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. AG nominee, you're recognized, or whomever from Justice, for your testimony on this bill.
Yes, the testimony on the bill, Senator, will be by my Deputy Attorney General, William Appleton.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Kenneth Gittens, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety members, other senators, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Deputy Attorney General William Appleton, It is an honor and privilege to be here before you this morning. The Department of Justice appreciates this opportunity to comment on Bill number 35-0031. With me here today is Assistant Attorney General Chad Mitchell from the Department of Justice's Family Law Division. Attorney Mitchell has extensive practice experience in this topic area and is available to assist in answering specific questions from the committee regarding Bill number 3531 and any proposed amendments. The Department of Justice has done a preliminary review of Bill number 3531 and offers the following comments. Bill number 3531 seeks to amend Title V of the Virgin Islands Code, subsection 3, Part 1, by adding a new chapter, 301A, and creating the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Rights Act Bill. Number 3531 also seeks to repeal Title V of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 3510. Although there is no stated purpose specifically included or identified in the proposed legislation, the obvious intention is to make legal proceedings less traumatic for children or victims and/or witnesses. Bill number 3531 is very similar in both form and content to 18 USCS Section 3509, which was enacted in 1990 in response to the alarming increase in reports of suspected child abuse cases made each day, or each year, I apologize. Like 18 USCS Section 3509, Bill number 3531 provides an outline specifically for working with children victims and witnesses. Bill number 3531 has a definition section, Section 3512. Instead of providing its own definition of several already statutorily defined terms, this section should reference the current laws in the Criminal and Family Law Code. For example, sexual abuse as defined in 14 VIC, Section 1699 through 1709, and Title V of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 2502. To provide new definitions here that do not match the definitions in the Criminal Code or the Family Code can only lead to confusion. Where novel terms are being defined and introduced into the body of law, it is quite appropriate and necessary to define such terms. In addition to the terms defined, I propose an additional definition. That would be child victim or witness testimony by alternative methods. Methods by which a child testifies, which does not include all of the following. Subsection A, having the child present in person in an open forum. Subparagraph B, having the child testify in the presence and full view of the finder of fact and presiding officer. And subsection C, allowing all of the parties to be present, to participate, and to view and be viewed by the child. Bill number 3531 defines as a child a person who is under the age of 18, who is or is alleged to be a victim of a crime involving physical abuse, sexual abuse, or exploitation, or a witness to a crime committed against another person. Bill number 3531 describes which children qualify and the types of protection available to them. For example, alternatives to live in-court testimony are provided and include taking the child's live testimony by two-ways closed-circuit television or by videotape deposition. The proposed legislation also considers the competency and privacy of child victims and witnesses, the use of testimonial aids, and the importance of speedy trials. Because Bill number 3531 allows for alternatives to live in-court testimony, the most relevant and foreseeable challenge involves the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution, which provides a defendant the right to confront any witness against them in a criminal trial. The Sixth Amendment's Confrontation Clause helps establish credibility and reliability in the evidence presented by allowing a defendant to challenge witness testimony through cross-examination. Sixth Amendment legal challenges based on the Confrontation Clause often involve a detailed analysis of whether the protections afforded to a defendant set forth in the Confrontation Clause can be satisfied without the traditional face-to-face, in-person, physical confrontation of the witness subject to cross-examination. Although a defendant's right to confront witnesses is important, it is not absolute. Courts have consistently held that alternatives to live in-court testimony may be used if deemed necessary to further a compelling state interest. That includes cases in which the court makes a specific finding that a child victim or witness would be unable to testify because of fear or that the witness would be traumatized by testifying in person. For example, in Maryland v. Craig, the United States Supreme Court decided the issue of whether the Confrontation Clause prohibits a child witness in a child abuse case from testifying against a defendant at trial outside the defendant's physical presence by one-way closed-circuit television. The court found the use of one-way closed-circuit television, when necessary, does not negate the intentions of the protections afforded the defendant by the Confrontation Clause. Though we affirm the importance of face-to-face confrontation with witnesses appearing at trial, the court ruled, we cannot say that such confrontation is an indispensable element of the Sixth Amendment's guarantee of the right to confront one's accuser. The court was careful, however, to add that a defendant's right to confront witnesses in person should be defined only if the denial of such confrontation is necessary to further an important public policy and only where the reliability of the testimony is otherwise assured. In United States v. Itamani, the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit found that placement of a closed-circuit monitor was proper after the defendant appealed his condition, arguing the placement of the monitor violated Federal Statute 18 U.S.C.S. Section 3509, sub B, 1 sub D. Additionally, the United States District Court for the District of Oregon has ruled that the confidentiality and speedy trial provisions of Federal Statute USCS Section 3509 are in fact constitutional. In deciding United States v. Broussard, the Oregon court disagreed with the defendant's claim that Federal Statute 18 USCS Section 3509 violated their Sixth Amendment rights to a fair trial. Alternatively, the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit found that the trial judge violated the defendant's Sixth Amendment right to in-person confrontation by allowing the child victim to testify by two-way closed-circuit television. The defendant argued that the trial court did not make a specific on-the-record finding required by 18 U.S.C.S. Section 3509, sub B, 1 sub C. The Court of Appeals agreed. Instead of the trial court findings that the child could not reasonably communicate because of fear, the court observed that a reluctance to testify, in addition to the physical effects of fear. Both 18 U.S.C.S. Section 3509 B1C and Section 3513 A3 of the proposed legislation requires courts support a ruling on the child's inability to testify with findings on the record. Other cases, including United States v. Thunder, have been overturned because the order for an alternative to in-court testimony was not narrowly tailored towards the advancement of any compelling interest. While the Department of Justice does not object to increasing protections afforded to child victims and witnesses, there are some concerns about the proposed legislation's application. Primarily, Sections 3517, 3518, and 3519 of the proposed legislation require the assistance of and funding for third parties, including guardian ad litem and multidisciplinary child abuse teams. For example, Section 3519 of Bill Number 3531 states, in order to protect the best interests of the child, the court shall appoint and provide reasonable compensation and payment for expenses for guardian ad litem for a child who was the victim of a crime involving abuse or exploitation. Question being, do these positions currently exist within the territory's courts? How will these newer expanded positions be funded? If funding is not an issue, are there human resources available within the territory to effectively fill these positions? To be successful, each requirement of the proposed Child Victims and Child Witnesses' Rights Act must be attainable and funded. Second, if passed, Bill Number 3531 places a duty on the courts to follow and apply the provisions contained within the legislation. Courts must be careful when invoking the Child Victims and Child Witnesses' Rights Act, making sure to include a detailed finding that the child is unable to testify in open court in the presence of the defendant and supporting such a record and ruling in the record. Orders must be narrowly tailored towards the advancement of a compelling interest. Otherwise, courts risk having these decisions overturned for not properly applying the law. Finally, Federal Statute 18 U.S.C.S. Sections 3509, sub A9A defines sexual contact as the intentional touching, either directly or through clothing, of genitalia, anus, groin, breast, inner thigh, or buttocks of any person with an intent to abuse, humiliate, harass, degrade, or arouse or gratify sexual desire of any person. Bill number 3531 does not include a similar definition for sexual contact. Instead, it limits sexual conduct to actual or stimulated sexual intercourse, penetration, and bestiality. I would ask, if this is intentional, does the legislation not intend to cover child victims of sexual contact? While there are other differences between the defined terms in 18 U.S.C.S. Section 3509 and proposed Bill number 3531, they are slight and do not significantly alter the context of the proposed legislation. However, now is the appropriate time to consider whether the included definitions are inclusive enough to accomplish the scope of proposed Bill 3531 without being overly broad. Committee members, that concludes my prepared remarks. Attorney Mitchell and I respectfully would welcome any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, AG Deputy. Now we'll hear from Director Smith, LEPC, followed by Women's Coalition.
Good morning. Greetings, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman, 35th Legislature Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other members of this committee, and other members of the 35th Legislature and members of the listening and viewing public. I am Molito A. Smith, Jr., Director, U.S. Virgin Islands Law Enforcement Planning Commission, better referred to as LEPC. I appear today to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0031, an act amending Title V, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part I, by adding a new chapter, 301A, creating the Child Victims and Child Witness Rights Act, and repealing Chapter 301, Subchapter 4, Section 3510. This measure is proposed by Senator Angel Bolquez and additionally sponsored by Senator Dwayne DeGraff. As a matter of reference, pursuant to Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapter 15, Section 261, 2019, LEPC serves as chief advisory entity to the governor and state planning agency for the Virgin Islands for key criminal justice activities such as developing policies, plans, programs, and budgets for improving coordination, administration, and effectiveness of the criminal justice system, preparing criminal justice plans on behalf of the governor based on the analysis of the Virgin Islands criminal justice needs and problems, establishing goals, priorities, standards for the reduction of crime and delinquency and the improvement of the administration of justice in the Virgin Islands, recommending legislation to the governor and the legislature in the criminal justice field, monitoring, evaluating programs and projects funded in whole or in part by United States Virgin Islands government aimed at reducing crime and delinquency and improving the administration of justice. Collecting from any government entity information, data, reports, statistics, or such material which is necessary to carry out the Commission's function. Additionally, as the state administrating agency for the administration of federal U.S. Department of Justice grants funds to the territory from the Bureau of Justice Assistance, Office of Victims of Crime, Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, and the National Criminal History and Improvement Program, LEPC is keenly aware of the needs and nuances within the territory's criminal justice system, including those related to ensuring that the rights of each person, regardless of age, race, religion, sexual orientation, gender, political affiliation, or protected, and those related to ensuring that each person is afforded the due process under the law. Therefore, my testimony is provided in this context. Bill number 35-0031 as presented substantially aligns the Virgin Islands Code with federal law. 18 U.S. Code Section 3509, child victims and child witnesses' rights, both in language and intent. Overarchingly, it aims to reduce the trauma to both victim and non-victim child witness in criminal proceedings throughout the judicial process by affording the child as much protection as is consistent with the constitutional rights of the accused. Carryover provisions in Bill number 35-0031, which align with the U.S. Code 18, Section 3509, are included as follows. Alternatives to live in-court testimony using closed-circuit television, videotape, or other acceptable forms of recordation under circumstances determined by the court. Closing of the courtroom to parties that do not have a direct interest in the case. Requirements associated with competency examinations and privacy protections. The use of multidisciplinary child abuse teams to assist child victims and child witnesses, the court, and the attorney for the government in preparing and presenting reports such as victim impact statements, using forms that permit the child to express the child's view concerning the personal consequences of the child's victimization at a level and in a form of communication commensurate with the child's age and ability. Court appointment of guardian ad litem to protect the best interests of the child who was a victim or witness to a crime involving abuse or exploitation. The right for a child to be accompanied by an adult attendant, stay on civil action and any allusion to civil action until final adjudication of all phases of a criminal action in which a child is a victim, permission to use a testimonial aids deemed appropriate by the court to assist the child in testifying, provisions for speedy or expedited proceedings, prohibition on the reproduction of child pornography subject to appropriate and allowable determination of the court. According to the National Crime Victims Law Institute, NCVLI, it is empirically well stated that requiring a child victim to testify in the presence of the accused in matters related to physical or sexual abuse or as a witness of violent acts can be traumatic for some child victims. This trauma and secondary trauma are exacerbated in instances where the accused is a member of the child victim's family. According to data provided by the National Child Abuse and Neglect Data System for 2012, of 3.4 million Child Protective Service referrals, 686,000 substantiated unique instances of abuse, and 146,000 removal from homes in 44 states. Correspondingly, in 2009, it was reported that 25% of children nationally had witnessed violence and approximately 10% had witnessed intrafamilial violence. Therefore, Bill number 35-0031 seeks to shield a child victims from confrontational trauma by allowing for appropriate alternative means of testimony, as well as by providing assistance through the court proceedings that do not infringe on the constitutional rights of the accused. Further to this point, the NCVLI 2016 survey of select states and federal laws providing victims' rights and protections that are specific to children revealed the following findings. 14 states, as well as the federal government, have general child victims provisions. 49 states, as well as the federal government, have provisions for closed-circuit television, CCTV, testimony, or similar alternative accommodations. 12 states, as well as the federal government, have provisions for expedited proceedings. 15 states, as well as the federal government, have provisions for support person or facility dog. It must be noted, however, that the NCVLI 2016 survey does not include data from the U.S. territories. In summary, I generally support the intent and purpose of Bill number 35-0031. It substantially aligns with federal law, 18 U.S. Code Section 3509, child victims and child witnesses' rights. It aims to shield child victims and child witnesses from adverse psychological and physiological consequences of witnessing or experiencing violence and abuse, including sexual abuse, as well as appearing in court to provide testimony against an accused. It is noteworthy nonetheless that the constitutional rights of the accused are protected throughout the court proceeding. I thank the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for providing the opportunity to testify on this matter. This concludes my testimony, and I await any question that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And before we hear from the Women's Coalition, let me recognize the presence of committee member Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Welcome. And non-committee member, Senate President Novalee Francis Jr. Welcome. We may proceed now with the testimony from Dr. Lewis of the Women's Coalition of St. Croix. You may proceed.
Good morning. Honorable Senator Kenny L. Giddens, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety.
Kenneth, for the record.
Pardon me?
Kenneth
L. Giddens, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Good morning to all the other honorable senators that's on this committee as well, and the senators that's present or listening in the audience. Also, good morning to people in our audience, listening and viewing audience as well. My name is Dr. Clemma Lewis. I am the Executive Director of the Women's Coalition of St. Croix. I'm here to testify on Bill 35-0031, an act amending Title 5 VI Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, by adding a new chapter 301A, creating the Child Victims and Child Witness Rights Act, and repealing Chapter 301, Subchapter 4, Section 3510, sponsored by Senator Anhil L. Bogus Jr. The Women's Coalition of St. Croix, the St. Croix Task Force, and the St. Croix Multidisciplinary Team are in support of Bill number 350031. We consider this proposed legislation to be amazing because it considers child victims and child witnesses' need in the criminal justice system. There are several areas of the bill that I would like to highlight because it would make the experience for child victims and child witnesses less traumatizing in our criminal justice system. Allowing the child victim testimony to be taken in the courtroom, and to be televised by a two-way closed-circuit television. This allows a reduction in trauma exposure to the child. Child victims must cope with not only emotional consequences of the criminal act, but also with the potentiality of being traumatized by the legal system. It is real clear to us the criminal justice system is not about victims and witnesses. It's more about the protection of criminals. And here is a bill that gives children, child victims, and witnesses a chance. 2, closing the courtroom. This allowed the judge to close the courtroom to the public as it would be in the best interest of the child victim, who must testify in open court. Currently, children are testifying in open court, and anybody can come in the courtroom. And that, I would like to just add a note into this testimony. About 15 years ago, I had a 5-year-old that had to testify after she was brutally raped and kidnapped. 5 years old. She was so small, she could hardly talk. We had to put pillows on the chair for her to testify. There's absolutely no sensitive in the court in the criminal justice system for children. I just want to make that clear. Currently, the court is open to the public. We close it for juveniles, but we don't close it for child victims. Testifying in open court can cause substantial psychological harm to child victims. Some child victims are already suffering from PTSD, which is post-trauma stress disorder. According to the National Center on PTSD, 90% of children who are sexually abused develop PTSD. This can be prevented by giving children other opportunities to testify in court. Some children are so traumatized, it doesn't matter what we do, they'll never be able to testify in court. In those cases, the accuser would be allowed to be free, and the child will have to grow up with the memory of what happened to them when they was a child. Some of the signs of these children that face PTSD are unexpected anger, volatile outbursts, inability to focus at home and school. This is where we get our children that act out, run away, abuse other children. We have to look at what happens when we force them to testify after they have been victimized. Number 3, the use of the multidisciplinary team. I'm proud and happy to say we already have that team on St. Croix. I coordinate that team. It is made up of local members in the community, public, and government, where we come together to work in the best interest of child victims. Make that clear. To mobilize public and government to do no harm, to make sure those children are able to get through the system with less harm. It is our hope once this is put into this bill and this law is passed, then St. Thomas and St. John can establish a team as well, because it is known all over the country. These teams do make a difference in sensitizing the system, again, to child victims, because right now there's no sensitization. This bill was created by Senator Angel Bogus Jr. and his staff. And we would be eternally grateful that they had the heart and the fortitude to look out for our children's best interests and hold perpetrators accountable for the criminal acts committed against our children. Again, Senator Bogus, thank you so much. We sit here, myself and the Assistant Commissioner, and I noticed the Senator as well. If you're noticing, we're wearing the color royal blue. Royal blue signifies child victims and that we love and support children. And that's why we have this color on. We work with children on a daily basis and their families at the Women's Coalition. This bill would help us bring closure. This would help us work with a lot of children and families and help bring justice to our community. We say children are our future and our most precious resource. Let us show them by supporting this bill that shows we really care about the well-being and the safety of our children. It is well known in my work as a victim advocate for over 40 years. Successful prosecution with victims, keep them safe during the process, help in their healing and moving forward. This bill might have some flaws that we can work on, but this is amazing legislation. It brings us to the 20th century. It takes us out the dark age. But most importantly, it would give our children an opportunity to feel comfortable and safe about testifying against their accusers. Because right now, a lot of cases are dismissed and they plea bargain because we can't get child victims to go forward. So on that note, I would like to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to testify on behalf of children of the territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. You must be in my mind with regards to these plea bargains, but we'll get to that discussion a little later. Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we'll hear from Ms. Hairston. Director Hairston, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Auditor Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, all other senators present, and all of the listening audience. My name is Darian Therese Harrison. I am the director for Nana Baby Children's Home. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today in support of Bill 350031, the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Rights Act. This vital legislation represents a necessary step in safeguarding the rights and well-being of our children, who are among the most vulnerable members of our community. As we all know, the impact of crime on children can be profound and far-reaching. Victims of crime and witnesses of crime often experiences trauma that can affect their emotional, psychological, and physical well-being. The current legal framework, though well-intended, does not yet adequately address the unique needs of child victims and witnesses, leaving them at risk for further victimization or emotional distress during the judicial process. This act aims to fill that critical gap by clarifying the rights for child victims and witnesses, ensuring they receive the support and protections necessary to navigate the often intimidating judicial system. By creating this dedicated chapter within Title V of the Virgin Islands Code, we recognize the importance of treating child victims and witnesses with dignity and respect, providing them the necessary resources to heal and to participate meaningfully in legal proceedings. This bill outlines specific rights for child victims and witnesses, ensuring they have access to necessary support services, information about their case, and protections from intimidation, as demonstrated by language to support child's preferences, to use support animals, and the right not to testify in front of a defendant. It emphasizes the importance of trauma-informed approaches in handling cases involving children, recognizing the need for increased sensitivity and understanding in interactions with children, as noted by the focus on a multidisciplinary team. The Act mandates provisions of appropriate support services, including advocacy to help children cope with the aftermath of crime and the stresses of the legal process, such as allowing testifying children the right to have trusted adults by their side. It calls for the training of professionals, social service providers, and especially guardian ad litems on the specific needs of the rights of child victims and witnesses, fostering a collaborative and informed approach to handling such sensitive cases. Passing this bill is not just a legal obligation, it is a moral imperative. By enacting the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Rights Act, we send a powerful message to the community that we prioritize the safety, rights, and well-being of our children. This legislation has the potential to build a more compassionate justice system that understands and addresses the unique challenges faced by child victims and child witnesses. Moreover, it reflects our commitment to preventing further trauma and victimization by creating an environment where children feel safe, supported, and empowered. Children's cognitive and emotional development is not as fully matured when compared to adults. Their understanding of legal concepts, courtroom proceedings, and implications of their testimony can be limited. For example, in a recent court matter I was in with a teenager, they were asked repetitively if they understood the rights being read to them. The child was not an fluent speaker. She had struggled with her words, and she could not convey her understanding of her rights back to the judge and was questioned over and over and over to the point where she became frustrated and shut down. If this law was in place, we would have had additional supports in place for this teenager who potentially would have been able to get her points across and been heard more clearly and felt more empowered. Children may struggle to understand and comprehend the gravity of the situation or the judicial process. They might misinterpret questions or feel confused by the roles of various individuals. The stress of participating in legal cases can be overwhelming for a child, and unlike adults, they do not have fully developed coping mechanisms to manage stress and anxiety that come with legal proceedings. For children to effectively communicate their experiences and provide testimony, it is crucial that they feel safe and supported. A supportive environment ensures that children can express themselves honestly without fear of judgment or reprisal. Establishing trust between the child and professionals involved in the case is fundamental. I can attest that if a child does not trust you, if a child does not like you, a child will not share with you. The courtroom can be an intimidating place. Creating this child-friendly environment and using supportive language helps to alleviate their fear and anxiety, making it easier to communicate their experiences. Key strategies that are recommended to minimize re-traumatization in the courtroom include framing questions in a way that is age appropriate and not leading. This approach helps prevent children from feeling pressured or manipulated, which could worsen their trauma, and providing access to mental health professionals and services supports before, during, and after proceedings. It also includes things like counseling, play therapy, and other interventions tailored to a child's need. In conclusion, the proposed amendments to this bill will support heightened degree of child sensitivity and fundamental aspects of ethical practice by creating a safe and supportive environment for children. I urge all senators to support amendments to this bill, and this legislation is a crucial step towards ensuring our legal system serves as a source of protection for our most vulnerable population, our children. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. That now exhausts all the testimonies for Bill number 35, that's 0031. The committee will take a quick 2-minute recess. Just stretch your legs, use the restroom. We'll be right back. All right? The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for September 10th, 2024 is back on record. We just exhausted the testimony on Bill number 35, that's 0031, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, creating the Child Victims and Witnesses Rights Act, and repealing a section. Bill sponsor, Senator Bolkes, you had a point of information?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information is for Deputy Attorney General Appleton. He raised some concerns that the bill does not include enough procedural protections for defendants. However, we know that defendants have due process. Chad Mitchell and my office, along with other individuals from the Department of Justice, have had a number of meetings concerning this bill. We started out very, very aggressive. We got the brakes hit on us from Chad Mitchell and the team, because at the time we were very aggressive and were not providing any due process. We were like, lock them up. But for most part, we want to put on the record, even though you mentioned that, given the current system's challenges, I don't want to call it failures. We've heard a number of testimonies from the Women's Coalition and some other entities about the challenges to accommodate these specific needs for child victims and witnesses. What is your suggestion outside of the current legal framework to address those gaps, if not this bill?
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. Thank you for the question, sir. I just want to be clear that the comments that were directed at the procedural process were really an analysis of the existing case law that's out there from the Supreme Court, different federal courts, and throughout other states. And our main point was not to promote the rights of a defendant necessarily, but just to acknowledge that when you're making these determinations, you have to be very specific, because in the examples I gave, most of the case law supported the threshold and the procedures that you have set forth in your bill. And I commend you for this bill. I think it's a fantastic bill. And if anything, it's just, I think there's certain areas of it that might be a little overly expansive. So my comments were really just to direct you as to what the existing case law is. And what you'll find in the situations where the case was overturned, where the defendant was able to successfully challenge it, what that was based on was the judiciary not making a very specific finding. It just wasn't narrow enough. So it wasn't that the object in any way is to enhance anything that's not already provided for a defendant under the Sixth Amendment. That's a U.S. constitutional thing that all defendants enjoy. We're not trying to expand that in any way, but just recognize how a court must handle a challenge that comes from a defendant, which you would find under any situation in court where you have such a sensitive issue as a child testifying. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. So we'll start a round of questions at this time, 4 minutes, and Senator Bolkes would have been first, but he's a bill sponsor, so he'll wrap it up. So we'll begin now with Senator DeGraff, followed by Vice Chair Senator Fonseca. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I vote yes for Bill 35-0031. You know, when I heard words like I hear compassion on one end, I hear intimidation on another end, I hear funding on another end, I hear adjustments, and I'm just saying, as adults making laws, you know, a lot of times I think we exclude an element of our society, which are children. Male or female, we exclude them. So they aren't citizens until they make 18. then we decide, oops, let's keep them in mind. But I think what this bill does is saying, hold up, despite the funding, despite the intimidation on one end, despite the compassion, we have a child in the middle who is going to face something that's going to traumatize them for the rest of their life, regardless of whatever end they're on. But to the AG, when it comes to discovery, just for discovery as to what you have to produce to defense attorney, the child's name as a witness would be indicated in discovery. Are there any parameters taken into consideration at that point from what presently exists to address how do we deal with, for lack of a better word, deal with putting all this information on a child?
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton, thank you for your question. A lot of discovery is governed through existing rules of the court, obviously.
Okay.
All defendants are entitled to know that information.
Right.
But with that said, there are safeguards that are in place. We're very cognizant of who receives that discovery, under what considerations something can be filed in the court. Usually, almost always, these things are permissibly filed under seal, even without having to motion the court first and foremost. So this is something that all our prosecutors at DOJ are eminently concerned with, is the identification and the safety, especially of such a vulnerable population as our children. So I think there are safeguards already in place for these things, and it's just imperative that we continue to follow them, and when necessary, file any public documents or anything under complete seal, that the children's identity would be protected. But
Okay,
there are certain...
1 minute.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear, because I know when you file for discovery, it basically, my understanding would be you can send it to my staff and then it gets to me. I don't think it's a direct attorney to an attorney.
In a criminal matter or civil?
In a criminal matter, is it direct to attorney to an attorney?
It would be from our office, and it would be very selective in who receives that.
Okay.
There would be no reason that we would disseminate that to anyone outside of the actual proceeding.
Okay, and LEPC, directed, is there funding to assist in any way along the line, since funding was mentioned in regards to the scope of what the bill is trying to accomplish?
The short answer is yes. There are fundings under several different programs. The Office of Victims of Crime is one pot. The bill covers several various layers related to children and to the justice system. And there may be funding to assist the courts as well as the prosecutorial arm and the public defender's arm as well in the carriage of this particular bill. But short answer is yes. It will more or less be a question of how the proposals are designed that come to LEPC for requesting those funds.
Okay. And in closing, if I may, Mr. Chair.
You may.
In human services, we know provide professional services. What is the standard professional service to refer a child to for what is for counseling, rehabilitation, that the Attorney General uses? What is your standard form of, you have a child who's a victim or a witness, and we don't want it to end there? What do we recommend, or how do we recommend, and who presently in the territory are we recommending our children to for additional services, mental health, and different things?
Okay, thank you for that question. Sure. Deputy Attorney General William Appleton again. And I'm fortunate to have Attorney Chad Mitchell with me, who really has a lot of expertise in the actual practicing and application of a question like you have. So I'm going to defer to him for that answer.
Thank you, Attorney Chad Mitchell, for Assistant Attorney General. It kind of depends on the context. If it's a family court case, DHS is usually involved already. In a criminal case, we would have to actually, think through this and say, hey, we have a child witness or we have a child victim, and then we would reach out to DHS. And a lot of times they can set up counseling through one of the public providers. DOH also offers counseling at various levels as well. So it is imperative that the prosecution, the AG's office, thinks that through and say, hey, we have a child victim here, we have a child witness who may need this type of counseling, and reach out. Hopefully what will happen is the criminal side of our office would reach out to the family side, because we have all the contacts. The family side has the contacts with DHS, DOH. So yeah, it can happen, and it can happen just through referral. It can happen through just making phone calls. But yeah, it's very possible to coordinate those things within our office.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information. Thank you. Bill sponsor, Senator Bolkes Jr., recognized. Point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the previous senator's query to Chad Mitchell concerning what is, I'm assuming, a best practice between the Department of Justice, DHS, and any other organizations, do you believe that...
No, through the chair.
Through the chair to Chad Mitchell, do you believe that... I'm sorry, I forgot your title. But place your title on the record.
Assistant Attorney General.
Assistant Attorney General Mitchell. Do you believe that that language should be included in the bill, or should that just remain a best practice with the department and other agencies?
No, I don't think that level of detail needs to be in the bill. I think that just the people working in the AG's office needs to be aware that this bill sets us up to protect and support children, including witnesses. So we would, and the fact that a multidisciplinary team would be engaged, then that's the opportunity for us to say, hey, does this child need anything? For example, let me just give a quick example. If I know a child witness is going to be testifying, as the attorney, the prosecuting attorney, should be saying, is the child in therapy? Does the child have a therapist? Because some of the elements of the statute are, you got to prove there's fear, you got to prove that there's a potential for emotional trauma. So in order to prove that and get that established, get those findings in the record on the case, I would need to find that out from a therapist. So it's kind of prompted in there, because in order to prove our point, we have to get those things in place, and the place that we go and get those things in place is through the multidisciplinary team.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Senator Fonseca, Vice Chair, you're recognized for your 4 minutes, followed by Senator Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Before you proceed, let me just recognize the presence of committee member Senator Javon James Sr. on St. Croix, and non-committee members, Senators Diane Keepart and Maurice James on the island of St. Croix. Welcome, colleagues. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant good morning to all of the distinguished panels, and also on St. Croix. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. Okay, so Bill number 35-0031, the Child's Victims and Child Wellness Witness Rights Act. It strengthens the protection and rights of child victims and witnesses. The bill offers various safeguards to ensure the emotional, psychological well-being of children involved in criminal proceedings. Some provisions include alternatives to live testimony, two-way closed-circuit videotape depositions to prevent children from facing alleged perpetrators directly in court. It mandates the formation and use of multidisciplinary child abuse teams. Legislation reflects a strong commitment to minimizing the trauma experienced by child's victim. Good bill. I say yes to that bill. You know, Mr. Chair, I got to diverge here on something that's real troubling, the WAPA state of emergency. Well, Sir Popa, you know, I can't vote for the continued emergency of WAPA. You know, and I'm going to tell you why, right? The people them is suffering. WAPA tell us they're going to be on a rotation from 10 to 12. You know, the people them got to have the kids them eat. You got to take a bath. You got to do things. Power gone 9 and they ain't coming back till 2. You know, we working with your WAPA, but you got to work with us. If you give us a rotation schedule, stick to the rotation schedule. Don't give us no ad hoc schedule, ad hoc performance. You know, and also it's troubling me because, listen, I've been looking at some numbers here. Since April, they got $2.3 million outstanding to Agreco. You see what's happening here, right? They are dipping into the budget stabilization fund. They're using the ARPA revenue to ensure continued operation of WAPA. We got $5 million to the Waste Management Authority. They had $2.9 million to Snyder and Wang Louis. Okay, we approved that. But they got $1.9 million here for other debt, diesel fuel, $400,000, Vital. Popa, they had $2 million for the white Vital closing. Now imagine that. We don't give so much money to Vital. $2,211,108 for Vital closing costs. They got $106,000 to Fabian's Trucking. What's Fabian's Trucking doing, Popa? They got $2.6 million to other vendors. They got $1,045,000 to Seven Seas Water Group. They got $2 million to provide support for the St. Croix water crisis. Over $23,700,000 the governor is dipping into the budget stabilization fund is not coming to the legislature. Mr. Chair, you open with your statement that we have a right, the obligation to control the purse strings of this government. I cannot vote for no more WAPA continued state of emergency. You know, they got here Eastern Transformer Repair, $226,000. They got Francois Switchgear Project, $137,000. But hear this, in the testimony here, right? Mr. Chair, can I just finish up real quickly? Thank you. WAPA is telling us their real cost is 54 cents and they're only charging 43 cents. They are losing 13 cents. Can you imagine that? I am not voting for no more continued WAPA state of emergency. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Next up, Senator Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Listen, good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of this territory. See, this is the reason why our children are continuously victimized, because even when we have a day to focus on them and making sure victims, it's always diverted. It's always something. I understand we all need TV time. It's election year. But could we just hone in on the kids for a moment? Please. I get very, very angry when I have to sit here and I'm listening to all of the issues that we have when it comes to our children in this territory. And we always figure out a way how to go in a different direction. And it concerns me because as a senator, I updated laws to make sure that when individuals don't report, when our children are neglected, when our children are molested, when these laws, I changed it to a felony because that's how serious I is when it comes to the children of this territory and them being victimized. But for some strange delusion, we have pedophiles running around the place, politicians begging pedophiles for money. We have everything under the sun in this territory. When are we going to really start focusing on the mental health and well-being of these children that have been victimized? When? I get frustrated when I have conversations with people that have dealt with some really nasty things in their lives. And I wonder how we as a society do our very best to assist some of these young people when they've transitioned from childhood into adulthood. Is there any data? Is there research? Is there anything to see that these now adults are the ones help running our community? How are they now impacted and affecting this community as a whole? These are the things I care about. Because when I hear stories of children being molested, individuals go to prison, and then all of a sudden, you know, nobody really goes back and checks to see how these children are doing. What is the end result? A society that is so disconnected with sexual abuse and neglect that we here having these types of conversations. Trust me, I am just as frustrated with the electrical company, but I'm even more frustrated with our children being abused, because we keep saying these children are our future. But what kind of future are we gonna have? Focus on them once in a while, please. Now, I just asked a question, and this is directly, I wanna know in regards to tracking of the data of children that have had issues of sexual abuse, neglect, assault, etc. Do we have any hard evidence or information or data to follow them from victimization into adulthood to see what kind of impact it has on our society? Anyone could share, do we collect this type of data?
1 minute.
No? Well, maybe nobody. Ms. Clement, do you know? Ms. Lewis, do you know, do we collect this type of data?
Yes, Senator, I was about to say, good morning.
Good morning.
We have, we collect information because many of the victims that's victimized and children are referred to our agency, and we follow them from childhood to adulthood.
Good.
Our support groups, all our services follow them from the time they've been victimized up through adulthood. And the majority, I would say 70% of our clients that come through our office was victimized as children.
So
that's how serious it is. That's what we're here today, Senator.
That's very serious. So yes.
And
Time.
I see Benjamin here too.
Anyone else would like to respond? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Molito.
Commissioner. Assistant Commissioner Carla Benjamin, VIDHS. The victims that we track, we are able to track are the ones that were involved with our system. And actually right now there's a big federal push to track youth or young adults who they refer to as those with lived experience. So those are the ones who were victims, who became individuals who were in the care of the government in whatever state or wherever they are, in the custody of the GVI, in the case of the territory. And we are just now, we had two for actual in-person forums last week on St. Thomas and on St. Croix.
How far out are you from it actually starting? I know you said you're in the process.
We've started. We actually have individuals who were victims, who were in the system, and we're getting feedback from them about how it has been for them. What is their lived experience? What worked? What didn't work? What were the areas that they were followed? So what they believe need to happen in order to make the system better for other children who are victims, who are then having to transition into adulthood.
Well, I appreciate that. Mr. Smith?
Yes, good afternoon again. Molito A. Smith Jr., LEPC Director. The LEPC also compiles and tracks victimization data. Those are primarily data that are for programs that are funded through LEPC, as well as data from the Department of Human Services regarding victims' compensation. The one big area of thrust that we're moving toward now is actually implementing a data repository. We have actually begun that process, and we're being assisted by the National Criminal Justice Association and UVI to have a data repository locally here to compile and use those type of data to inform a lot of our policy planning and resource distribution.
Okay. Thank you so much for that.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Chair, could I just ask one more question?
You sure?
I appreciate it. What type of protections are in place when it comes to the victims or witnesses that deal with this situation? Because that's also very important to me as to how we protect these individuals.
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. Or are you speaking specifically to the child witness in a?
Well, the children and any individuals that might have witnessed the abuse that is also supporting the children as well. It could be other children, could be adults. How are they protected that they are okay to make sure that they're able to call out those that have abused them?
Okay. First of all, DOJ is working very diligently right now to increase and improve our victim witness coordinator ability to interact and to provide additional services for individuals that would be identified as under this scenario. As far as tracking, you had asked a question on tracking a little bit earlier. I think also DOJ is working diligently right now, and it's part of the immediate plans to implement a case management system that would allow us to better track victims through a longer period of time. So I can comment, I know that our victim witness services on St. Croix, our victim witness coordinator just got back from Boston, Massachusetts on a
So you have one? Or how many do you have available for the territory?
well, we have one in St. Croix currently. I believe we have one on St. Thomas with provisions for additional staff. And there's active ongoing training. I believe that to the tracking part of your question, that will drastically improve once your case management system's in play.
Okay.
Now, a lot of the attorneys, when these cases come in and on an individual basis, of course, they will assist in getting services and putting them. It's almost inevitable that you would have a child witness testify in a case without Women's Coalition being involved or VIPD, Victim Witness Services. So we all try to coordinate that and cross-reference those things to increase our capabilities to do exactly what you're asking, to protect and to facilitate effective and trauma-free testimony, which is really what we're all trying to achieve here.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I just want to say I do support this piece of legislation. We have heard the testimony, and we definitely know how we have to tweak it so it could be as effective as possible. But at the end of the day, I think the culture in this territory needs to change when it comes to our children and making sure that those that hurt them, when it comes to punishment, that they get the full extent of the law. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Elegant. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewer and listening audience. I happen to come out of law enforcement, but from the next side of the fence, dealing with those who was victimizing our children. And in many cases, I could have conversation with some of these individuals that will say to you, my grandfather did it to my father did it to me. And it's real. Some people might not think that this exists right here in this little territory, but it does. And I happen to be on that side of the fence and witness most of the times young men that was victim by either their parents or in-laws. But it always came through a chain. It rarely stops at one. And I'm saying all this to say that I definitely support this measure, but what I want to ask the Attorney General office is, because when I left the Bureau of Correction, I went to the district court to work. And a lot of these cases came through the district court. And many times there was as much protection as could possibly be for those individuals. So my question to the Attorney General is, how many cases come through you guys that stays in the local court? Because I think most of these cases will be going across, because a lot of time they're interstate transactions of pictures, different things of that sort. So how many of these cases come through the Attorney General and goes to our local court?
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton, thank you for your question, sir. The exact data I do not have in front of me at this time, but it's certainly something that I can revisit and give you absolute numbers. I don't want to misspeak as to the numbers, but I do recognize you are correct. A lot of cases that do involve juveniles, children, do involve either child pornography, interstate violations that would trigger a federal nexus and possibly a takeover by the federal government of the prosecution. But I would say I think there is a significant amount of cases that do remain at DOJ and that are vigorously prosecuted. Okay. It's something that we certainly do not take lightly in any sense, either the safety of the children, the trauma, the recognition that what could potentially happen at trial, and assuring the safeguards are put in place before trial, during trial, and afterwards in follow-up. So I recognize the severity of it. DOJ appreciates that and is diligent and committed to protecting the most vulnerable of our community, which is the children.
All right. I want us to look at Section 3512, definitions G. And one, does the age of the child needs to be defined? Is the language too vague? Would leaving a 16-year-old home alone be considered as neglect? That section there. You see what I'm talking about?
Section 3512 sub B.
G.
G, I apologize.
Yeah.
Page 2.
Okay, neglect. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm following with you, sir.
1 minute.
Is it too vague? Should there be an age on it? And that's why I said, would leaving a 16-year-old home alone be considered neglect?
I think it would under this definition, because what you have here set forth within the definition itself, neglect means to place a child or allow a child to be placed in a situation which a reasonable person should know is dangerous, etc. So when you go back into a prior definition, we've already defined what a child is under this, which is 18 or younger. So I would submit to you that yes, it would encompass that.
Okay. And now I want to segue a little bit based on the Attorney General testimony here today. Because in your testimony, you spoke about the morgue in your testimony, Attorney General.
I will be, yes, Attorney General nominee Gordon Ray. Yes, I will be presenting some testimony
then
about the morgue.
we leave that alone, because I sure do have a lot of questions about that. Coming in a little late sometime could show you off, but at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting this measure. I've seen where it's needed. As I say, I work on both sides of the fence, and I see many of the cases that came through the district court where many times, you had these issues. And Mr. Chair, if I could just close off on this one question. How does the proposed use of two-way closed circuit television for child witness ensure their safety and emotional well-being during testimony?
You may.
We spoke about the two-way closed circuit television for a child witness. How does it, their safety and emotional well-being during testimony, how does it work? How does it help them?
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. Well, first and foremost, it takes them out of the presence of their accuser, which for multiple reasons can cause fear, trauma, a plethora of negative consequences. Most importantly, it could impact the credibility of the testimony itself, that a child may testify differently in the presence of his, of the person that has victimized him. That's first and foremost, and that's really the basis for the need to protect the child and to provide, I believe you can have both. You can protect the defendant, you can protect the defendant's Sixth Amendment rights, but there surely is room and it should be read expansively as possible to protect the child. I would leave it at that.
Thank you very much. I definitely support the measure, and I can see many times those that are victimized become victims twice. During when they're victimized and when they come back to court now to try to defend themselves, they become a victim 2 times. So thank you very much for your testimony, and I thank the author of this piece of legislation for his well thinking about our children, and at the appropriate time I will support this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And 2 things you brought up. One sec, but I don't want to keep. You ain't gonna keep cheating the system like that now. Give me 1 second. But Senator Johnson brought up 2 things that's on my list of notes here, and that's about the attorney just responded about the traumatization of these children, and that's one thing I'm looking at with the bill that seeks to also minimize trauma of these children. So we got to look at more friendlier interviews and providing these support services for them. But also he asked specifically about the definition when he went to G and spoke to the neglect. I wanted to further ask about under G, number 6 on page 3. And let me go from the top where it says neglect means to place a child or allow a child to be placed in a situation which a reasonable person should know is dangerous to the child's health or welfare and includes but is not limited to the following. And I'll skip 1 and go all the way to 6 where it says keeping a child under the age of 16 years home from a school to care for other children. I noticed that the Department of Human Services had an issue with definitions. Department of Justice had an issue with definitions. And my issue with definitions is right there, putting a pin in it. Because if we have minors, anyone under the age of 18, especially those who are still in school, why are we allowing to keep children, this is saying keep a child under the age of 16 years old. Shouldn't this be under the age of 18 years?
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. I think in the context of sub 6, it's referencing keeping a child under the age of 16 years old from home is referencing the conduct of what we've already defined as a child, right? That the person that would be liable for this. But I think to your point of keeping consistency throughout a statute, that would be something that it would be a viable option for the legislature to do.
Because we have 16 and 17-year-olds in school.
Right.
And they should not be allowed to stay home to care for other children just like that. They're minors as well.
I would agree with that. And I think that one thing to keep in mind throughout this definition section, and so what some of our concern was, is that some of the terms that are contained within this definition section, you only find in...
No, I'm not. Don't stray away from my question.
Yes, sir.
I'm not asking you about the other what your other concerns are. I'm just asking you about the fact that this says under the age of 16 years old, and asking, or let me go to the Department of Human Services, looking at that particular section. Shouldn't this say under the age of 18 years old?
Assistant Commissioner Carla Ben, Department of Human Services. Actually, changing it in this proposed legislation would create a problem because as it appears in here, it's a borrow from another section where it already appears as 16. So you would have 2 conflicting pieces of legislation.
Right. But you'll have to just amend both. But I mean, so you're comfortable with having it remain at the age of 16?
It conflicts with compulsory education, right? So it does need to be changed.
It does need to be changed.
Correct.
Yes.
But everywhere that it appears that way, not just here.
I understand that. But everywhere else it appears, it needs to change as well.
Correct, I agree.
Okay, thank you. Senator Javan E. James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes, followed by Senate President Francis.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I want to say kudos to the sponsor of this measure, the Senator at Large, for making an attempt to bring forward Bill number 35-0031, which speaks to creating a Child Victims and Child Witnesses Rights Act. Mr. Chair, you actually read my mind, because what I had in mind is to ask about definitions. And I know in the Virgin Islands Code, specifically Title 14, which speaks to abuse of a minor, and the list goes on, within certain parts of the VI Code, we already have definitions. And I was going to ask the Department of Justice or anyone here, by placing these definitions, would it confuse the court as far as another title will say X, Y, Z, and this saying another? Department of Justice.
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton, thank you for your question, sir. And I concur with that analysis. And when you look at the definitions section, I would just suggest that we only need to define in our definitions section here what is actually mentioned in the statute itself. I think there are some examples where that's not the case. But to your point of contrasting definitions herein with what already exists in the Virgin Islands Code, I would recommend consistency, because it does open an avenue for confusion and difficulties in prosecuting and defending cases, for that matter. So consistency is very much recommended, and I would say evaluating the definitions that you have set forth in this proposed bill and making sure that you are convinced that they're necessary and that they're actually set forth based on what is contained within the statute itself. There's no need to define something that's later not even within the statute.
And that was my concern, because when it comes to child abuse and child neglect, I'm fully aware of that section of the code, because I brought forward legislation in the 34th legislature which speaks specifically to child neglect and child abuse. Hence why I know very clearly that it will cause a conflict. And like I said, it's just constructive criticism. We have 3 bites of the apple today: Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and at the full body. So to the sponsor of this measure, just take our constructive criticism and do what you have to do, because today is not a day to play politics.
1 minute.
To me, it's not even a day to play politics for real. This is about children. Sorting issues, you have to debate and do all that stuff. But there's nothing to debate today. It's a great bill. It just needs some tweaking, you know? But what I really like about this bill, though, it speaks to privacy protection. That's on page 9. In the Virgin Islands, we live in a small knit community, and for some reason, things do happen to just leak. And I just want to make sure with Department of Justice, if you can place on the record, page 9 of the bill, which speaks to privacy protection. Do you have anything that you would like to recommend to strengthen this? Because I am more concerned about the privacy of the children or children who will be in the court system than any other part of this bill, protecting the privacy.
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. I believe the safeguards, existing safeguards, in addition to what's set forth here, are sufficient. What really is required is
Time.
I'm sorry. I believe what's really required is consciousness and consistent application of the tools that we already have in play in the safeguards. These issues have been given a great deal of thought before. This is a fantastic bill that really highlights the necessary potential challenges that come with a vulnerable class like this. But I would just reiterate that I do believe the DOJ is already very well equipped to address these concerns, and it's just being diligent and staying on top of the protections we already have in place.
Thank you for placing that on the record. Like I said to the sponsor of the measure, just amend the bill when it comes to the definitions. With that said, I'm ready to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senate President Francis. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and of course, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I too want to join into commending the bill sponsor for this very important piece of legislation, and also to thank the collective that have been involved in this work in terms of safeguarding our children. You see, I spent some time in law enforcement as the commander of the Youth Investigation Bureau. I've been involved in investigating some of the most heinous crimes in the Virgin Islands. But the scars that remains came from those that involve child abuse. The scar remains from those that involve child abuse. So this discussion today is rather important to me, and I extremely want to commend those individuals that continue to be in the fight, because I know that those are some lasting effects. And of course, the Clement Lewis of the world and the Carla Benjamin, those individuals have been there in my days, back in the 80s and the 90s, when we have had to deal with some of these child abuse cases. I don't know how they do it, because there's sleepless nights when this occurs. So I think it's important that as we contemplate this whole discussion, that it's critical that we avoid the re-victimization of our children. And I think that that's what I see here. Yes, I have some challenges with the definitions and those things, but I think that it's important that we put in place the necessary protection. I've been working with Human Services as well as we try to create some reform in terms of the child policy, because the legislation of Virgin Islands Code is really antiquated in that area and really requires some fix there. We also have to be careful with some of the definitions it's been recommended, because we don't want to impact other areas of the code that may prevent some challenges moving forward. So I think it's important that we take the time to make sure that we're right fit in those areas. I have a few questions in terms of the minimization of the re-victimization of the child, because we have had opportunities and we have discussed this. We held a symposium back in 2008 where we brought in a number of stakeholders and really addressed this. I've been a part of the Virgin Islands Child Abuse or St. Croix Child Abuse Task Force, DVSAC, and trying to have this discussion in terms of how do we create that interdisciplinary task force that will be able to ensure that our child victim is interviewed once and not have to continue to do that. So I wanted to ask, is there a child-sensitive interview room at the Attorney General's office that you utilize for these type of investigations?
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. I can speak to St. Croix. The answer on that would be no. A lot of what is referred to us has already gone through VIPD and their initial investigations. What I would point out is I think there is a vital need in the territory for what's considered a forensic interviewer, one that's extremely well trained, and that can be either independent or within one of the agencies. But that is a big gap that I currently see, and I think it really does impact our ability to effectively prosecute these cases and really identify some of the concerns that you have early on in preventing re-victimization of a child. So if anything out of this answer, I would really like to stress that we need forensic interviewers on island. We really need that.
Yeah, that was gleaned as a gap back in 2008 as well. So I wanted to also ask Ms. Benjamin or Assistant Commissioner Benjamin Clemmer Lewis whether or not we have been able to make any inroads in establishing that interview room so that we could, again, minimize the re-victimization of these victims.
Time.
As Commissioner Carl Benjamin Davis, the child advocacy room that currently exists at our Anna's Hope facility is being restored so that we will be able to use it through the efforts of the multidisciplinary team. So we'll be able to use it going forward in the manner that it's intended, where we could have one forensic interviewer talking to the child while you have the other members of the team be able to view and ensure that their questions are also asked so that the child is not re-traumatized by having to repeat him or herself over and over again. Additionally, through the help of KC Family Programs, we're going to be hosting, DHS will be hosting a 5-day forensic training. It's coming up December 2nd through the 6th. I'm going to be sending out invitations to our partners such as Department of Justice, the Women's Coalition, Family Resource Center, the Police Department, so that we will have sort of a cadre of trained forensic interviewers that will be certified at the end of that 5-day training. So that will also be one gap filled. That'll be something good for the territory and for the children.
Thank you very much for saying that. Mr. Chair, I have one follow-up question, if I may, please. In addition to, I don't know, Clemmer, you wanted to weigh in on this? Dr. Clemmer Lewis, do you want to weigh in on this, or you good?
Yeah, I was just going to say we have made some progress in terms of the police and social workers working together to minimize the interviewing of the child and getting them in the same place. Even though we're still working on the room, there are times when we're able to get them together thanks to the multidisciplinary team. So, Senator Francis, we have made some progress and we study pushing in that area because it's critical to do that one interview. So thank you for asking.
Absolutely. And also, is there a MOU or MOA in place with the various hospitals or the emergency rooms, again, where we provide these sensitive areas and privacy for the examination that may be required? Are you aware of whether or not we have those in place?
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton, I'm not aware of an existing MOU that specifically addresses treatment interviews of a child witness in their facility.
Again, from my recollection, back in when we contemplated this whole discussion back in the days, those are some of the recommendations that were made, and I'm hoping that we are able to make some inroads in that as we move forward. Have this discussion. It's good to have the legislation in place, but we also have those other policy issues in respect to these location and these interview rooms that help and assist and minimize the re-victimization of our victims. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity. This is a very good bill, and I stand in support of it, at the final phase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Vice Chair Fonseca, you're recognized for a point of information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I wanted to go back, AG. I had one question. In Section 3512, where Chapter 6, Sentence 6, it says, keeping a child under the age of 16 years home from school, to care for another child. So I wanted to make sure now that we don't overreach here in the legislation, because remember, after the hurricane, a lot of our kids, thousands of our kids, was home in school. And right now, the way how it is, a lot of kids are homeschooled. And so this bill here is talking about in the context of child abuse, et cetera, et cetera. But right now, we have kids 16 that are homeschooled. They're supervised by an online instructor, et cetera, but there's no person there, no physical body present. So we want to make sure that thousands of our parents now are not breaking the law by homeschooling the kids. So can you give me your opinion on that?
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. I think the original point of keeping it consistent with the existing statutes, which would be the 18-year-old threshold, would be an initial recommendation. There could be additional statutory language that specifically is addressing a homeschool situation with a carve-out for that potentially. But I think the danger of having, without further clarification, conflicting years in one provision and in another is more of an issue. So I think your concern can be addressed by additional language within a different subsection addressing the specifics of your concern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Bolkes, please make these quick. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quickly, the subsection that you're referencing potentially for what would be classified as homeschool would just delineate what homeschool is in reference to the previous senator's query, correct?
Yes.
That would not clash or cause any other issue with any existing statute?
Not that I'm currently aware of without researching it more. I mean, this is a novel concept.
Yeah, okay. Very well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Capehart, you recognized, followed by Senator Maurice James. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. And good morning, everyone in the room and outside the room. This bill is really a good bill. I am concerned about the definitions, and so clearly we'll have to relook those, and I'm sure the sponsor will, but it is a needed piece of legislation. I wanted to discuss with the Attorney Ray, the AG, acting AG, acting nominee. You see, I'm having a hard time finding the correct, so I apologize. But I know you as Attorney Ray, so forgive me, Attorney Ray.
Very good.
The reason I'm trying to find a way to talk to you about the letters we exchanged, because I think that, and this is regarding the coach, Alfredo Bruce Smith, and I will of course be talking to you about it a little more. But I wanted to ask your opinion on a conversation or a discussion yesterday at my hearing on education and workforce development, because I think this is so important. I asked whether or not of the Commissioner of Education and the school officials, whether there was any counseling available to the victims of Mr. Smith. And they said that they were not aware of any counseling because they were not aware of who the victims were. And this is just my concern as a mother and an attorney and as a senator, that we don't have a way, and maybe the testifiers here can help me out, of providing counseling to victims, because as they stated, they were not aware. And is there any way in the legal system that we can get assistance to victims. You understand the quandary and the dilemma and to me, the injustice that is occurring right now as a result of the victimization of what is more than 80 boys on the island of St. Thomas. And as I said yesterday to the officials, the school officials, as an attorney, I have represented a defendant.
1 minute.
Who abused his children, but he too was abused. And it continued this cycle, this generational cycle of abuse. How do we then stop it? So that's why I'm really present today, because we can talk about the victims and the witnesses and all of that, but at the end of the day, as Ms. Lewis talked about, PTSD, traumatization is real. Thank you.
Yes, Attorney General nominee Gordon Ray, thank you again for your question, and I hope the exchange of letters that we had on the issues related to those abuses was helpful. I certainly enjoyed it, and I hope to keep that exchange up. With respect to treatment of the abused children, I agree with you that treatment is just critical, and it's something that not only destroys their life, but that poison is passed down through future generations, and something must be done to stop it. As far as giving the names of abused children to other agencies, I am not against that. But there are some considerations that have to be taken into account. One of them, obviously, is the privacy that those abused children are entitled to. They don't want their names out there in public because it becomes a stain on them, even though they're victims. And we have to respect that. I have not been approached by the Department of Education or any other department and asked who were the victims so that we can make sure that they get proper treatment. If any of those, obviously the Department of Justice does not treat victims. We don't have the ability to do that. But if any of the social service organizations or others are interested in talking about it, my door is open to them. And I would see if we can find a way to preserve the identities of the victimized children, but at the same time get them the kind of care that they definitely need. My bottom line is, yes, I'm more than glad to continue to talk about how to do this, and perhaps we can come up with a way that's fair to all parties.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Ms. Lewis would also like to respond to my question. I don't know if my time ran out.
She may proceed. She may proceed.
Thank you, Senator Gibbs. Normally in cases like that, Senator James, the children are referred to human services and the victim advocacy agencies. So my understanding, that case was represented by the U.S. Attorney's Office, and they had a victim witness coordinator on that case. It's her job to make sure those children are getting services. So we could, if you want to, I could reach out to her, you could reach out to her to make sure they are, because they are in St. Thomas. But if they were in St. Croix, I know for a fact she would contact Human Service and us to make sure those children get the services they need. So it's not a matter of privacy. Once they've been victimized and go through the system, it is referred to the agencies to provide the support. I don't know what happened in St. Thomas, but I know the procedure is to reach out to Human Services and the Women's Coalition on St. Croix.
May I follow up with just one more question regarding Mr. Chair?
You may.
Just one more. Yeah, thank you, sir. I noticed that in your testimony, because you said about this, the difference between St. Croix and St. Thomas, that St. Thomas did not have a multidisciplinary team. Do you know why that is?
Well, to be honest with you, I started the team on St. Croix, so it takes somebody to initiate it. There's no one on St. Thomas that took up the mantle to do it. So that's why it's over here, Senator James. And when AG AG George's was in, she asked me to reinstate it because it had died out. She came and I reinstated on St. Croix, but I can't do St. Croix and St. Thomas. I told her it was then their responsibility to get somebody on St. Thomas to start the team. We would help, but we can't do both.
Yeah, that's
So you
why.
need somebody to drive it, you need
Right.
somebody to take responsibility or it'll never happen. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, thank you, because I know that this legislation calls for that, but if we don't have the funds, if we don't have the initiative, again, the legislature can pass legislation. It has to be implemented to be effective. That's
And
the
so
bottom line.
We don't need any funds for our team. Our team been running now. We don't need any funds. It's the commitment from the agencies and the top of the agencies to make sure that they staff participate and get the job done and somebody to coordinate and stay on top of people. You don't need no extra funds for MDTs.
Which then makes it even more troubling and concerning and disturbing, because then this legislation, if it hasn't been done on St. Thomas, is this legislation this legislation is excellent, and I hope that it motivates people, but we need to have a team on St. Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's what I suggested, that we do it, and we would be willing to help them get started.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. And thank you all for your input. You know, again, we gotta protect the vulnerable, which is our children, and provide the essential protections to ensure their safety and well-being. As I look at the bill, I'm also seeing it as promoting justice, as we must ensure that these children's rights and safety are, safeguarded. This also helps to maintain the integrity also of the justice system. All right, a lot of people are losing hope in the justice system, so this is one that I see that will bring that back. We got to also support the fair treatment of these youngsters, so not to be subject to any unnecessary harm or intimidation. So before I call on the bill sponsor to wrap it up, I'm going to go to Senator Capehart, who is on St. Croix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience and the testifiers who are here before us today. I just want to say I'm not a member of this committee, but I thought it was very important to weigh in and give support to the bill sponsor. As I quickly read the bill, this bill simply protects the psychological damage to a child who was a victim. That's the most traumatizing act any child can go through. And on top of that, to then have to go through the process of getting all the events back and to recollect everything, just having to relive that experience alone is another traumatizing effect on that child. So I didn't hear all the other conversations going between not a meeting, budget markup meeting. I just wanted to weigh in and say I understand the intent of this legislation. And, once it passed this committee, then it would come to the Rules Committee, where we'll have further discussion. So, Mr. Chair, I look forward to seeing Bill number 35-0031 be forwarded to the Rules Committee to be voted on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Before I recognize the bill sponsor, I must hone in on my, I support the bill wholeheartedly, but I must hone in on my my concerns with regards to that line, that item number 6, for the prohibition of that calls for children under 16 to be kept at home from school to protect, to watch other minor children. I really think that we should have that discussion to put that to 18, under 18, because we know we do have 16 and 17-year-olds in school. We should not give them that option to have to stay home to watch other children. But Department of Justice, do you have any, you stated you don't have the stats before you with regards to how many cases the Attorney General's office would have handled. Let me ask you this way. Do you have any stats or recollection of how many cases that have been actually dropped because children were able to testify?
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. So you're saying that they settled, a plea was taken, like a...
I didn't say a thing about settle or plea taken.
Well, you're saying they were dropped.
I said cases have been dropped because of children being unable to testify.
That's what I was unclear about. Unable versus unwilling.
I mean, if you don't know if any, just tell me you don't know. Don't try to make up an answer.
I'm not making up an answer. I'm just trying to give a context to it. I'm unaware of any that were dropped. Because of that consideration.
And I just asked that because it took me back to a case that I handled when I was supervisor of the Internal Affairs Bureau. And it happened to be one of our officers who we were able to terminate before the case actually went to court. But it took so long to go to court. And I could remember the interviews of these children like it was this morning. And they were so traumatized. And the one statement from one of those individuals was, why give you all a statement when all of you are going to protect each other anyway? I mean, there was just no trust in the system. And I remember having to, talk these children into just trusting us and reassuring the integrity of the process. So, I mean, just thinking back on that, I'm saying this bill is just right up the alley, and I really want to thank the sponsor for bringing this forward. And whatever it takes for us to make whatever minor amendments, we need to do that, but make sure that we address this for the further protection of our children. Agree?
Agreed, sir. And I would also point out, again, that reiterates the absolute necessity for forensic interviewers, because a lot of what you just attested to and the actual result of that, I believe, could be avoided if the initial contact is made through forensic interview and a more capable exchange.
Good. And then during the next phase of our discussion with the operational overview, we'll talk about the delays in these cases. Because this particular case I'm talking about was delayed for some years. All right?
Understood.
I think, was there a point of information, Senator Javon James?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As I was following your question that you just asked, I just want to remind my colleagues, if we're going to amend anything that speaks to neglect, child abuse, or sexual abuse, to go to the respective part in the Virgin Islands Code and amend that in Title 14, please, or you're going to cause confusion, because Title 14 Section 481 specifically tell you what is neglect of parental duty. So we don't want to confuse it. Just want to place that on the record to amend a specific part of the VI code. Just want to place that on the record.
That is understandable, Senator. We hear your concerns. That's why we have the attorneys here. Our attorney is here as well. But the concern in this particular one is specifically speaking to children under 16 to be kept home from school to watch other minor children. That's the hitting portion. But definitely, if there's any amendments, we'll be looking at all spectrum. Senator Bolkes, you may wrap it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to start off by thanking the testifying panel before us this afternoon for being here with us and providing their insight and perspective on the proposed Bill 35-0031. This bill has been worked on since February 2023. So you can see that we didn't just write on a piece of paper and say, this is the bill. Chad Mitchell knows that very, very well. He's been in the paint with me for quite some time concerning this bill from the very first draft of it that we presented to the DOJ. And we got a good, strong pushback because we did not provide due process for the individual who is determined to be the person who broke the law. So we had to adhere to a lot of the recommendations that were given. But we still have to tweak it some more, which is fine. And I just wanted each and every one of you to know that your perspective is valued. And I'm going to, all the recommendations that have been provided, we're going to do our part to assure that we do incorporate them so that we have a very clean and concise and understandable piece of legislation that is going to help our children nevertheless. So I wanted to start there. And of course, colleagues, I want to thank each and every one of you for mentioning your support of the bill as well. And, you know, this isn't just about the law, it's really about protecting lives and the futures of those little people, those children. And every day we fail to act, we're forcing these innocent children to relive, unfortunately, these traumas. And I know that the DOJ can't really do anything about how things currently are, but once this piece of legislation is in place, we are giving them another layer of protection that is going to help protect their psychological, mental health. So that's a very important aspect for young people when they're growing up to become young or adults in our society. And we want to give them a voice without fear, a chance to seek justice without being further harmed, and our children deserve better, quite frankly. It's about moral responsibility. It isn't just about legislation, and I really appreciate all of the insight and perspective and support that we've heard here today. And I just really have one question, and it's directed to Ms. Clemmer Lewis and Ms. Hairston, because I know both of you, without taking anything away from the attorneys, of course, have to deal with these little people, these young children on a day-to-day basis, and you see some of the things that others may not see when it comes to PTSD, when it comes to not communicating the way that they used to or not wanting to talk to anyone, and you have to encourage and support them. And I just wanted you all to place on the record, you know, some of the things that you have experienced with the court system that has made it difficult to try to encourage some of these children, because I think it's an important aspect that we need to hear about. So can you share a story with us, hopefully not too looming and not too dark, but, you know, this bill is going to change some things, and I would like you to explain to the listening audience how this bill would actually help with some of those issues that you've experienced in the past. We'll start here with Ms. Hairston, and then we'll go to Ms. Clemmer Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you, Darian Hairston, Director of Nana Baby Children's Home. So fortunately, we don't have to deal too much with going into courtrooms. A lot of that is handled by caseworkers, which is, you know, very fortunate for the children. I'd say about 20 kids come through our home every year and live there for any particular amount of time. Most of them will see the inside of the courtroom at some point along the way. Bills like this will, certainly, like with certainty, help their mental health and their well-being because of these extra safeguards that are added. There's frustrating things that happen along the way. I have a set of siblings who go to court what seems like every month, and they stare their parents in the face, and for some reason, year after year, they've lived with us, and we can't seem to, get the ball to the next part of, I don't have sports analogies, but, they're seeing their parents every single month in court, and the parents aren't taking the children back, and they're just going every single month, and they dread it every single month, and they never know, is this going to be the hearing where they tell me I'm going to be placed with my sister? Is this going to be the hearing where they're going to say I'm going to go back to my parents because some document wasn't signed, or is this the hearing where I just go back to Nana Baby and everything is normal? So there's, I definitely think that they need some additional supports, and if they had some better understanding of what was going on, I think it would help them, and figuring out what's going on the other side of things to address why they're still in limbo. I mentioned earlier in my testimony that I had a different situation with a teenager in court, and I'm not a judge, I'm not a lawyer. It is not my place to tell anybody how to do their job, but what I witnessed was my teenager be asked, if she understood her rights as they were read, and she said yes, and they said, well, you need to repeat them back to us, and she's not very articulate, and she was very intimidated by the situation, and she got her rights wrong, and she was called a liar because she answered that, yes, she understood her rights. So in open court, she was called a liar for saying she didn't understand her rights as they were read to her, which she did because we'd practiced them, but she could not articulate the right about having the ability to cross-witness somebody. Anyways, bills like this would address her safeguards and protect her in that situation because, as I mentioned, she became frustrated and shut down. And after that, she didn't even want to go back to court, so each time going back was more and more complicated.
Time.
Thank you for your response. And Ms. Clement Lewis, may you respond, please?
Sure, and I'll try to keep it. Dr. Clement Lewis, the Executive Director of the Women's Coalition, I'll try to keep it short, but I can go back to 40 years of working with the criminal justice system, the court system, and preparing children for court and getting to court and they're not able to testify. Cases where the children, they're prepared and the cases are plea bargain because the system don't feel like they have enough evidence. Children are terrified when they walk in the courtroom. Courtrooms are very intimidating. Courtrooms are intimidating for adults. Adults have a problem getting on the stand. Imagine being 5 years old and going up in the stand and explaining to people what your father did or what your brother did or what some stranger did to you, while the perpetrator watching you with this intimidating look. The system has not worked for our children. It continues to not work for our children. And all the adults in here know what it's like to go in the courtroom. Imagine being a little person with rights. And not to mention, I think somebody mentioned it earlier, sometimes these cases go on for 2 or 3 years. So the traumatization goes on and on and on. And then once we get through the court process, then it's our job at the coalition to help them heal and move forward for the rest of our life. So a lot of these child victims that's going through the court system end up with my agency for 10, 15, 20 years because of the victimization and what took place. We have a lot of counseling and I would say over here, and we have some support systems, we have therapists, but it's the criminal justice system. I have to be honest, and some people might have an issue with it. That is the problem. The insensitivity and not recognizing children are children. They are not adults. And it's a very traumatizing, difficult process where children have nightmares because they have to go to court. And then the courtroom is open. So what should I say, the media? goes in and prints stuff that the child is saying, and the child have to deal with it later in school, taking pictures of their children, going back to school. So it's no privacy. They don't close the courtroom. So if I get up and testify what my father did to me as a child, then everybody at my school know when I go back to school. There has been no protection. So why should they want to testify? And the way they treat it by the defense attorneys, that'll take me another year to talk about because that's not addressed. Our system is broken for children, and this bill is at least one step in the right direction to help it make it easier for myself and social workers and other people to heal these children and get them through the process. That's why I think this bill is really creative and important. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've just exhausted all the testimony and the debates on Bill number 35-0031. So at this time, I'll entertain any amendments or motion. Amendment, Senator Bolkes, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 35-724, an amendment to Bill number 35-0031. Bill number 35-0031 is amended as follows. A, Section 1. Number 1. On page 1, line 10, by inserting who may be an advocate, counselor, therapist, and non-offending parent or someone with whom the child is familiar who can support the child throughout the entire process and afterwards, after support.
Motion on the floor. Stand by, Senator Bolkes. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to waive the reading of the amendment of Bill number 35-0031. I so move.
Second. So move.
Which amendment you're moving to waive?
The amendment is...
You may withdraw and restate.
Withdraw. I move to waive the reading of the amendment to the amendment number Bill 35, amendment number 35-724.
An amendment to bill number.
An amendment to Bill number 35-0031. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly moved and seconded to waive the reading of bill number amendment 35-724. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion?
Motion, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bolkes, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move bill number 35-0031 as amended. An act amending Title 5, VIC, Subtitle 3, Part 1, by adding a new Chapter 301A, creating the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Rights Act, and repealing Chapter 301, Subchapter 4, Section 3510, to be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Properly moved. Bill number 35-0031, properly moved by Senator Bolkes, second by Senator DeGraff, Senator Johnson, Senator Francis Heiliger, and Senator Fonseca. Roll call on bill number 35-0031.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Heiliger, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
No.
Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Point of personal privilege.
Madam Clerk, please repeat that tally for me.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you. Bill properly moved, seconded, and passed. 6 yeas, 1 nay. Congratulations, Senator Bolkes.
Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege, Senator Javon James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to let the public know that I do stand in support of this measure. However, I checked online for the amendment and my email, and there is no amendment, and I'm one senator who will not vote blindly for a bill just because it's good and without reading the amendment. So I do support the bill, and I will see this bill when it comes to the full body. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of personal privilege.
Thank you. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your
Point of
personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I thank you for your support of Bill number 35-0031. In addition to thanking the testifying panel for all of their information and perspectives, I will be circling back with you, specifically Mr. Mitchell, to get all of the required language as stated, and of course with the Department of Human Services as well. And I apologize to my colleague if he did not receive the amendment in his email, but a forthcoming amendment shall be delivered to you via email address, and I'm hoping to have your support at the appointed time, as you stated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. In my motion and hitting the gavel to say that it's passed and congratulations, I didn't say that it will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. All right? The committee will take a quick 4-minute recess, stretch your legs, use the restroom. We'll come back to do the wrap-up with the Department of Justice with the operational update, and after that we'll move right into the Virgin Islands Police Department. Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety recess for 4 minutes. Good afternoon. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for September 10th is back on record. We just completed Bill number 35-0031, creating the Child Victims and Child Witnesses Rights Act, and that bill was passed and was forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. At this time, we're still in Block 1. Now we'll have the operational status update from the Department of Justice. AG nominee, you may proceed at this time, or tell me who do you have here with you?
Good morning, Senator. I have with me Deputy Appleton, who was here this morning, and Kai Christian, who's our CFO for the Department of Justice.
Kai who?
Christopher.
Okay. That's it?
Yes, those are the only ones that are there. And I have Mr. Christopher here in case any questions are raised about finances, because he's...
So I asked for an operational update of the Department of Justice.
Yes.
And I don't have the criminal chief before me. I don't have a civil chief before me. I don't have the Department of Game and Enforcement director before me, the Special Investigation Division. Where are all these folks?
I wasn't asked to bring any of them. I was asked to give an update, and that's in my testimony.
All right, so you'll be able to respond for all these divisions?
I believe so.
Okay, I hope so. We'll proceed. You may proceed.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chairperson Kenneth L. Gittens, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety members, other senators, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Attorney General nominee Gordon Ray. It's a pleasure to appear before you to address the current operational status of the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice has a myriad of responsibilities. To accomplish its goals, the department is comprised of several divisions, staffed by 155 employees, including attorneys, support staff, and investigators. The Criminal Division prosecutes violations of the Virgin Islands Criminal Code. The Civil Division represents the government in litigation, whether brought against the government or by the government, and in civil rights challenges, consent decrees, and enforcement actions. The Solicitor General's Division reviews all government agency contracts, handles all appeals, prepares legal opinions, advises boards and commissions, and represents the government in bond matters. The Paternity and Child Support Division aids vulnerable children and facilitates children's visitation with non-custodial parents. The Office of the Medical Examiner secures corpses and performs autopsies to determine the medical cause and manner of death of anyone who dies under unusual or suspicious circumstances. Pursuant to the Sex Offender Registration and Notification Act, the SORNA, that's S-O-R-N-A, Department, registers and tracks sexual offenders and maintains a public registry website identifying offenders. The Division of Gaming Enforcement investigates casino employees and those seeking casino licenses and tests electronic gaming machines. The Special Investigations Division investigates fraud, white-collar crimes, and public corruption, makes arrests, serves subpoenas, and helps protect victims and witnesses. The Family Division represents the Department of Human Services in family court and prosecutes juvenile delinquency cases with the aim of rehabilitating youthful offenders. The Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, MFCU, investigates and prosecutes entities responsible for improper or fraudulent Medicaid billing schemes, and our Victim Advocates Program helps ensure the safety and well-being of victims. Finally, an IT unit, Human Resources Unit, and a Budget and Accounting Unit perform functions critical for the management and running of the department. The DOJ faces several challenges that I've been working to address since my appointment to lead the department almost 4 months ago. even though the Justice Department, the United States Attorney's Office, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Superior and Federal Courts share a common mission of fighting crime and promoting justice, they've seldom worked as a team to achieve those objectives. I have initiated efforts to encourage us to cooperate to achieve our common purpose. For instance, DOJ is now meeting with the Virgin Islands Police Department to devise systems to quickly get arrest reports, witness and victim contacts, body cams, and forensic evidence to enable it to evaluate cases at an early juncture and to give defense attorneys the discovery necessary to promptly negotiate pleas, diversion programs, or other dispositions, thereby reducing the court's overwhelming caseload while at the same time advancing our law enforcement goals. We've also been holding meetings between prosecutors and police to jointly determine how best to achieve much-needed cooperation in preparing cases for trial. I've also met with the United States Attorney and her criminal chief to discuss working together in complex cases, such as embezzlement of federal funds or violations of both federal and territorial laws. The advantages are tremendous, as many of these cases require costly forensic analysis, which the federals can perform at no cost to us, and which can best be investigated and tried through the joint efforts of local and federal investigators and prosecutors. In addition, the Chief Territorial Public Defender and I have met and discussed how to reach early dispositions, such as pretrial diversion or probation in nonviolent criminal cases and cases involving youthful offenders. I've spoken with several Superior Court judges about expanding diversion programs and probation for nonviolent or youthful offenders to help them avoid the lifetime stigma of a criminal conviction and improve their lives through counseling, drug and alcohol treatment, or other programs to guide them in becoming lawful and productive citizens. Importantly, such dispositions will help unclog judicial calendars, give prosecutors more time to focus on violent and repeat criminal offenders, and provide young and nonviolent offenders opportunity to clean up their lives. The department urgently needs to fill numerous vacant positions. For example, the Solicitor General formerly had a staff of 12 attorneys to help with her massive load. Now the office is manned only by the Solicitor General, one attorney to assist her, and a support staff of 3. The criminal division is likewise understaffed. The ideal arrangement would be for 2 assistant attorneys general to cover each courtroom, but reaching that goal requires hiring 7 additional attorneys. The White Collar Crime and Public Corruption Unit, which is mandated by statute, is staffed by a director and a single assistant attorney general on loan from the criminal division. Major staffing deficiencies also plague the Paternity and Child Support Division, the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, the Division of Gaming Enforcement, the Special Investigations Division, the Office of the Medical Examiner, and the Office of Sexual Offender Registry. The Civil Division has done a spectacular job over the past 2 years, bringing in tens of millions of dollars in settlements from the likes of J.P. Morgan Chase, Walgreens, CVS Pharmacy, Walmart Corp., Teva, Allergen, and Google. However, it too would profit from the addition of more attorneys. I'm well aware of these needs and have been working with our human resources and finance departments to attract new employees and find ways to fund their employment. Another critical need for the Department of Justice is an IT case management system to eliminate the need for paper files, expedite the exchange of data with the police, federal prosecutors, and defense attorneys, and alert prosecutors that court filings are coming due. I'm working to have in place within a year a modern case management system tailor-made to accommodate the various needs of our many divisions. In addition, I'm arranging training programs for our attorneys. The National Association of Attorney Generals, called NAAG or NAG for short, supplies excellent training programs for prosecutors and staff, both remotely and in person. I'm in discussions with NAG to determine the best programs for us and to obtain dates for the training sessions. The department's proposed budget for FY 2025 is $26,253,761. $7,421,898 of which is projected to be funded by federal grants. This budget is 5.59% less than the department's FY 2024 budget, and the workload is increasing. Accordingly, We've attempted to locate additional funding through grants and settlements to implement cost-saving technological advancements and to collaborate with our partner agencies to create synergies, as I described earlier. You had requested that I highlight developments in the criminal, white-collar, and civil divisions, and that I report on the state of the new morgue on St. Croix. The criminal division. The criminal division has 18 prosecutors, 10 in the St. Thomas district, including the criminal chief, and 7 support staff, including a victim services coordinator and a victim advocate. The St. Croix district has 9 prosecutors, including the criminal chief and the deputy attorney general, and 6 support staff, including 1 victim witness advocate. The division handles a significant caseload. In St. Thomas, during this past year, 10 prosecutors attended 3,420 court hearings, opened 213 cases, and resolved 205 cases. 4 of those resolved cases involved homicides, 121 involved crimes of violence, 68 involved domestic violence, 6 involved sex crimes, and 37 involved firearms. The St. Croix district has 678 active cases and opened 334 cases this past year, including 11 murder cases. 370 cases were resolved, and St. Croix prosecutors attended 5,054 hearings. Family court attorneys opened 34 cases and resolved 22 cases. They also attended the 46th Annual National Association of Counsel for Children Child Welfare Law Conference in Minneapolis, Minnesota, on a scholarship, and the 2nd Annual Child Welfare Academy conducted by the Court Improvement Project at the Virgin Islands Superior Court. The territory needs additional resources for youth in need and to develop practices and protocols related to the new Behavioral Health Act. The Criminal Division's goals for the next fiscal year include greater emphasis on the initial stages of cases to improve case disposition time, modernizing the division by implementing the case management system, attorney and support staff training, integrating the victim advocates into the trial teams, increasing emphasis on domestic violence, increasing emphasis on mental health defendants, and continued and sustained outreach to build and maintain the DOJ VIPD and DOJ U.S. Attorney's Office relationships. The division has critical staffing needs. For example, the St. Thomas District requires 4 more attorneys general and another victim witness advocate, and the St. Croix District needs 3 more assistant attorneys general and a paralegal. If this body passes a Speedy Trial Act, the Department of Justice's staffing needs will increase still more. The number of defendants with acute mental health issues in the territory is extreme. Many are treated at the Bureau of Corrections, which lacks sufficient mental health capacity. The Progressive Behavioral Health Act passed last year calls for a local treatment infrastructure, which does not yet exist. In sum, the territory lacks sufficient mental health professionals to meet the requirements imposed under the new law, and DOJ's partner agency, the Department of Health, also chronically lacks resources. White-collar crime and public corruption unit. The White-collar crime and public corruption unit desperately needs attorneys and material resources. The unit is staffed by its director in St. Croix, who is assisted by a criminal division assistant attorney general in St. Thomas. The unit lacks its own assistant attorneys general, and to this end, would like to add at least 1 dedicated white-collar public corruption attorney to each district, a forensic accountant, and an electronic crime analyst skilled in extracting data from cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices. Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 1105, requires every public agency, salaried appointed officer exempt from the personal merit system to file a report disclosing certain financial interests. The department wants to put teeth into this requirement, and to do so needs a litigation specialist to review and analyze the reports. Along those same lines, this body has proposed Bills 35-227 and 228 to establish a Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest in which to define the DOJ's role in prosecuting ethics and conflict cases. We wholly support this body's efforts to strengthen ethics and conflict enforcement and have suggested revisions to those bills to make the effort more efficient and effective. Our white-collar crime and public corruption unit would play a major role in this endeavor. Civil Division. The Civil Division represents the government's agencies, departments, boards, and commissions in all civil litigation filed in the Superior and District Courts of the Virgin Islands, administrative tribunals, and in federal courts in other U.S. jurisdictions, including the District of Columbia and the Southern District of New York. These cases are often very time-consuming and raise complex issues requiring special expertise. The attorneys and support staff devote considerable time to defense litigation, given the number of cases filed against the government each year. However, we also bring suits in appropriate cases. Currently, the division consists of 8 assistant attorneys general territory-wide, including the civil chief and 4 legal assistants. Civil attorneys are assigned to matters territory-wide, although 3 attorneys are in St. Thomas, St. John District, and 5 are in the St. Croix District. 1 attorney defends medical malpractice cases filed against the government and healthcare providers employed by the government and acting within the scope of such employment during the alleged occurrence. Accordingly, there are 4 support staff, 2 in each district. There are 225 active cases in the Civil Division. Each attorney has an average of 40 cases, including 3 long-standing consent decree matters. In addition, the Civil Division defends other matters which are not formally counted in its case totals. 1. Third-party subpoenas of employees or agencies for testimony or records. Third-party depositions. Public record FOIA requests actions. The Civil Division also reviews and acts on administrative tort claims, which are filed by citizens seeking compensation from the government for wrongs without litigation. It issues CIDs, which are civil investigation demands, and other pre-suit investigations. And it reviews police internal affairs records and responds to radio giglio, which are demands under the criminal law, those requests in criminal matters set for trial in the federal court. The Civil Division has been expanding its practice to include more consumer protection matters, which include law enforcement actions on behalf of consumers subjected to fraudulent business practices, defective products or services, scams, or dangerous goods and services, consumer protection efforts, consumer protection efforts, even the playing field between businesses and consumers, and help ensure public safety by providing a voice to vulnerable consumers targeted by unscrupulous practices and least likely to have the resources to vindicate their rights against large companies or corporations with seemingly bottomless legal resources. As a side note, the Virgin Islands is one of only 4 jurisdictions that does not include a consumer protection section as part of its Attorney General's Office law enforcement operations. Thus, we work alongside with the DLCA, which has statutory authority to take necessary action. As part of the Civil Division's future growth, we are training the entire division in consumer protection law. 6 of the division's 8 attorneys have now been trained, and we expect to complete the training process by 2025. Presently, the Virgin Islands Department of Justice participates in multi-district litigation seeking redress for consumer harm in a number of areas. Additionally, in conjunction with the State Energy and Environmental Impact Center at the New York University School of Law, the division hopes to place an environmental law fellow as an assistant attorney general devoted to the practice of environmental law. The position would be funded 100% by NYU Law School. St. Croix Morgue. My predecessors had arranged for the purpose of a modular mobile morgue and autopsy suite for use by the medical examiner's office on St. Croix. For the past year, the modular morgue has been stored at the Port Authority dock on St. Croix, where it sustained damage from the elements. To serve the island until the modular morgue could be relocated and made operable, DOJ entered into a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, with Juan F. Louis Hospital on St. Croix, in which the hospital agreed the medical examiner's office could use its limit to perform, its suit to perform autopsies. The hospital facility, however, is not currently operable, and the hospital cannot guarantee when necessary repairs will be completed. In the interim, bodies on St. Croix requiring autopsies by the medical examiner's office are being flown to the medical examiner's operable St. Thomas facility where autopsies are performed, and the bodies are then transported back to St. Croix. Solving St. Croix's lack of a functioning autopsy suite ranks high among my priorities. We are currently working with the Department of Health on St. Croix to relocate the modular morgue to a secure lot owned by the Department of Health, and are hoping to finalize these negotiations soon, move the mobile morgue to the new location, and complete any necessary repairs. If the hospital's autopsy suite is repaired before the mobile morgue is fully functional, we will rely on our MOU to begin performing autopsies at the hospital. While the medical examiner's office cannot currently perform autopsies on St. Croix, bodies can be safely stored there. The DOJ's mobile refrigerated unit is currently located at the hospital. It's attached to a generator in the event of a power outage and can hold some 60 bodies. DOJ also has a contract with Tropical Shipping in which the company has made available refrigerated trucks that can each hold 50 to 60 bodies, depending on their size. We've used the trucks in past emergencies and could do so again if necessary. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the employees at the Department of Justice who work tirelessly on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Despite our many challenges, your hard work does not go unnoticed. And I thank this committee for the opportunity to present to you the current operational status of the Department of Justice, and I'm ready to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, AG nominee. I can't even express how disappointed I am. I am specific and intentional in my invites, and in the invitation I did say that this is an in-person hearing and you are encouraged, and maybe that's where I went wrong by saying that you're encouraged to have staff that's responsible for logistics and operations present. Now, you listed about, I counted them, about 14 different divisions and units within the agency.
Yeah.
And you informed me that you can speak on, or intend to speak on all of them in your update. You only spoke to 4 of 14. But we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, and I apologize, Senator Gittens, if I did not understand it quite that way. I had understood that I was to give a overview of the current operational status, and to focus on criminal, civil, and white collar, and the new morgue on St. Croix.
Well, I went even more specific there because I wanted to get information there. But even with the morgue, the meat is not there. But we'll have the conversation. The gentleman next to you, this is Attorney. Please open the mic at the testifier table.
Sir, Deputy Attorney General William Appleton.
And you're from which district?
St. Croix.
What is your position as a Deputy Attorney General? You oversee what?
I oversee the St. Croix division, meaning all the divisions that are located in St. Croix.
AG nominee, where you have someone for the St. Thomas, St. John district?
I do, yes. Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement.
Where is he?
He is in the office right now.
Why is he not here?
I didn't ask him to come. Again, as I explained, I did not understand that you wanted to have the whole staff here.
But you brought the one from St. Croix, but not the one from St. Thomas.
I brought the one from St. Croix because he testified this morning about the bill that we were looking at. And I asked him to remain here in case anything came up that he could be of help with. I can assure you I in no way was trying to keep people from coming here.
Understand. It's going to delay the homework that I did, and I'm sure some of my colleagues. But we'll proceed. These numbers you gave with caseloads, the criminal caseloads, and again, this is why I wanted the criminal chief here. And they're not here. But how does these numbers compare to previous year numbers?
They are not far out of line. And one thing that my criminal chiefs have relayed to me is that this year they felt that they were mainly moving more cases than they were getting in, which meant that they were working quite hard to clear backlog, which is the way the cases should go. Because right now, as you can see, the numbers are huge. When you add the two districts together, you've got a lot of cases. And it's in a court system that's having a very hard time handling that because we have a limited number of judges.
So I see your cases on St. Croix, 678 active.
Yes.
334 opened, and 370 were resolved. I wanted your criminal chiefs here to let me know how many cases of the new, based on new criminal cases, how many have they filed motions on for detention or otherwise objected to the release of a defendant. And I'm asking these questions because I know that our police officers, our law enforcement officers are growing frustrated when they sit in a courtroom and those that do what they're supposed to do and our defense, not our defense, but our prosecutors are not standing up to what they're supposed to be doing. I don't believe that you could tell me how many motions have been filed for detention of those new cases. I would need the criminal chiefs to be here. But I have been following the advisor rights and arraignment hearings whenever I can. And I've been doing this at least from last April. And there's some cases that I'm truly disappointed in. I mean, I almost mashed up my laptop computer trying to see if the AG could hear me through the laptop. Now the chiefs are not here. I can't even ask on the backlogs now. Are you aware if we have any detainees in detention at this time awaiting trial that's been in excess of 6 months?
I personally do not know the exact times. The detention issue is a complex one, though. Under the pretrial detention statute, if the judge detains under that statute, then the case has to go to trial within 90 days.
So you know that's not happening.
And no, it's not happening at all. And the reason it's not happening, and by the way, if the case doesn't go to trial within the 90 days, then it has to get dismissed. That's what the court does. So that puts us in an impossible situation. If there's any case, for instance, that requires forensics,
what do you see as a reasonable time frame for a felony case to move forward, or even a misdemeanor case?
Okay. I would like to see felony cases move forward within 6 months, charging the trial. Here, it's hit and miss.
And so what are you doing to see this through?
Here, the problem is multifold. A big problem is the court itself. And I'm not blaming the court. I'm explaining the problem the court's having, and that is that it has a finite number of judges, basically 4 judges, on St. Croix and pretty much the same on St. Thomas that are actually can handle the criminal load. They're also having to handle the civil load and family load, all kinds of other cases. And so it's just physically not possible for the court to process cases that fast. And so we do get cases that back up tremendously. As I see it, one thing that I can do, and this is one of the programs I've been putting into place, to try to help this backlog, is to have the prosecutors look at their caseloads, figure out which ones are serious felonies, which ones are repeat offenders, which ones are the violent crimes, and then see if there are ways to move out the lesser offenses, the more minor offenses, the first-time offenders who are not committing violent crimes. See if they can be put into programs, diversion programs, so that they can get anger management, so they can get drug rehabilitation or whatever it might be. And by doing that, you're helping to clear dockets so that the court can then get to those serious major offenders.
So before I open the floor to my colleagues, since you spoke to kids again, just telling me 370 cases were resolved.
Yes.
That's not telling me how they were resolved. In the last few new cases that you had, were any of them murder trials?
I do not think any actually ended up through in trial. Most ended up in pleas. I believe we mentioned just recently, the most recent one was on St. Croix, and that ended up as a plea to a homicide. The bulk of cases in our office, as well as with Attorney General's offices across the country, are resolved through plea.
I'm going to open up the floor to my colleagues who are here. Some had to split themselves to go down to WAPA and then return. But before I open up to Senator Bolkes, I just want you to know again, I mean, listen, I'm following this. You had a very good case here in the District of St. Thomas where it's a murder case. Officers came up on the scene, was able to arrest the perpetrators, guns recovered, etc. And you guys just pled this case down to a manslaughter. And you had witnesses that came forward. We just discussed a bill about children's rights and protection of witnesses and whatnot. We got to protect everybody. Why would we allow for witnesses to come forward and we're going to plead from a murder one with guns recovered, witness testimony come forward, forensic evidence, everything, and we're going to go to court and allow a plea? That's laziness. I can't say no other. But as I reviewed that, I mean, it just touched me in the core. And I could only imagine the families that have to look for this, looking forward for justice, and this is the best that we can do.
My response would be, I'm not familiar with that case. I suspect it happened before I was here as the
Yes, it was.
Attorney General. I was an assistant United States attorney in Washington, D.C. for some 6 years. I prosecuted major cases in our country's capital. And I was known as a very strong and ferocious prosecutor, and ultimately was made Executive Assistant United States Attorney for Washington, D.C. because of that. So I've been very strong on law enforcement. I want to see the best out of the prosecutors that I work with. And that's what I'm dedicated to. I've been in this job for a little under 4 months, and I meet constantly with my staff, with the police, with all the law enforcement people, and I'm trying to make it work and make it work as well as I can in a system that is just swamped. And I don't know what else to say about that, except that if there have been transgressions in the past, I'm sorry about that.
These are just things that I want you to look at, all right? And later on, we'll discuss the public corruption bill you made mention of, and I need to know who you've sent your recommended changes to. But for no further delay, I'm going to move to Senator Bulkis. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon again to the Acting Attorney General, Rhea, and supporting staff. Let's talk about swamped. What was it? The term that you used? Swamp. The system is swamped.
Swamp. Yes.
Swamped. Yeah. So let's talk about that a little bit, and that really equates to case management and some of the technological upgrades that you were referring to in your testimony. You mentioned that the criminal division is handling a significant caseload, 678 active cases, but you only have 18 prosecutors. That equates to about 37 cases per prosecutor, and we're in September, so I can only imagine how many other cases they had on top of that at the beginning of the year. What steps are you taking to try to cut back on that or ensure that each of these cases actually gets the attention that it truly deserves? Because, you know, I don't understand the spectrum of the types of cases that they're handling, but I'm sure some require more attention than others.
Yes. And what I've asked the individual prosecutors to do, and the division chiefs are helping me with this, is to look back through their caseloads. Take a look particularly at those older cases, the ones that are now a year old, 2 years old, whatever, determine whether or not they're still triable and viable cases. Are the witnesses still around? Can they be found? Or are these cases that just simply are sitting there in a system that get called for calendar calls where no one's ready to do anything with them? I want them to identify those cases and then determine what a appropriate disposition would be. Some of those cases, if there are no witnesses left and it cannot be tried, should be dismissed. Cases in which there is some witnesses have disappeared, the cases become extremely weak. There may be some kind of a plea that can be entered into that will serve at least some part of justice, and that reduces caseload and enables the prosecutors then to really focus on the violent cases, the cases involving repeat offenders, and to really basically focus their resources.
You indicated dismissing cases, but that doesn't necessarily equate to a win for the Department of Justice if a case is dismissed, depending on the nature of the case. But I do understand what you're trying to say.
It depends on what you mean by a win. Obviously, if a case no longer has witnesses, you can't take it to a courtroom. You can't do anything with it. That's the end of it.
Depending on the nature of the case, you know, what happened and what transpired, who got hurt or killed or whatever, then, you know, it's different. So I'm not arguing with you. I'm just putting my perspective on the record. You also mentioned that ideally you wanted to have more prosecutors in the sense of more assistant attorney generals. You have 18 prosecutors currently. Ideally, what does that number look like? For you to be in a space where you're actually prosecuting cases and having them flow through the system in a sense of the Department of Justice, so that we can see cases tried on and have whatever outcomes the judge decides.
Right. The ideal number would be 2 prosecutors per courtroom. Two. And that way, whoever's in trial, the other one's getting ready for the next trial. And if it takes 2 prosecutors to handle a case, and some are complex enough that they do, then again, the 2 prosecutors helps. If it's just simply 1 prosecutor assigned to a courtroom, that person is going to be swamped. And that's what we have in some circumstances. 7 new prosecutors could take care of that deficiency, and we could have all courtrooms covered by 2 prosecutors. That also is sort of a standard across the country. I've talked with the experts at the National Association of Attorney Generals, and that's what they also recommend. And my line prosecutors on both St. Croix and St. Thomas are pleading with me to see if I can get it to there.
Okay, noted. And you discussed the urgent need for modern case management systems to replace all the paper files in your testimony. And I was wondering, how are the current paper-based systems actually what is the processing time of the paper processing system? I know obviously we go electronic, it's going to be a lot faster. And what are the risks of having that in place still for the department versus going into the electronic paper?
Right. Yeah, the system that we have now, there are some electronic components, but a lot of it is paper files. And I've spent a lot of time going around talking with the different attorneys as to how they handle their cases and what they're doing. And they're having to work with a lot of impediments. When you're dealing with a lot of things being done in paper files, a lot of notes are being done handwritten, which maybe the person taking the notes can read, but nobody else can. And files get lost. All of that's been happening. And also, there's no good alert system that basically alerts the attorney in 5 days, this motion's due in that case, et cetera, et cetera. When you're dealing with large caseloads, that's critical.
What is the price tag connected with such an endeavor?
The price tag, and again, my financial expert over here can give it in some detail, but we've been working with a company. We looked at a series of them and found one that looks like it can do the job best, and it's going to put in place, or help us put in place, a modern case management system. And it has to be tailored to a lot of different departments, because you can imagine each division within the Justice Department has different needs. Civil division has some different needs than criminal, et cetera. And we're in the process of doing all of that. I'm working with the head of our IT department, Barrett Stridiron, to get that done. And as far as the exact numbers, if I could just have my CFO tell you.
Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. The cost of the case management system is $690,000.
And that is to be implemented territorial-wide?
Yes.
Yes.
$690,000 to implement. Is there another figure concerning maintenance, in the sense of having it being operational and providing all of the amenities that you're looking for in a case management system? Have they provided that number to you as well? If not, then you can always...
Yeah, I'll get that figure for you, Senator.
Yeah, just so that we can generally see what would be spent every fiscal year to maintain and upkeep the actual case management system for our edification. You mentioned a lot of the different divisions within the Department of Justice, and one of them that I'm particularly very interested in is what you considered your white-collar crime division. I happen to believe that white-collar crime has grown or grown into a... You ever seen that movie Gremlins, when they had a little thing, you throw water and then it turned it into the gremlin?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. You old school, I'm sure you watched that movie. But I happen to believe that white-collar crime has now become cyber crimes.
Right.
But due to the nature of what a white-collar crime is and what we understand cyber crimes to be now today. And I proposed to the previous, your predecessors, it never got pro forma or anything, but establishing a cyber crimes division within the Department of Justice to work with the VIPD and all of the other entities that deal with what is considered to be white-collar crimes. And I'm curious to know, what are your thoughts about where the white-collar crime division is now, if in fact it needs to be beefed up, or in addition to the fact, in addition to that, also handle what is now considered to be cyber crimes and the nature of them?
Yes. The division, and again, as I met it when I came in a few months ago as the Attorney General nominee, we have a head of that division, Patricia Lynn Pryor. She is excellent. She actually was been a Attorney General herself in the States, and is quite good. But she has no Assistant Attorney Generals within her division. She's been loaned an Assistant Attorney General on St. Thomas who can help some, but that's it. she is focusing heavily on cybercrime because, as you said, that's a big piece of it. Because of this manpower shortage, and also we don't have any good data analysts in the office. That's, again, as I mentioned, we need some people like that. We need some forensic analysts because so much of the cybercrime work deals with obviously cell phone data, computer data, all of that. And we don't have people within the office who can do that analysis. On those kinds of offenses, what I've been trying to do, and Attorney Pryor is working with me on it, is to cooperate with the U.S. Attorney's Office, which has superb forensic capabilities and can do a lot of that forensic analysis for us and with us. And one of my goals has been I've met several times with Delia Smith, the U.S. Attorney, and I've met with her criminal chief, and we're in talks with them. They're looking at some cases right now that we're handling so that we can take advantage of not only their expertise in that area and get our people trained in it, but also get the benefit of a lot of the forensic analysis that we can get through the federal system. Also, that's an extremely expensive workup, and by partnering with the U.S. Attorney's Office, we're able to avoid that expense. Because that's all done by federal agents, and so we're saving basically hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, by doing it that way. So that's again, we're having to make different types of accommodations to try to get things done with a limited number of people and with a lack of resources. This IT system also is going to help a whole lot as it's getting modernized, because those cases are very complex. The data is very complex. We'll now be able to house it a lot better.
Yeah, most definitely, and there is no doubt in what you do with the Department of Justice. Maintaining the balance between civility and, of course, crimes.
Yes.
I don't know if my time was called, but before it is, let's switch gears over to the morgue.
Yes.
I understand that there's a modular morgue on St. Croix that has been stored at the Port Authority dock for over a year and has sustained damage from Ernesto, if not any other sort of tropical wave or storm.
Right.
What caused this delay, in a sense of why has it been sitting there for over a year, and why wasn't it relocated sooner from the Port Authority facility to somewhere that would be a more adequate or safe for it to be stored?
Yeah, that's a question I asked when I came into my present job about a little under 4 months ago. Why is there no good morgue system going? That morgue, modular morgue, mobile morgue, has been left there at the docks because at this stage there really is no other place to put it. It has to be taken to a place that's secure and that's going to be usable.
I mean, you're already sorry to cut you off, but you're already experiencing logistical challenges because you have to bring them over to the other district to conduct whatever and then go back. So I would assume that should have been a priority to get that, stabilized and up and running.
Right.
So I'm hoping that is your intent moving forward, and I don't want to continue to abuse my time. But you can answer on the chair's time, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I would just say, to answer your question, I too was surprised at this whole situation when it came in and had to deal with it. The way that I've been dealing with it is to talk with places where we might be able to relocate that mobile morgue. And I'm happy to say that it looks like we're putting a deal together with DOH, the Department of Health. There's a location that we found. It's one that's secure also. It's where they're doing some new Department of Health construction work. And we're actually going to go out there and visit it later this week or next week to make final decisions on it. So I think that may well get solved quickly. We've also ordered all of the repair parts, once I found out there'd been damage to that morgue system, to get the repairs all done. So that is on the way to getting finished. We also have an MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding, with the local hospital there, the DFL hospital. And I've been in constant communication with them. They've had some problems with their contractor, some issues in getting their autopsy suite back online. But our deal is that as soon as, if that's done before we can get the mobile morgue operational, then we'll be able to use that. So we're trying to get I'm trying to plug all the holes. And I have to say that at this stage, they still aren't all plugged, because we still do have to send bodies to be examined by medical examiners from St. Croix to St. Thomas, where our facility is operational, up and going.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Before I go to Senator Johnson, so you spoke to three things. Let me ask quickly. So you don't currently have a case management system?
We have an antiquated case management system. A lot of it's paper.
Is it being used?
Yes, what we have is being used. As I say, it's antiquated. It doesn't have an alert system that tells attorneys, 5 days until this has to happen, 3 days till this has to happen. It also...
So how long has this been, what's the term you just used? Outdated. How long
outdated?
Has it been antiquated?
Well, from my experience, most attorney general's offices, governmental offices...
No. Not your experience. How long has this one been outdated?
Well, since computers were really going strongly, so I'd say it's been outdated at least since the mid-'80s.
The one that you have?
Yes. Right, yeah.
CFO, what type of case management system you currently have? And see why the need for the IT person to be here to let me know what's going on? Because now I need to know what case management system you had, when was this procured, and why we didn't update it before.
It was procured almost over 10 years ago. As soon as Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer, as soon as I could remember the name, Senator, I'll give it to you.
So it was procured over 10 years ago, but I mean, the AG nominee telling me something about the 80s.
The one that was procured apparently was just partial, because all of the attorneys that I've talked with and see what they're doing are still doing a lot of paper files. And there are virtually no law offices in the country that do that anymore. So that's what I call outdated.
So who do you have involved in trying to get this new case management system together? We got to do better in tracking.
The main person that's putting it together is the head of our IT department.
Who is the head of the IT department?
Barrett Stridiron.
Say that again?
Barrett Stridiron.
Stridiron.
Yes.
Okay. What's the first name?
Barrett.
Spell that for me.
I believe it's Barrett.
B-A-R-I?
Barrett, I believe is how he spells it.
Okay. And the senator also asked about the white collar crime unit. This body moves some monies for you guys to beef up the white collar crime unit. And the last update we got just some months ago, there was no movement on hiring anyone else for this office. What's the status on the white collar crime unit? Because I don't see where we're taking this serious.
Our HR director has been doing a fantastic job.
Who's not here as well?
She's not here, no. She's been doing a very good job, and we've brought in We just brought in 3 new attorneys, as well as some support staff, and they're being sent to the divisions that are in the worst shape. And one of them is going to be going to our Solicitor General's office, which does massive loads with only 2 lawyers. And at the top of the list also, to get replenished, is going to be that white-collar unit. Again, I admit it, when I came in a few months ago with one attorney, I've been spending a lot of time talking with her, and we've come up with some plans. We've come up with trying to do stopgap measures by working with the U.S. Attorney's Office in conjunction, and as soon as we get people in who have the expertise in the white-collar work, we're gonna send them there.
All right. I'll move to Senator Johnson at this time for his line of questioning, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. I want to start off right where you just left off. You say you brought in 3 new attorneys.
Yes, I believe it's 3.
And when you use that term that you brought in 3, you're meaning that you brought in 3 out of the territory, or 3 folks that was in the territory is now hired?
These are 3 new hires, right?
From where?
I may confer with my
That's why the HR director should have been here, and I'm going to keep noting when someone is absent.
I wish I had been informed to bring these people here, because there's nothing that I was given that asked for.
My time is running here. Right now, you don't know if those 3 attorneys are local attorney or 3 attorneys that you brought from the mainland. Are you saying that?
Yeah, I do not know where they're originally from.
Let me try to get by here somehow today. Are you aware that with the temporary morgue, that X amount of dollars, and maybe your CFO might be able to help us here, was already expended in preparing the ground for this morgue? What was the cost of the expenditure preparing for this morgue on the island of St. Croix?
Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. It was about $1.2 million.
Wait. Help me out here.
Purchasing the mobile unit.
No. My question is, how much was expended preparing the ground to put the morgue in its place, which is by the old Toro building?
Oh, sorry.
You get me scared here, because
No.
if we really throw $1 million, we got a lot of money to waste. But nevertheless, once you look for that, some money was expended here.
Yes.
And I don't know how we got as far as we got, placing that morgue there just in the wrong place to start with.
Mm-hmm.
You have businesses right around there. You got the supermarket, got the gas station, you got the banks, and this morgue, restaurants, and this morgue was right like on Main Street. I don't know who come up with the idea to put that morgue there, but I just want to know how much money we already wasted.
Right.
And it sounds from what he said that the entire thing cost us $1 million. I think we're going to lose that entire $1 million. Because from your testimony, with the morgue staying where it was, it received some damages, either from the storm or just from being out there in the elements.
Mm-hmm.
So it seemed like it's like a loss. We're losing $1 million. Now, you started out and you spoke about your budget, and you say your budget is 5.59% less than the department FYY 24. When you came to your budget hearing, did you explain that, and did you ask for more?
I explained that.
Did you ask for more money?
No.
And this is the problem I have with any commissioner, any director, any head of an agency. When they come to the budget hearing and you're telling me that this is not enough, you should be able to defend the amount of money you need to run this agency right. Because if you're going to accept it, then you're accepting to fail. Let them say no. Let them say we can't find the money. But when you as a leader saying to me today now that you're 5.59% less the cost that it needs to run this agency that everyone is complaining about, then you're setting up yourself for failure because you're starting off short. Is it fair for me to say that?
I'll explain what my testimony was about.
Please.
I was given, we had the numbers that Government House had allocated to our running of our department. And my task was obviously to justify that we were entitled at least to those numbers.
You see?
And that's what I did. That's what I was informed I should do, and that's what I did. As far as the morgue is concerned, I don't know why the Toro building site was selected and put into shape to receive a morgue. I don't even know if that's been completed. But
1 minute.
I agree with you, it's a bad site. And that's why I've been talking with the Department of Health about this other site. The amount that was spent, though, by my predecessors in preparing or partially preparing a site near the Toro building was not up in the $1 million range.
No. He
I'm
said
sure.
the total cost would be $1 million if it's completion.
Right, and most of that price is what it costs to actually get the mobile morgue, and that mobile morgue we still have, and it's going to be on this other side at the Department of Health. So
What are you doing right now to reduce the backlog of cases? Because a couple of times when we visit the facility, the Golden Grove facility, John A. Bell facility, we have spoken to detainees who've been in there up to as much as 10 years. And I could bet right now, I'm willing to wager right now that we have folks in there with over 7 years waiting a hearing. What is being done, and what are your plans to reduce this backlog?
let me first just make clear that we can only play a small part in all of that because the backlog is so bad because the court system is so backed up with cases that the court can't get to them. There's a massive volume. I'm trying to reduce the volume of our cases, as I mentioned, by first having everyone look at the old cases, see which ones are even still prosecutable, take a look at which ones would be best taken care of through diversion programs or other types of dispositions. And take a look at which ones are obviously the serious major offenders, and that's where we should be putting our energy into. Hopefully, by cutting back our volume, it's going to help cut back the court's volume, and that'll enable the court to be able to get these others to trial.
I'm going to wrap up by pretty much putting my personal feelings on the Attorney General office. And it's come from my personal experience. My brother lost his son by a drunk driver. And the government couldn't even defend that case. The government couldn't even defend that case. And I'm not asking for the drunk driver to be killed. I was just asking for him to be dealt his fair share of prosecution. And the case was dismissed. A drunk driver. If we can't prosecute a drunk driver, I don't know what else we're going to prosecute. And if I speak about my nephew, I'll just break apart. Because from the time he enters the school, he's been an A student. He's been an honor student. Basically going to college and doing his own little part-time job. And a drunk driver took his life. And the case was dismissed because the government was not prepared to prosecute. So I have a lot of deep, hard feelings that bubbles every day that we're not getting our fair representation from the office that you now choose to head. And criminals are walking among us every day. You know, you might go in the grocery store and somebody say hi to you and you don't know that man is even a murderer. It's just a little too far gone. And that's why I'm a little disappointed that when the governor tell you that, well, this is how much we could do, you're taking on a job that I think you know has lots and lots of problems. And you should stand up and say, Governor, I can take this job, but I'm going to need these resources. The job cannot be accomplished and completed the way you might want to do it. I worked in the district court. You're a very reputable attorney. Prosecute a lot of big, heavy hit case. You're not no lightweight, but you don't just lower your standard just for a job. You have to tell them, call a spade a spade. If I go to a job and I don't like what they're paying, I'm not taking the job. I had my own little business. I've walked away from jobs because I wasn't being compensated properly. We don't just take a job because we want it. We want to take a job because we want to do it right. And the AG office right now holds the key to this territory of whether we're going to sail or sink. Because if the criminal element continue running our territory, tourism or nobody will want to come and be a part of it. And if we don't capture those few that are doing it and prosecute them, we're not going any place. You have some numbers for me?
Yes, Senator. Kai Christopher, Chief Financial. It costs $2,454 for the GOC.
But for the
GOC to prepare the ground.
Impossible. But thank you. I just built a little 13 by 13 square foot thing on my property storage, and it cost me nearly $6,000. Thank you very much. Impossible.
If I could just respond to your last
you may.
question. First, my heart goes out to you, respect to your loss. And I have to say, having been in the criminal justice business for a very long time, I've seen a lot of people with horrendous loss. And when I was asked by the governor to become the Attorney General, I had to think about it for a long time. And I decided, even though there are huge difficulties, massive difficulties, I would try it. I would want to do it because I felt that I had a background as a prosecutor, as a defense attorney, and as someone who'd managed prosecuting officers before, that I had a background that I could step into a rough situation and hopefully right it. And I feel like the Justice Department, the AG's office, is going in a good direction. It's going to take a little while. There's a lot of pieces to put together. My days are solid. And like I tell people, I have 4 or 5 crises every day. And what you're telling me, I've heard from other people as well. And I take it to heart. And all I can do is assure you that I am trying to bring all of my knowledge, background, to the best of my ability to get the job done and get the job done right. And I'm open to any ideas. So as they evolve, I'm listening to all the questions that are here today.
One second, the mic went out. You might have hit something. But thank you for your response. And, that was also one of the cases that I was following. And basically the judge even said all the government did was prove that an accident occurred. We need the assistant attorney generals to be better prepared when they go forward with these cases. Again, to the officers' defense, when they have gone out and done the homework and bring the cases forward, they expect that the attorney general's office will be there to defend the facts of the case that they brought forward. I'm going to be frank with you. As a young detective, I used to prefer taking my cases to the U.S. Attorney's Office versus the AG's office. Because when I present a folder and I said, hey, I'm ready, I have A to Z, the Attorney General's office, the local Attorney General's office will go over it and say, you don't have enough. Go back and come again. That's it. The U.S. Attorney's office will go through it and go through it with me and then say, you said you had everything, but you're missing L, M, and O. Go back and get those and come back. That's a better way of working together with the investigating officer so that they can go out, get exactly what you need, come back, and proceed.
Absolutely, I agree completely. And we're trying to do exactly that. I've had meetings with the prosecutors. We've gone through those very issues. I've talked with police chiefs, the commissioners, and have actually put together meetings in our conference room with the prosecutors and the case managers from the police department.
I'm telling you, though, the plea bargains or the plea deals that I'm seeing, I don't know what to say about our Department of Justice. I'll move to Senator Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. One of the things that I get asked a lot from residents and constituents is, if there's an Inspector General report generated, what is usually the procedure if there are elements within that report that is referred to the AG's office for potential prosecution? How do you guys look at that data and information and make a decision as to whether to move forward or not?
I could refer that one over to my deputy, Chief Appleton. Mr. Appleton, by the way, on the St. Croix side, has been a criminal defense attorney and prosecutor for many, many years, and works closely with the criminal division.
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. So when a report comes in, it will be directed to the criminal division chief, who will evaluate the case. And if it needs additional follow-up, we'll be in touch with law enforcement. It's an interactive procedure. Sometimes it takes time, sometimes it's shorter rather than others, but that decision will be made by the criminal chief, and then it would be actually initiated into the system, whether we're doing it in a felony matter for an information or complaint.
So it's limited to one person potentially taking that report and making a decision whether or not there are elements in there that should move forward for prosecution or not.
Right. As to, and I believe this is territory-wide, it's the criminal chief that evaluates the reports or the referrals. And that criminal chief will then make the determination whether we move forward with prosecution. Once we do that, once an information is filed, when it goes through advice of rights, et cetera, after arraignment, it will then be assigned to a particular attorney, depending on which judge is assigned.
Okay.
When it comes out of magistrate.
Quick question. You do know we have a sexual registry here, throughout the U.S. One of the things the public has been tossing out there, and I even question it myself, do you think that we should have a murder registry? Is that something that is even open as an option? That we look at sexual crimes as heinous and we need to track these individuals and to monitor to see what they're doing. But people that take people's lives, we don't have a registry for that. Is that something that you see in the future, or something that you don't think our society is even willing to entertain?
Well, no, we don't have a murder registry. You're correct. But assuming they've been found adjudicated guilty of committing that crime, then they're going to be obviously incarcerated for a period of time, and then they'll be on some kind of parole that'll run for yet a
Well,
longer
sexual
period.
offenders could be on parole as well, but we have a registry for them.
Right.
So I'm talking about actually creating one. What are your thoughts on that?
That's a new thought for me. Let me ponder it. And I just don't want to. I don't want to talk off the cuff.
No, that's fine. Listen, I asked overall questions.
No, this is good. I mean,
and even for myself, my colleague was speaking about their family member getting killed, and they personally don't feel that they got justice because of how it went down. With my situation, my brother was murdered in 2010, and he is still one of the unsolved murders in this territory. And it's something that stays with you, because when you just don't know, you don't know what happened, what the outcome was. And to know that that person was part of your life for 30 something years, and all of a sudden it's just gone, but you don't have any closure whatsoever because there's nothing happening on the other end. And when I had conversations with the detectives, there was a little bit of back and forth with the police department and the AG's office, because at one point the detectives would share that they referred it to the AG's office. They had suspects. Documents were to be placed for arrest, and then somebody told them to back off of it. Then I heard, street justice was done. Like it's like you hear all these things, but there's never any closure.
1 minute
for the family members. How do you think as a society we should do a much better job with communicating with family, especially when something has been placed in the lap, whether through the AG's office or our department, but here I am living 14 years later and I have no clue?
No, I agree. Communication is critical. People need to talk, and it seems to me that victims, obviously the police are the ones that investigate. And then once police have investigated, if they determine that it looks like there's enough to bring a case, they'll bring it to the Attorney General's office, and then the prosecutor will look at it. And if the prosecutor declines it, my personal belief is prosecutors should be ready to speak with the family and explain that decision. I favor that.
Well, imagine you have a senator that has no idea, like literally knows nothing. So imagine the other residents in this territory that have lost family members. So I think between the department and even your office, we need to strengthen that aspect of communication when you have so many victims here in this territory, especially those dealing with unsolved situations where there's no resolution and there's no communication with them whatsoever.
Right.
But I heard my time was called, and I do appreciate your candid answers, and I will continue to listen.
And I agree with your concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before your point of information, Senator Johnson, the previous speaker just asked a question, and based on the response from the assistant attorney, the deputy assistant, you stated that the criminal chief reviews these cases as they come in and make the determination for prosecution, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, as you explained, what seems to be lacking to me is an immediate discussion with the arresting officer. Try to guide me from right there. What happens when the officer brings in their case folder to be reviewed? Are these cases being immediately reviewed, or they're just being logged in, the officer leaves, and await a call back from your office?
Okay. There are different approaches that we've used, and this was something that we made a concerted effort to respond to VIPD input and concerns.
And I tell you what, so we could be succinct and cut it short, tell me about your felonious cases. What's the process?
Okay, it can either come in based on a referral where we're going to be interacting in a warrant situation, or it can be...
No, forget the warrant. I just arrested someone on murder charges. I have my case folder, I'm coming in to file.
Right.
What happens?
Okay. If they come into the office, it will go through our DOJ intake system, which that individual will sit with the officer. There are DOJ checklists, then there's also checklists on VIPD's side. Basically, we compare the file. What are you bringing to us? Is there anything right at the first pass that we can identify that needs, for example, is there body cam footage within this? Is there outstanding DNA testing that's not done for other forensic issues? So where are we in the process, and are we ready to take that file and move it on to the criminal chief for filing of information or complaint or
So,
felony.
so the officer has everything. You did that intake process. Then what?
If the officer has everything, it should be filed and go right into the system. And it should be very quick. Now, what we did do is implement a database to where we track all of these from the time they come into DOJ, the day that they go into intake, and then the response time. And I periodically check, one with the criminal chief, and then also what's happening more and more, which I think is a good thing, is that the officers follow up, they copy their supervisors, they also include me on those emails. So it's a check, kind of a backlog check, where if I feel that things are taking too long, I can then ask for an explanation by the criminal chief and try to facilitate a rapid response.
So besides intake, does the officer get to speak with the criminal chief before they walk out that door?
They have an option. They could meet with the criminal chief personally. What we've initiated as well is that the criminal chief now goes, I believe it's Thursday or Fridays, to the VIPD facilities to make herself available to any officer that would like to have additional discussion on that. And then, of course, this is an ongoing discussion. The criminal chief will do that, but once it's initiated, one of the first things that happens is the AAG that's assigned to the case, one of their mandated responsibilities is to immediately reach out to the case agent. I'm the person on the case. This is what I'm seeing here. Let's meet. Another suggestion is that we're trying to get right out to the crime scene to really initiate more of an interactive and cooperative nature, bringing these forward from step one.
Okay. You know, this is why I want to talk to the folks that's directly responsible. Because I'm asking these questions, but I'm also talking with officers with their experience with the Attorney General's office. And I'm just asking about the simple filing of a case. And I'm still not comfortable in the process that you're explaining to me, why I could see at times some cases are sitting. And what's truly concerning, which we haven't even touched, is the wait time that some of these officers have to wait for even an arrest warrant. We got to do better. We got to bridge that gap. But I'm not comfortable with the response. What takes place when I go in with a case folder to file a felony case? I should be able to speak with an attorney immediately. And again, the process that I explained earlier, if I'm missing something or if you want me to go back and get something else, you should tell me that immediately. Don't allow the case to get so cold that it just gets frozen. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I sit here and just recollecting going to the court with my nephew. And I sat in district court for about 12, 15 years. I can introduce an expert witness. And the attorney could not introduce a police officer that has some 25 years as an expert witness and got him on the stand because she couldn't introduce him. She couldn't question him in his line of field, in his line of expertise, in his years of training. She couldn't do these simple things that I, a layman, can do. And I only sit in court and saw how an expert witness is being introduced. The Attorney General, the attorney who was representing my nephew, couldn't introduce an officer with some 20-odd plus years of experience from his training, his going to training, his expertise in traffic accident. She couldn't even do that. That's very, very disappointing. Never go to law school. Only sat in a courtroom. And from my sitting in the courtroom, I saw how an expert witness is being introduced for the judge to accept them as an expert witness and put them on the stand to testify, and the attorney couldn't do that. I just wanted to bring that on the record.
No,
Because that's what I experienced sitting in court.
Thank you. And what I have done, just to let you know, is I've been in communication with the National Association of Attorney Generals. They have fantastic training programs. They're actually going to start one of them for us in about 3 weeks. And next year, they'll be able to bring people down and do training. So I want to get our entire staff of civil and criminal lawyers totally trained and up to speed in evidence, in introducing witnesses, in making opening arguments, closing arguments, the whole thing. And the good thing about the National Association of Attorney Generals is the trainers that they send down are free. So they're not going to cost us a penny.
I appreciate hearing all of that, right? And all respect due Gordon Ray, Attorney Gordon Ray.
Thank you.
Attorney can't do that. They don't need to be in the office walking.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And I understand exactly what he's saying, hence why the judge made the comment that they made during that particular case. But also, in your responses, AG, don't forget to speak directly into the mic because the stenographer is remotely and they need to be able to hear you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. AG, do you do telephonic warrants, or is that a thing of the past? Would the officer could call over the phone and,
Yes.
and you call the judge? You're still doing telephonic warrants?
Yes, we do, but I'll let our Attorney Appleton give you some details on that. But yes, we do.
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. Yes, that option is available. It's my understanding for the most part, there's one or two magistrates that are always available for that.
Okay.
But it is an option for law enforcement.
Okay, and have you used it recently? Or
I have
is
seen
it a
it
practice
used.
that used by the Attorney General's office? Because I did it as a police, but do you do it as a practice of the Attorney General's office?
Well, it would be more in the field from
Police.
VIPD.
Okay,
But
right.
yes, I have seen it used several times, and they're
Okay.
very capable of doing it.
Okay, does the Attorney General office do any collaborations with the Vernon Police Department through Teams or Zoom? This other, access, rather than if I can't be there physically, can I come? We have set up a Teams meeting, we set up a Zoom meeting to even follow up on cases and stuff. Is that being done?
Yes, Senator, it is
Okay.
being done, and there's been a concerted effort for that, especially
Okay.
since Attorney General nominee Ray has been in the office. He has taken a very aggressive approach to that, and I think it's been very effective.
Okay, that's good news to hear. Now, what is your ratio of, your Attorney General, Assistant Attorney Generals are unionized employees? Based on the union contracts, does that pose any issue in terms of some of the caseload or anything? Are they mandated by the union contracts to have X amount of cases open or anything like that?
I don't believe under the collective bargaining agreement that is an issue. As a prosecutor, there's always an ethical consideration to that. I don't believe we're near that threshold. But basically, to answer your question on point of it, it's more of a salary consideration for that, for the unionized attorneys.
Okay, so is the salary worth coming, worth working for? Is the salary worth it to be an attorney general?
Senator, yes, it is, absolutely. I can tell you when I first came down from stateside, one of the attractive things of working down here, among many other things, was that salary. I believe it's on par, if not above, what you would find for similarly situated assistant attorney generals
That's good to
stateside.
hear. That's very good to hear. So, what is more or less the starting salary of an attorney general now?
Senator, it is normally, it's a tiered system, and a lot of it depends on years barred and experience. But for someone that has been barred, say, for 15 years stateside, and they come down, I believe, I want to say the starting salary is in the neighborhood of $127,000 a year, and it is tiered up over the course of 2-3 years I believe, in this current collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, and so that's good to hear. One department have good salary. So
Thanks to us, we
Say
increased
again?
it.
yeah, I know. Yeah, we increased it as a part of the collective bargaining agreement. Now, the AG office have its issues like anybody else. However, does the Attorney General office have a collaboration with the police department where there's a long backlog of cases? I've been in police for 26 years. We go according to the law. We arrest people based on what the law is, facts and circumstances. Now, do you presently have, what are the 3 or 4 mandates that an officer has for a felonious case to bring for prosecution? Do you put out a checklist for them? Mandates, they have to have the arrest report, the court proceedings. Is that put out?
Yes, Senator,
Okay.
there is a checklist, both internally from VIPD and from DOJ's side. And then we also have a very efficient liaison that is in DOJ and serves as a conduit for communication back and forth. So if there's any issue with the AAG not being able to get in contact with the case agent, whatever, that the VIPD liaison is very effective in following up on those requests.
So is there any training with the Attorney General, the police department? We had Attorney Generals that rode along with police. Do you still do that kind of program?
That is something that Attorney General nominee Rea has already begun discussions with VIPD, and that, since I have been here over a 3-year period, it hasn't been something that I've seen happen, but it's been something that we've talked about very recently, and with the increased communication with VIPD and their feedback and willingness to do that as well, that is something that I see happening almost immediately.
Okay, so basically, it'd be fair to say there was a disconnect. Now we're trying to reconnect with VIPD in particular?
1 minute.
I think that would be a fair assessment, and I would just stress that from both sides, from the meetings I've been a part of, there's been a real genuine commitment to making this work. Because ultimately, we are on the same side, and we do want the same results. We want to keep this community safe.
Okay, and then your attorneys, courtroom, how can I say, courtroom demeanor, courtroom decorum, all of that. Is there training specific for that? When to ask for your different motion, when to object, when to push a case, is there training in that aspect?
That's what we're setting, that's what I'm putting into place through the National Association of Attorney Generals. It's exactly that kind of training.
Okay, good.
Trial technique training.
And how often do attorneys have to recertify to keep being barred? Is it the annual recertification, and what is that process for them to go to?
Well, I mean, I've been a member of the bar for a little over 40 years here.
Okay.
And basically,
Time.
After passing the bar and being made an attorney, then the only thing that happens every year is you pay your dues. And so the bar doesn't really make you take any new additional tests or anything like that. You also, though, have to have a certain number of CLEs, which are continuing legal education requirements. I think at this point it's about 12 a year. And there are conferences and other things that you can go to get those requirements. And we all have to meet that. If we don't, then we can be suspended.
Okay, so in closing, Mr. Chair, so all your attorneys have that up to date where they are allowed. When you have this large caseload, am I allowed to go to a conference to get in my 12 CLEs per year? Is that feasible for all your attorneys?
Well, a lot of those are done here in the islands. The Virgin Islands Bar puts on CLE, and you can actually get all 12 here. You can also get them from other places, but you're right, you can't just be running around the country getting CLE.
Okay, thank you, Attorney General. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we're not, up to a couple of years ago, our assistant attorney generals weren't making any money. And we made sure that we provided funding so that we can retain our attorneys. But we need to see that work is being done. Now, with regards to the assistant attorney generals, are all of them barred or regularly admitted to practice law here in the Virgin Islands?
You could explain the setup for that, yeah.
In short, to your question, Chairman Gittens, yes, they are. There's a tiered process. Before you can even begin to step foot in court here, you have to be at least specially admitted. Now, so when an applicant reaches out, there's an initial background, there's a quite extensive paperwork that goes into it, and it's submitted.
So are they specially admitted just under the Attorney General, or there was something else put in place?
Yes, when an applicant comes down, your opportunities for special admission, I believe, are limited to a government employee employment with DOJ or public defender or other government agencies. So yes, it is tied to that. So you couldn't come down, get special admission, and then walk out the door and become a member in private practice.
Do you have an attorney assigned to the VIPD now in either district? Yes or no?
I would say yes, because every attorney is ultimately assigned to VIPD. Do you mean that one that goes?
What's your name? Attorney Appleton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Listen. Not today. Is there someone assigned to the VIPD?
That is
from your office, assigned to the VIPD?
Not at this time for St. Croix.
Thank you. What about St. Thomas?
No, I don't believe there is one fully assigned.
Okay, and I'll lean that you probably don't have enough, but at some point when you start to do your hires, and you just stated that you did 3 hires, I didn't ask where they're assigned, but I'm asking you to look into this as well, so we can fill that gap to assist the VIPD and handling these cases. How about telephonic warrants? Are we issuing and assisting the VIPD with telephonic warrants?
Telephonic warrants are usually reviewed by the criminal chief.
Okay.
So the criminal chief would be assigned that duty.
So are the officers of VIPD able to get a telephonic warrant? Are you all working that?
Yes, they are. They are able to do so.
All right. Now, again, I'm doing my homework, and officers are complaining that they're not getting these telephonic warrants.
There could be alternate reasons. Are they not getting the warrant because it's denied? Are they not getting a warrant because there's not a contact with DOJ? I guess I would need more details on that, but the process is there, sir.
Yes, I know the process is there. So I'm hopeful that we are working towards that end. Too much is happening on the streets right now. And we're seeing, in a lot of cases, it's the same players over and over.
Understand.
And either they're being killed or they're killing someone else, even while out on bail. Even with electronic monitoring bracelets on their feet. I'm not understanding what's going on. These guys are playing with the entire criminal justice system. And while the police department is doing their part, everybody is understaffed. But while they're doing their part, we need to ensure that the Justice Department is doing theirs and the courts is doing theirs to keep these bandits off the streets. You wanted?
Yes, I didn't want to interrupt you, though.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say, with respect to the warrants, as I mentioned earlier, I had met with much of the staff of the police department, and then we had met with a lot of the police officers and asked them what's working and what's not working, and what issues, what can we do better, and warrants was one issue that was raised. And so I talked with my criminal chiefs, and they've set up a process, and I'm informed by them that that they're now getting warrants out much quicker. They've assigned some additional people to that whole process. So hopefully, if you were to check with your friends and acquaintances in the police department and ask them, how is it going now? Do you see any change? My hope would be that the answer would be yes, and I would expect that would be the answer. If it's not,
so
I'd like to know.
So I want to move on, right? But just know, again, and the officers are watching and listening.
Oh, yes.
And I'm getting information that they refuse to issue telephonic warrants. When was the last time a telephonic warrant was issued? If you don't know,
I don't know.
Let's move on. Yeah. Okay. And that's my point. So, yes, the process is there. I know that because it's in our statute. But the word is that you all are refusing to process these warrants. Now, let's go. Let me just get some of these that I have before me out. What you gave the current backlog and the cases. You already stated that time frame for these cases pending after an arrest. You said 6 months. You'd like to see these cases move. Absence of the Speedy Trial Act. How many defendants are currently detained right now, to your knowledge, at the BOC for over 1 year?
I do not know how many the BOC is detaining.
For St. Croix, I could tell you have one there that's about 10 years.
Okay.
10 years. And if you don't believe me, go back and check.
No, I believe you, and I think that's
And
terrible.
every time someone from DOJ comes here, I bring it up. And every time the courts come here, I bring it up. This defendant is still in court, and the case can't go forward. Look into that.
If I could just say, we do not have the ability to set a trial date. That's done by the court.
I understand, but do what you all have to do. We're violating people's rights. Does your prosecutors have to obtain approval from the criminal chief to before petitioning the courts for a continuance in a case?
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. The prosecutors, at least on St. Croix, can speak, have a fairly good amount of autonomy in doing that, and a continuance would be discussed with the criminal chief, especially in a felonious case. And I would also mention just the fact that if you're speaking of discontinuances from DOJ's side, then yes, but there's also the courts continue cases, defense continues cases as a matter of course, attorneys change for defendants. So there's a multitude of variables that go into why a case is continued and for how long.
So, and since you came on board, Attorney Ray, have you put anything in place to address the longstanding process for officers to receive a warrant?
Yes, as I mentioned.
Besides meeting with the officers, have you done and made any changes within and put out any new directives?
I've met with the criminal chiefs, and they have assured me that they now have backup people available to handle warrants if they're not available, so that warrants can be done much more expeditiously, and that that's actually happening. So the information I'm getting from my staff is that they heeded my alerting them that they need to get warrants out much quicker, and that they're doing it. And that's the information that I get back.
All right, and I often hear of the VIPD being blamed for these cases. However, I've been following these cases, like I told you, from about April last year, and I find that most of the fault falls on the preparedness of the Department of Justice, based on what I've been looking at with these proceedings. I'm going to call his name because it's in a good light. But traffic investigator Murray is known to be a good traffic investigator. I've had the opportunity to work with him. His commander sits right in the back there right now. And I know that these guys are well trained and does proper investigations. This case that I followed, he had a solid case that was dismissed because of the Department of Justice's lack of action to prove the case. Victims and families feel like there's no justice and feel re-victimized again. We got to do our part to ensure that when an investigation is done, that is properly followed through. Now, two previous AGs had given target dates with regards to the completion of the morgue on St. Croix. Where are we exactly with the construction at this point? I heard the conversation earlier, and I wanted to interrupt to ask, and I want you to tell me, when you tell me where are we exactly right now, succinctly, I need to know whether or not all the monies that we paid out, I think it was the good senator from Frederick said, talk about how much monies were spent before. Was there ever, answer this question first, was there ever a contract in place to have to deal with this more project?
Well, there was obviously, there was a contract with the manufacturer of the mobile morgue,
so a contract to get it. Was there a contract right. to do the construction here once it got here? Was there ever a contract in place?
Yes, Senator. Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. The contract was between Vesta and the government of Homeland.
What type of contract was that?
Professional services contract.
To procure or to construct?
To construct.
To construct?
Yes, Senator.
Provide this committee with a copy of that contract, please. When was that contract put in place? What are the effective dates? While he's looking for that, Attorney Ray, are you still on course to proceed with this construction at the Toro building site?
As far as the morgue is concerned, the mobile morgue, that we had planned on moving to the Toro site, but now that we have a good Department of Health site, we're going to do that. The Toro site is a very expensive operation, and it's going to be a very long-term operation.
So that money is wasted in the preparation. So we're moving it from there to the Department of Health site?
No, it's right now at the Port Authority.
No, I know where it's being stored.
And
I'm asking. Slow down for me. Slow down. I'm asking you, going forward, what's your plan for the construction? Will it be back at the Toro site building, or are you saying you have a better site that you're moving it to where Department of Health is?
The latter, yes. The Department of Health site is the better site.
So therefore, it's no longer going to the Toro building site.
That's true.
So that's why I said, so money wasted in preparing the grounds at the Toro building. We've already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to prepare that site. So that's no longer the site.
Yeah, but it wasn't hundreds of thousands of dollars to prepare the Toro building site.
How much was spent?
I believe.
How much you stated?
To put down the seal, it was 2,000.
2,000 and something.
$2,460.
Right. All that had to be happen was some ground.
One second, AG. You had to have spent more than 2,000 based on what I saw there. And my staff and I went there and took pictures and whatnot. I laughed about it. It wasn't a laughing matter, but I laughed about it because I'm looking at where they were putting this, and I said, this is not going to work, right at the front. You had to have spent more than $2,000.
$2,000 was just for the GOC. I'll get the other information.
Tell us what's a GOC.
No, like the seal to protect, lack of a better word, to protect the environment from the from what would be placed on the morgue site.
Okay, and so that's not all you spent on that.
No, sir.
Exactly. So don't make us feel like only $2,000 was spent in the preparation. How much, at some point, delivered to this committee exactly how much was spent? That's what the senator asked you earlier.
Okay.
How much was spent in the preparation of the Toro building grounds? Now, I believe it was former A.G. Smith, when she was in office, had advised us of some $25 million from the J.P. Morgan settlement agreement, which was supposed to be placed in the Crime Prevention Prosecution Fund. What's the status of that account? And what's the current balance?
I don't have the current balance, Senator. I do not have any statements from the Department of Finance.
You don't have any?
No, Senator.
So you don't know what happened to the $25 million from the J.P. Morgan settlement?
No, we have requested statements, but we haven't got any.
Request another statement. CC this chair on that so I could see that, please. That's what happens when we speak with one agency and the other agency says something else. But $25 million was supposed to be placed in that account, which was supposed to also go towards the build of the new Toro building. They had sound nice when they brought it to us. Now we don't even know the status. So that's let me know that, please.
Yes, Senator.
All right. What does it cost us so far to be transporting, since you started transporting bodies from St. Croix to St. Thomas? What has been the cost to the taxpayers?
From the initial start, Senator, or just
yes.
From the I'll break it down like this. It's 2024 is $49,650.
2024 was
$49,650. 2023 $40,850. And
2023
$40,850. And 2022 $8,600.
$8,000?
$600.
Any of this include VIPD officers, forensic detectives, and whatnot having to travel?
No, this is just the transport of the deceased.
Okay. AG, any light to the end of the tunnel to get the morgue off of the Port Authority and placed at a permanent location to be constructed?
Yes, two lights. As far as the actual location of the morgue, our expectation is to have it moved, is to have the site agreed upon and prepared with DOH within 2 months. That's what it would take to do that, as well as then move the morgue there and make it operational. So in the interim, I've also been talking with the hospital on St. Croix. We have a memorandum of understanding with them so that we can use their morgue for the autopsies as soon as their morgue becomes operational. And they're working with the contractor to get that done. So whichever one comes first, but it looks like we will be able to finally close this hole within 2 months.
Within 2 months?
Yes.
Can I hold you to that? Hopefully, I mean,
I can just say
barring there's no.
Yeah. This is a problem I inherited. It's one I'm working hard to try to close. And a lot of the factors are things that are simply beyond my control. But Department of Health is cooperating, and I believe we will be able to do it within 2 months. I can promise and be held to the fact that I will do everything possible from my end to get that done.
Okay. I'll just ask you to work on that feverishly, please, and give folks deadlines so that we can address it. We've already spent almost $100,000 on just taking bodies to and from, and this doesn't even include the expense that the police department have to take on to get forensic detectives back and forth.
I agree completely. That's money that should not have had to have been paid.
I won't linger this any further with my question. I'll give you a point. I'll be sending you some questions that I need answered with regards to some of these criminal cases and with the revitalization of the white-collar crime unit. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. I'll just give my colleagues a quick wrap-up question, starting since you asked for a point, and then we'll go to Senator Bolkes. Senator Johnson.
I get my point first and then my questions. I'm very disappointed here because when I asked about the cost, you told me 2,000 something, but now you're telling me the 2,000 is just the seal. In other words, you spend 2,000 and put in plastic bag for the foundation to go on. So I've been there, and you have to have at least a good 20 yards in cement there. So did you come up with a figure yet?
No, I'll get that figure for you. I only had the cost of the seal available to me at the moment.
That's just putting on plastic in terms. Basically, you're putting on plastic to secure the footing for when you put the cement. Been around a little while, you know. Know a little bit about construction. So when you're going to tell me the seal, all you're doing is securing the ground so that you could put your foundation. You had plumbing work done there. You had electrical work done there. And all of those things had to go inside of that foundation. So when you told me the price, I told you straight up, no way that could be $2,000. No way. I knew that. Attorney General, what's the amount of outstanding DUI?
I'm sorry, what's the
amount of outstanding DUI warrants?
DUI warrants? I do not know the answer to that off the top.
What about the amount of just warrants? Outstanding warrants?
Yeah, I don't know how many outstanding are here now. Perhaps.
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. That is tracked, so there is a number I can provide to you. I don't have it in front of me, but if I were to estimate between, say, 10 to 20 was the last that I had seen. Now, there's different reasons they may be outstanding. It may be that we've returned it to VIPD for additional investigation and they're coming back. There can be different variables to that. So,
through the chair, if we can get the amount of outstanding warrants and the amount of outstanding DUI cases.
Open DUI cases?
Through the chair, so we need for you to send that to this committee.
Yes, Senator.
Both warrants?
Yes, outstanding warrants and DUI warrants.
On DUI?
Yes.
And I will amend that to any outstanding warrants as well.
Understood.
And Attorney General, you're speaking about some consideration in doing some work with Wang Louis Hospital. Yeah. And every time I hear anybody speak about Wang Louis Hospital trying to do any kind of business with them, it's not a good thing. Because the more we put more access, more use of that facility, the longer it's going to take for them to take it down. And it has to go down because what we have is a temporary. And every time somebody come up, you want to do a MOU with this body, you want to do this, you want to do that, we're slowing up this process. And the Virgin Islands, not just St. Croix, needs proper hospital and hospital care. And if that building don't get taken down, the longer it takes to get taken down, the longer we stay in that temporary. Those things are not built forever. They're only for a time. So I please will ask you to caution going in any MOU with the Wang F. Louis Hospital to do anything there and aggressively find a place to put that morgue. It brings a lot of stress to family when this body got to leave St. Croix to come St. Thomas to then come back. Families delayed in having their burial of their loved one. People got to travel from the mainland to come to a funeral, but you can't do nothing because the body got to go to St. Thomas. We don't know when they're going to come back. You got to think about that part. That's just the part of the family who lost that loved one, and then now the time frame for that autopsy to be done. It's just injustice, and you're supposed to be justice.
I have to agree with you. This, again, is one of the big problems that I inherited. And I'm working on it, and I believe that our arrangement that we're putting together with the Department of Health is going to let us get that morgue in place within 2 months. That's my understanding. And I will be glad to keep you informed of its progress.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys every day, but there's a lot of work to be done in the Attorney General office, because when your office don't function, the PD gets the blame. They're going to continue getting the blame because two you guys supposed to be one. And I would like to wrap up with this. What is happening with you and our federal partners? Are they coming along? Are we getting to have some good communication with them to get them involved and assisting? They can't just be sitting here on our dime too, because we taxpayers too.
No. Yes, I'm very happy to report. I've met with Delia Smith. We've sat, talked about how we can cooperate and where it's going to be helpful. I've met with her criminal chief, and then our criminal chiefs are now meeting with her criminal chiefs so that we can say, here are some cases that we believe federal help would be very helpful, often complex cases, some of the white-collar type cases we're talking about. And then the federal criminal chief has gone through those and said, okay, of the ones you've suggested we might get involved, we'd like to be involved in these 3 or these 4 or whatever it might be. And so, yes, that's a process that's going in a good direction.
They are on board?
They are on board.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Again, criminal defendants awaiting trial, supposedly on house arrests, being killed. Even persons who are supposed to be under witness protection being killed. We have to fill the gap. We must fill that gap. The communication between the police department and the Department of Justice, so that we can have solid cases walking into the courts. There's nothing wrong with turning to VIPD and saying, hey, you lack this or you lack that, let's get it and proceed. But the lackadaisical handling of some of these matters has to stop.
And again, I'm proud and happy to report to you that the relations between our department and the police has improved dramatically over the last couple of months.
Glad to hear. I want to see that translated now to the prosecution of these criminal cases. Do you have a Deputy Assistant Attorney General? Who's your number 2?
I have 2 deputy assistants, one on St. Croix, one on St. Thomas. Mr. Appleton is the one on St. Croix. Mr. Clement is the one on St. Thomas.
Okay. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your wrap-up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to shift gears a little bit. In the testimony of the Attorney General, he referenced that the territory faces an extreme number of defendants with acute mental health issues. In addition to that, the Bureau of Corrections lacks the sufficient mental health capacity to adhere, to deal with them. But you also pointed out that the territory lacks sufficient mental health professionals to meet the requirements of the Behavioral Health Act. And I'm wondering how that is impacting the DOJ's ability to handle cases involving defendants with severe mental health issues, and what steps are being taken to mitigate the gap in that situation, and especially considering the lack of treatment infrastructure, meaning facilities that would be providing them the services that they actually need and require.
Deputy Attorney General William Appleton. So thank you for that question. It's an absolute, I would consider it a crisis right now. And there's multiple layers to that, and from recidivism, from the inability to address mental health challenges here in the territory. There's a great deal that once we get past the evaluation process and that they would be referred to a place. A lot of times there's a lot of expense that goes to house them off island, and I think it's a big drain on the finances of the territory. There is a frustration. I sense it when I watch Advice Rights and see defendants return over and over into the courts. The courts are frustrated with that. But we are operating within statutory confinement, where there are processes in place that we follow. And it's just, for example, competency. When competency is raised, getting those individuals processed in a timely manner and then referred to the proper treatment facilities. Another issue that we face that I see as a real challenge is that when VIPD will respond out in the community and identify a person that is in technically a mental health crisis, there are procedures there where VIPD may go to the hospital facility, JFL, and what should happen in a perfect system is that they would be held there for a five-day observation period. I think what VIPD is finding is that there's challenges when they go to the hospital and that they're not accepted in. So that process, although it's in place, is not actually functional.
Only because we lack the infrastructure, technically. I would say that would be the only reason it's not functioning, unless you can add to that for some reason. But
no, I think the efforts are there, and people in their respective positions are doing the right thing. But yeah, it's devoid of the resources needed to really address what is an incredibly vital issue in the territory. And
so I'm assuming, not that I'm in your shoes, but you're working with your hands tied behind your back, in a sense of you know what your function is and you cannot prescribe for that, if I can use that for the lack of a better term, for this individual to be helped in another area which at this point in time does not exist because we lack the infrastructure.
I would agree with that assessment. And I can tell you that we have very dedicated family law attorneys that, and you heard from earlier, Attorney Mitchell, who's very versed in that area. And they face challenges. And it's also an issue of being able to communicate effectively across different agencies. So I know we're dedicated to doing it. There's always room for improvements, and for something so important, I would agree that everyone has to up their game in a system that really needs to be addressed strongly from the financial side and the infrastructure.
And talking about the financial side, there was a 5.59 less of a budget this year, and despite of that, you mentioned also increased workload. So I'm curious to know, because of that, why the reduction in the budget, and if there's going to be some sort of cost saving measure in the implementation or cutting out of programs in order to get that 5.59%. Are we losing something in that reduction? Is my question? Are we losing a program? Are we losing a service? What are we losing for that 5.59? What does that reduction consist of?
Okay, Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. Some of it was the reduction in the fringe amount, and some of it is because we had a few vacant positions that were now reduced to 50%.
Okay, so they're mostly solely the fringes. Okay.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, no programs, no service, no.
No, Senator.
Nothing. Okay, nothing that benefits. Okay, just checking. All right, and thank you for the time, and thank you for the responses, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. AG, I'll give you 30 seconds to just give us a closeout. You may proceed.
Well, I've been to several hearings since I've become the AG nominee, and I have to say that all of them have been very instructive for me as well. I'm new to this job. I've managed Attorney General's offices before, at least the federal one there in Washington, D.C., and so I think I understand pretty much what a lot of these issues are, but I'm still learning about a lot of the specific issues in the AG's office here. And I just want you to know that I am serious about trying to fix these various problems. You've pointed some today that need close addressing, and I am going to give it that close addressing. And I also would like to say that I am happy with the progress that I've seen since I've been here for 4 months. My management style is to go around to talk to everybody, be they manager or line prosecutor or clerk, find out what do you think is going well, where do you think there are problems, and what do you think we can best do to solve those. So I'm trying to have an open door policy to understand what's going on and then try to put together systems that'll work. I've also been reaching out, as I mentioned, to the police, to the U.S. Attorney's Office, to the courts, to the public defenders to try to work out alliances that'll make everything move smoother, faster, cleaner, and fairly. So I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate the comments that you've made. I've listened very carefully, and I take them seriously. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to come and talk to you.
Thank you, and I will follow up, like I stated, and send you some questions that I didn't get to, because public corruption is something that I take very seriously. And I'm going to see to it that bill number 35, that's 0227 and 228, or 226 and 227, whichever it is, that they're passed, the companion bills.
Very good.
And I'm hoping for you guys have stated your support, but in your support, then send me something. Let's see what else needs to be in there so that we can get this passed. But the people of the Virgin Islands need to have faith in our system that we will address corruption.
I agree.
You as the Attorney General, I am sure, understand that you are the people's attorney, not the governor's attorney. Correct?
Yes.
Good. So we need to make that clear, and we need to understand that when there's corruption matters brought forth, that they will be investigated thoroughly and prosecuted if it comes to that point.
I agree completely.
All right? Not that it gives the appearance that something is being swept under the rug or not being addressed by the Department of Justice. Thank you all for your responses. I just wish that we had everyone here, but thank you. All right. The committee will recess for 3 minutes as we transition into the second block. Good afternoon. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is back on record. Let me make sure today is September 10th, because my staff have here September 9th. Yes, September 10th. Yes, happy belated birthday, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Madam Clerk, can you read Block 2 into the agenda and any correspondence that you may have regarding this block? And in reading the correspondence, let us know from who first.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2, the Department of Public Works, the Office of the Highway Safety and Traffic Investigation Bureau, operational status update. This update intends to provide an overview of the current operational status of the Department of Public Works and the VIPD's Office of Highway Safety and Traffic Investigation Bureau. The update will include, but not be limited to, any ongoing projects, key initiatives aimed at enhancing roadway safety and infrastructure. Additionally, information on progress made in traffic investigations and plans for future improvements will be discussed. Invited testifiers, Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works, and Mario Brooks, Acting Commissioner of the VI Police Department. In regards to correspondence, we have received correspondence from the Commissioner of Public Works, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, received on September 9th. Dear Senator Gittens, thank you for the invitation to testify before your committee regarding the department's operational status and involvement in proposed safety enhancements. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen medical circumstances and scheduling conflicts, the appropriate members of the department's executive management are unavailable. I sincerely apologize for any issues the department's absence may cause. If you have further questions or concerns, please contact me directly at his email address. I should put that. Respectfully, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works.
Thank you. That's it?
Yes, that concludes the correspondence.
Thank you. Though they haven't identified themselves yet, let me just ask Sergeant Joseph, when the police have a sick, what do you call it, a blue flu?
That's what they call it, sir.
So when Department of Public Works decide they're going to sick, what do you call that?
I guess a white flu. I don't know.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and welcome, Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner. You may start. You may identify yourself first, name, title, department, and then we will go from the lady on my left and work it to the right, just to say your name, title, and the office that you represent.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am Assistant Commissioner Sidney Olsko of the Virgin Islands Police Department on behalf of Acting Commissioner Mario Brooks.
Good afternoon, Daphne O'Neill, Director, Office of Highway Safety.
Good afternoon, Kishana Tui, Director of Information Systems.
Good afternoon, Senators. Sergeant Arthur A. Joseph Sr., Commander of the Traffic Investigation Bureau, St. Croix District.
Sergeant Joyce Landry Bob, Commander of the Traffic Investigation Bureau, St. Thomas St. John, and the Commander of the Motor Carrier Unit, St. Thomas St. John.
Are you nervous?
Very much so.
That's right. What is this? Next.
Good afternoon, Officer Anne-Marie Charles, Traffic Investigations Bureau, St. Thomas St. John.
Welcome. Good afternoon, Dorlin Charles, Traffic Investigation Bureau, St. Thomas.
Thank you. Welcome to all of you. Assistant Commissioner, you may proceed with the testimony. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're here to get an update from the Office of Highway Safety and the Traffic Investigation Bureau on the operational status. The Office of Highway Safety falls under the Virgin Islands Police Department, so there will be one testimony provided, and then we'll field any questions thereafter. You may proceed, Assistant Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, committee members, other members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifiers and colleagues, and those in the listening and viewing audience, good afternoon. I am Sidney Olsko, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and today I am pleased to represent the United States Virgin Islands Police Department on behalf of Mario Brooks, Acting Commissioner of the VIPD. Today, I appear before you with the goal of presenting updates on the department's key initiatives aimed at enhancing roadway safety. I am pleased to be accompanied by the Office of Highway Safety Director, Ms. Daphne O'Neill, and Traffic Division Commanders Arthur Joseph of the St. Croix District and Joycelyn Leebob of the St. Thomas St. John District, respectively. Traffic safety is one of the most important responsibilities of the Virgin Islands Police Department. Our duties include, but are not limited to, upholding traffic regulations, conducting accident investigations, monitoring sobriety checkpoints, managing traffic flow, and providing public education on safe driving practices. Additionally, our efforts include addressing issues such as speeding, impaired driving, and vehicle maintenance in order to diminish accidents and enhance overall road safety. The Virgin Islands Police Department leads several operations to improve upon an environment in which vehicular traffic safety and accountability on our public roads and highways is further enhanced. A brief overview of our efforts includes license plate compliance. It has become clear many members of the motoring public have mistakenly taken the position that displaying license plates on vehicles while operating on the roadway is optional. As part of our testimony today, we take this opportunity to remind all drivers that operating a motor vehicle on the road is not a human right. It is a privilege afforded to those who have proved through a legally mandated process that the driver can safely operate a motor vehicle amongst others. Vehicles driven on a public roadway must be inspected, then registered, deeming them safe for operation amid other vehicles. Pedestrians and physical infrastructure in close proximity to the roadway. The law, VI Code Title 20, subsection 334, cites in summary, when two license plates are issued, two plates shall be displayed. One plate must be affixed to the front of the body of the vehicle and the other to the rear. And both plates must be clearly visible from the front and rear of the vehicle. That being said, operational improvements are being made to how we enforce the law. The Virgin Islands Police Department is currently utilizing our traffic division to address vehicles being operated on the roadway that are not compliant with law. Operators that are found to be in violation of law risk receiving a citation and having their vehicles towed. Chiefs in both districts have executed a traffic safety initiative plan. The objective of the operation is to reduce impaired driving and texting while operating a motor vehicle by issuing citations and increasing public awareness of road safety. Information gathered during the initiative will be processed and forwarded to the Office of Highway Safety for further analysis. Chiefs in both districts have led the charge to address the matter of persons operating unlicensed dirt bikes, all-terrain vehicles or ATVs, and scooters on the roadways. The law, VI Code Title 20, subsection 334, section B, indicates bikes of any kind shall be required to carry a license plate and there shall be a tail lamp or separate lamp so constructed and placed on the vehicle as to illuminate a white light upon the rear plate and render it clearly legible for a distance of 50 feet to the rear. Many of these vehicles, particularly dirt bikes, cannot be licensed because they are physically unable to have a license plate or tail light affixed to its rear. Our efforts have been challenging to say the least. The demand for and importation of these vehicles have been prolific. The Achilles heel hampering our efforts in this area is policy related. The Virgin Islands Police Department operational policy prevents the pursuit of dirt bikes and motorcycles. A traffic stop of a person riding a motorcycle is typically immediately followed by the user leaving the encounter at a high rate of speed, often fast enough in which the operator risks injury or death. As a result, the policy was implemented to prevent officers from executing excessive risk versus the reward of issuing a citation. The community reaches out to the VIPD on a regular basis regarding illegally operated motorbikes. They not only complained about the irresponsible manner in which they are operated, but also the excessive noise they create. We would like to collaborate with this body to create solutions to this problem. The Office of Highway Safety in the Virgin Islands Police Department continues to focus on reducing traffic crashes and improving road safety by implementing programs, conducting safety campaigns, and assisting with enforcement strategies to promote safer driving practices. Some of the unit's more high-profile programs are occupant protection, which includes adult and child passenger safety, and impaired driving, including DUIs, cell phone use, texting, drowsy driving, anything that distracts a driver while operating a vehicle, through education and outreach to foster prevention. The members of the Virgin Islands Police Department remain committed to ensuring our roads and highways are safe for everyone. The personnel of the Virgin Islands Police Department, sworn and civilian, remain dedicated to the mission of increased safety and security. I would like to thank this body for the opportunity to testify today. The team and I are now available to answer any traffic-related questions you may have.
Thank you for this testimony. Again, I find myself disappointed. And I heard the stress for availability for any traffic-related questions. Virgin Islands Police Department is before us. If there's anything criminal-wise that my colleagues want to ask, they can ask. So hopefully you'll be able to address all VIPD matters. So I was specific in my request as well. And so if your testimony is this short, then I would have preferred that Officer Highway Safety would have had a testimony as well. But we're past that. So you spoke to license plate compliance and traffic safety initiative plan. Regarding the traffic safety initiative plan, whereas you stated that both chiefs are leading the charge to address the matter of persons operating unlicensed dirt bike, ATVs, scooters, etc. Is this traffic initiative, or this plan rather, in writing?
The plan is not in writing, sir.
First big problem, because we know that our initiatives such as this should be in writing to give clear instructions. Highway safety director, we do get, we meaning the Virgin Islands Police Department through the Office of Highway Safety do get federal funding from the Federal Office of Highway Safety.
Daphne O'Neill, Director, Office of Highway Safety. We get funding through the U.S. Department of Transportation.
Right. And through the U.S. Department of Transportation, the territory receives, and states receive funds, especially states and territories that have laws prohibiting people from riding these motorcycles on our public roadways without a helmet. States that don't have that requirement don't have access to those type of fundings, correct?
That is correct.
Director O'Neill?
That is correct.
So this territory does benefit from that because we do have that prohibition, correct?
I do not believe that we have a helmet law here in the Virgin Islands.
Sure we do. You have to ride a motorcycle with a helmet.
Do
Sure
we
we
do?
do. Yes,
Are
yes
they
we
saying
do.
it? Well, the funding then also comes with additional criteria.
So what I'm saying is, because we do, we benefit from receiving these funds. If the federal government realizes that we are not stopping people who are not wearing helmets, then they're not going to provide these fundings. And I have realized that people have gotten so bold. I remember in the day that people would avoid riding these bikes or even driving an unregistered car or driving without a license. They will avoid driving on the main road and definitely avoid driving in front of the police station. Today, they are so bold that that's what they're doing. And only because must needed to free up some space on the phone, I have deleted at least 3 of them where they're right in front of the police station. And that's how they go. They ain't even looking left or right, looking to see, well, let me see if the officer going to come after me or not. They're so comfortable. So what is this plan, this traffic safety initiative plan, what does it entail? Because really and truly, Commissioner and officers, I'm not seeing the aggressive enforcement to this nature. And I am fully aware of your policy that you spoke about of not pursuing motorcycles, but there's ways to address this because they live someplace. We could identify them. We know where they're going. We know where they're coming from. They must stop someplace. What is the plan? And if you have your traffic commanders flanking you, so from the chief office, from their instructions to the traffic commanders, what are the mandates?
Well, first, I'd like to apologize. I misspoke. The plan is actually in writing, and I can get that to you if
How soon?
Soon-ish, sir. I apologize.
It's in writing, so somebody should have already pressed send. Senator Gittins at legvi.org.
Okay. I'm sure it's on the way.
You sure? Wow. Again, let me repeat again then. Senator Gittins at legvi.org. No, Senator Gittins. So have you all confiscated any of these motorcycles that's out there without license plate and individuals riding these motorized bikes without helmets?
Yes, sir. So there was a time when we engaged in very robust operations to seize motorcycles, and we seized several. It was not sustainable. We procured a container. We seized several bikes. There was no way to prevent the bikes from going back to the owner.
Why not? So I'm riding a bike. It's unregistered. I got stopped because there ain't no license plate on it anyway. It's unregistered. It's not insured. I don't have on a helmet. So you took the bike.
Yes, sir.
Just say it's Friday night. And I come back to you Wednesday. I'm here for my bike. What happens? You just give me back the bike?
Well, here's the rub. If the person pays a citation, the property is theirs. Once they come for the bike, they can operate that bike on private property.
Yeah. How they gonna get the bike to private property? You know what happened? 9 out of 10 times, they ride the bike off from right there going where they're going.
We have ensured that they remove the bike with a tow truck. Unfortunately, you are correct. Some of those bikes we do see back on the road. It's been challenging. We've engaged in operations where we
Okay, I tell you what. So we could cut that conversation short and get to all the other things. There's a bill that we're working on. I do intend to spread it with to work it with the members of the Public Safety Committee, where we're looking at not only the increase in traffic citations, but we're looking at the establishment of a police impound lot. Because these types of excuses I don't want to have anymore. We need to put them in the impound lot, and until they get the property that you're talking about licensed and insured, they can't go with it. Because it's the same thing with a motor vehicle. If you stop a car that has no insurance and and not registered, you need to make sure that that vehicle is insured and able to be licensed before you relinquish the car. That's how impound lots work. If you're in New York and you lack these things, they're not going to release the car to you unless you have fulfilled certain things in order for that car to be worthy of being on the road and legal to be on the road.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to work that. I already had a meeting with the chiefs in both districts and the commanders in both districts, but we're going to have another follow-up to that so that we can finish this out. I think the last hold-up was trying to find a location for an impound lot in the St. Thomas St. John district. All right? But this don't need to be held up anymore. Senator Bolkes, recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the Virgin Islands Police Department Traffic Division. My line of questioning is going to surround or be aligned with ATV, UTV motorbikes, right? I've heard the testimony concerning what is considered to be the plight of these vehicles moving about public roadways and the issue with not being able to go after them because sort of jurisdictionary regulations or whatever, if I can call them that. What are your thoughts? Because we know that there is a demand meaning people are getting these bikes. They want to use them. I see an opportunity to regulate and register in a sense of creating a framework where we can generate revenues if these vehicles can be customized, made street legal, so to speak, in the sense of customizing or modifying the vehicles so that they would be able to pass what is known to be our registration requirements through the Bureau of Motor Vehicles in alignment with whatever regulations the Virgin Islands Police Department has for vehicles on public roadways. So I'm curious to know what your position is on that, because I believe that that would also alleviate a lot of the issues that you're currently facing when you have to go to try to apprehend these people. But what if we were able to register these individuals through a means of having them customize or modify these vehicles to become street legal?
Yes, thank you, Senator, for that question. This is the type of collaboration that I was talking about. If we could have an offline meeting to discuss those things, I'd really appreciate that. I've had a very good conversation with my commander, Arthur Joseph, and I believe that he, in his expertise, he can address this question best.
Good afternoon, Senator Bolquist. Thank you for the question. Good afternoon. The horse is out the barn. The attempting to modify a vehicle where the manufacturer have already indicated that they are not designed for the roadway. They are designed for off-road only. Just by virtue of the tires that they use, I know some people buy different tires now and put them on the road. Most of us, at least myself and Assistant Commissioner Elsko, have ridden ATVs, and they're not as safe as people think they are to be on the public road. We have even children riding ATVs right now on the public streets, minors, without helmets. It's something that we have to address first from a standpoint of collaborating between the legislature, VIPD, as partners in trying to address something that can be very deadly. We have seen where when you operate these vehicles unsafely, how it can hurt people. For example, we have handled accidents with a police car getting hit with an ATV, and there's no way to recover the cost. I don't even know if the insurance companies are willing to insure ATVs because of what is on the title, which is only for off-road. These vehicles are designed and manufactured solely for off-road. I'm sorry.
I have to interject for a second,
Sure.
because I totally understand what you're saying because of my time. But any person can get in an accident. There is a level of danger with operating any type of vehicle on the public roadways. That's one. Two, if we were able to modify these vehicles to make them what is considered to be legal within the parameters of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and the Virgin Islands Police Department, of course, through your division, because you have all of the regulations. But how can we try to provide an opportunity for these individuals who would like to utilize these vehicles on public roadways? Are you saying that opportunity does not exist?
No, I'm not saying that opportunity does not exist. As we've done before, previously, I think we have the capacity to come together, sit down and look at what is legal, what we can do from a legislative standpoint, what we can do from a legal standpoint to ensure that we address the needs that you want to address. However, we have to continue to be mindful that traffic safety is paramount.
Of course.
And there are going to be people who are going to operate these vehicles outside the parameters that we intended for them to operate them. And that's going on right now without any regulations.
Right.
And so I understand our interest in trying to get everyone on board to try and operate these vehicles safely. And that's why this hearing about traffic safety is important. People in the territory have to understand that when you operate an ATV on the public road right now, as it's currently structured, it's very dangerous. When people get their cars damaged, there's no way to recover that cost. So we may have to take a stronger approach to put some brakes on this issue and come together and address it from a legislative standpoint between both the VIPD and the legislature. But right now, it is so out of order. You can hear these folks. People are sleeping at night and calling 911 about the noise. They put specific mufflers on them, and they make a lot of noise. And it's very disturbing. They ride the vehicles in the middle of the roadway. They're doing papa wheeling. It's reckless. And so right now, we may have to agree to put strong legislation in place to just hold the brakes on what's taking place. Sit down and decide how we can do it so everyone can operate these vehicles safely within the territory.
I partially agree with you on that.
Thank you for that, though.
Because I believe that we still have an opportunity to find a happy medium in the sense of those mufflers would be considered to be not able to register. We would, in my opinion at least, this one senator, an opportunity to have them register these vehicles once they're safe in the sense of customization to become street legal is still an opportunity for all of us to sleep better at night. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkers. Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Since he has to travel.
Okay, and I was going to ask about a campaign, but I'm going to let a traffic initiative campaign, not political campaign. But before I ask that, I'll allow the senator from Frederick State to proceed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, my colleagues, testifiers. And I sit here tentatively, can't wait, because Assistant Commissioner said anything about traffic, but this, when you get in this arena, it's open up to anything about public safety. And I have to start off with a menace in my community with these loud stereo system. I have a neighbor, well, he ain't that too close to me because I might be picking me up. I very straight with this. But on Sundays, people can't sleep in with him. And some of my neighbors call the police 100 times. They're tired. The elderly people can't sleep on a Sunday. When are we going to start dealing and issuing citation? Because that's disturbance of the peace. Simple. To me, you're the police. You guys understand the law more when it comes to citation. Help me to understand why the disturbance and the peace citation can be given to this young man that blows his music loud in the neighborhood. All hours.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I'm actually glad that this question comes on the heels of your meeting with the AG's office. I had a meeting with them last week where we discussed the structure on how we're going to deal with this particular issue. There's several matters you have to consider when it comes to noise. First is we need noise meters, which we don't have. I feel like I'm setting myself up here because the noise meters has been something that we talk about procuring for a very long time, and we haven't done it. We have tried to get ahead, and we bought our own noise meters. Problem is, the law says the noise meter has to be calibrated. The one that we had was unable to be calibrated, so we couldn't use it. The other option, which is in the law, if you review it, says that you can have two phones, two smart devices, download an app, which is a noise meter app, and use both of those to make an assessment of the noise, and then use an average of the two phones in order to determine whether the law is being broken. Our problem is, since the police department does not issue phones to everyone, and we can't force officers to put the app on their phone, it's not an option.
Assistant Commissioner, help me out, please. I call the police. The drive come up to this young man's house. He music blazing. The police, before they reach to his house, could hear it. Now I'm saying disturbance of the peace. Disturbance of the community. We need a noise ordinance in order for police coming on the road, hearing this boombox blazing in the neighborhood 7 o'clock in the morning or either late at night.
So part of the problem is also this. We would, in a perfect world, we would go to the residence, tell the person there's a complaint, then issue a citation.
No, you're coming down my road, but that part isn't happening.
The language
1 minute
for the citation hasn't been agreed upon. So police, AGs, courts need to get together and determine what is the language that's going to be used for the ticket. And that has not happened yet. I'm sorry, I cut you off. The meeting that I had with the AGs was the beginning of discussing how we're going to come together and have agreed upon language for the court.
You know, my dad passed a little while now, but he had a pacemaker and a defibrillator on his heart. And one day a young man passed by with his sound system playing. And he could have feel the sound system hitting him on the chest. My father explained to me what happened, and I what that gonna be? I didn't hear the car. Couple of days I heard the car. I mean, I went and I talked to the young man. I tell you straight out, if something happened to my father because you sound system, we gonna have a problem. He concurred and he stopped. Ain't everybody gonna stop. But Mr. Chair, I want to just go a little farther here because it's very serious. We have an aging community, and a lot of our elderlies have that same piece of device, a pacemaker and a defibrillator in one. And the sound of these systems is hitting them as if you're taking your fist and punching them in the chest. That's what's happening. So we are now circumventing and putting our seniors who live in these communities at risk with their lives because of sound system that we know is disturbing that peace in that neighborhood. And I call him a menace. That's what he is. Because he have no respect. And I'll call my friend who calls the police station over 100 times, Mr. J. Watson. Call the police station over 100 times. And he have every call that he have. City call here, city call here, city call here. Something have to be done. And not tomorrow. Today. But he's not scared. And there's a lot of folks that are not scared. But I want to jump onto this motorcycle thing where you say you can't chase them. Police department have drones, right?
Correct.
To your disposal. All right. You're telling me every weekend, I know, you know, and Sergeant Joseph know. I can't speak about St. Thomas. I don't know much what's going on here. Every weekend, we know they're going Lagoon. We know they're going down by the pool. We know they're going down Rainbow. We know that. Can we agree on that?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling me that you can't set up your drone to video these guys riding, going, and then come and confiscate it? Because in America that they drop there in Dosh Beach, in America that they drop down Rainbow Beach, in America that they drop up to Lagoon. You're saying to me you can't video this roll of bikes with all of this noise, most of them going in a dead-end spot, where you could now come and confiscate these bikes because they've been on our highways illegally?
Yes, sir. So we have engaged in those types of operations. We've set up surveillance. For example, we know on a Sunday, we know they're going to fuel up. So we will set surveillance on a particular gas station, knowing they're going to show up, and they do indeed show up to get gas. We surround them, take the bikes, cite them. We, like I said before, we put them in storage. Again, it just was not sustainable. Once they paid a citation, they would come, get the bikes, and then it would be back on the road.
It's hard for me to understand if my car don't have a license plate, ain't register, ain't insured, I could come back and get my car. It's hard for me to understand this because I know you're going to take my car. And I know me going to get my car back until I show proof of registering it. And he can't show proof of he registering that bike. He can't. So I don't understand. If we got a breakdown in the courts, then we need to have a conversation with the courts too. If we do have that breakdown, because I can't come and get my car back, you know. Am I right?
That's correct.
So why he getting back his bike? Why he getting back his four-wheeler? He's driving it on the same road. And the basic laws of the land, the basic, any motorized vehicle traversing on our highways must have license, registration,
yes, sir,
and insurance. And he ain't even got one. And then some of them don't even have a helmet, which is, again, our laws. But for me, if you keep picking them up and charging them, at some point the money gone done, you know. At some point, how much of them gonna keep paying that ticket? But if we do it at one time and let them go, then they lime it. Oh, they ain't coming back for me. I don't get my bike. No, you pick it up again. You do it again. The small things that we ain't doing. But before I go, Mr. Chair, can I wrap up on this one last one here?
I thought you done wrap up.
No. I want to read something for my good friend Sergeant Joseph.
And before you read that to Sergeant Joseph, I thought you were going to remind them as well, back in the day, when our bicycles used to be taken from us by the police department for not having a bell on it or a license plate. And you couldn't come back for it unless you came with your bell and everything, all the bells and whistles that you needed for the bike.
In fact,
and if you don't get it, guess what? When you go to PAL or to 4-H or something the next summer, you realize, but wait, that's my bike. Because they took it and they gave it to the PAL program and whatnot, and they made sure that they put on everything that was required. And here it is, we're being told that y'all just giving them back these equipment. And it's a loophole. You may wrap up with the...
definitely. This is what someone...
That's the one on the campaign, right?
The one on the campaign.
Okay.
Very good campaigns, but it needs to be executed. The campaign with the sound system and the one with both chiefs from both districts talking about enforcing and ramping up. Enforcement and ramp up ain't started yet. But this is what someone write to me this morning. Good day, my name is ABC. The Virgin Islands Police Department has a radio commercial announcement that is broadcast on the morning show. I believe it's sending out mixed signal. The commercial is about the police officer talking to a young man about his blackout license plates, his speakers hanging out of the car, and his tinted windows. It is a very good commercial. The only problem I have with the commercial is that at the end, when the police repeats the 3 things that he must take care of, the young man's response is, "Okay, officer, I will try and walk on it." We want to hear you saying you're going to try and walk on it. You want to say to you, "Officer, you're right. I'm going to fix it right away." And you should be telling him, "This is your warning citation, because the next time we're going to deal with you." And my last thing, I'll wrap up all day here. The tint, if you guys want to enforce tint, it starts right with you. Until you make sure that your officers' cars are not tinted out, nobody else going to do it. Because guess what? The policeman or woman will say, "Well, my car tinted out, so me harassing nobody about tint." But you make sure that your officers, car is not tinted out by giving them that same citation. And I guarantee you, nobody else in the Virgin Islands is going to violate the tint law. Because if I as a police can't have tint on my car, you as a civilian definitely can't have it.
Thank you.
So it starts at home. Thank you very much.
for that whole 12 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. And before I recognize the Senate Minority Leader, speaking to those tints, Commissioner, is it, do you all do random inspections of your personal vehicles to make sure that they too are in compliance, one, and two, during roll call, do we check and inspect our officers to ensure that before they operate a police car, that they too have their driver's license on them and current?
So, thank you for that question. Regarding the tint, yes, we do. And I gotta say that I don't think anybody fights harder than an officer who's told he needs to remove the tint. I think they argue with us more than the general public.
So what happens?
They have to remove it. They don't have a choice. Regarding daily checks of license plates, I have to say that's not done.
No, like driver's license.
Not driver's license, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That is not done.
That don't have to be done every day. But I mean, there used to be spot checks, whereas you come in for duty and your shift supervisor will say, okay, everybody take out your driver's license. And I know when I first came on, if you had forget your driver's license home, you were going to the desk or you were going to walk foot patrol, but you wasn't going to operate the government car. Because the first thing the supervisor is telling you, then who are you going to cite for not having their driver's license on their persons? And then at times we know that sometimes our driver's license expire and we forget that it was due this year to go. And next thing you know, it's 6 months later and something just tell you to look at your license, or for some reason you use your driver's license and the person tell you, hey, this is expired. You're like, oh, shoot. So are your supervisors conducting these inspections?
They conduct inspections, probably not as often as they should.
I wish the chiefs were here, and again, my invitation was specific. They're not here. But I am hopeful, you as the Assistant Commissioner, I'm asking you to channel it down. I'm hopeful that between your chiefs and your deputy chiefs, that they too are at times going down to the zones and to the different work sites and conducting inspections. Similarly to what we see going on right now in the Department of Education, that we need from assistant commissioner to deputy commissioner to superintendents and everybody going down to the various schools to take a look at the problems. And as we talk about schools, eventually we'll get there to some traffic problems in and about some of those school districts on St. Croix. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your bump it 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On my driver's license, expiration date 9/14/2026, so I'm valid. But that's one of the main problems. You know, after I left VIPD, I live by a concept now as I get older in life. I don't lead by example. It's a waste of time because what my colleague just said, you're a police officer, your car jet black tint, I follow a car a day. Actually follow a car, turn around in the street, follow it, and it was a police officer, private vehicle. And you know, many times I've said, you know, I gonna tint my car down jet black and see what I gonna do. But I would never do it because of the respect I have for Allah. And I say that with pride. You don't live 26 years in the job are you in, or the amount of years that are you put in, and don't become it. And it's easy for us to say, oh, the young generation, the this and the that. We got to be the example. So I say I don't lead by example, I become the example. And I live. How I treat people, I gonna say on a positive note, you bring your negativity, I don't even entertain it. But is going after someone or not going after someone policy or law in VIPD?
It's policy. we're restricted from engaging in high-speed chases with motorcycles.
And I understand that, and I support that. But again, it's like I say, we know who they are. We know how to address it. I have parked up next to these guys. We used to drag race up by high school. I come up and I sit there and I wait till they start up the engine. They move. As they start up the engine, they got a muffler, ticket, driver, like, you got to your vehicle. But I'm saying now, we can't, and I don't think we should get sidetracked into going after one particular entity. The work that the Traffic Bureau is doing needs to be multiplied, because I know they're out there writing tickets and putting on performances on TV and bringing it to the public. But again, you gotta go beyond that. So when I say that, how are your commercials and advertisements and stuff, the little programs that you do, how are they funded? Through grants? The Traffic Bureau, those same commercials and stuff, how are they funded?
I believe they were funded through our media division's, their budget, media division's budget.
Okay, so not federal grants or anything?
No, sir.
Also, the Click It or Ticket and those highway safety?
Well, those are
things?
through Office of Highway Safety.
Okay, so just the local ones,
Right.
local
The
funds.
commercial, I believe, is through the VIPD budget.
Okay, so how much, I don't want to go after revenue, but how much revenue is generated from the motor carrier division? And how is that money utilized?
Director O'Neill?
We do not have an accounting of the revenues generated from motor carrier because, again, everything goes into the general fund. The citations go straight through the courts that they write. Any violations go straight through the courts. So we don't really have an accounting of what comes.
I think even if you don't get the money, it should be some kind of data
1 minute.
collected to show the work that's being done. Because you'll be driving up the highway and you'll see police stop a tractor trailer on the side of the road and inspecting it. I used to use them for Juve morning, for the drivers, for the driver had motor carrier go and inspect those trucks and stuff. But I'm just saying, everything for VIPD, especially in the traffic division, should be quantified by data. That's how, I remember, that's how you get grants.
We have to have data
Okay.
to support our applications, and we do have data. But the revenues directly coming from the citations, that will take a while to calculate.
Right, yeah, and we could work on that part. But in my 26 years as a police, the most scary thing I've come up against is a jet black tinted vehicle. I could deal with a man on the motorcycle, no helmet, which we should be cracking down on. But a vehicle that's jet black tinted is the scariest entity I've faced as a police officer. If I may wrap up, Mr. Chair.
You may.
And I'm saying no officer shouldn't have to go through it because it's a life or death situation. And so it's one thing to make in closing, I like the public to know that there's a traffic division, but the work that the traffic officers are doing, all officers can do. Not meaning that to take anything away, but it's not just the traffic division's job to say, hey, let me call these particular people because there's a traffic issue. Any police officer who wears the badge, detective, chief, deputy chief, commissioner, can, if a car broke down, are you there on the scene, direct traffic until a car comes and different things like that. So it's a collective operation. And just in closing, should the motor carrier division become a separate division where then some of the work that they're doing, the revenues generate to assist with the operation of the unit? Is that something you ever thought about?
I haven't considered it.
Okay.
You mean removing that division from the VIPD completely?
No, they are a component of the Traffic Bureau. They're not a separate division. Traffic is a separate division from patrol. Right. So to make motor carrier a division.
Oh, its own
also.
separate thing away from traffic.
Correct. So when they do that, I think the funding that goes for them goes specific to them. The funding that they generate, the revenue that they generate, could also go where it goes to, maybe to help fund that unit. I remember when the unit used to be one person.
Right.
You know, and then it has multiplied. But I think that particular division, or if it was a division, has greater value, even if they were from under traffic.
So there's considerable overlap amongst their responsibilities. So I haven't considered it, but it's something that we could review.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. You know, these government vehicles as well have tints on them. Some of them do. Are they still required to write to the police commissioner to get authorization because of whatever specific purpose they may have a reason for the tint to be on?
Yes, sir. There's a necessity to have certain vehicles completely tinted out to protect the identities of the persons inside.
So
yes, there still is a standard where a
requirement that they have to write to you. Okay. And, you know, I'm hearing the calibration reasoning for not enforcing certain things, but imagine we have now stopped doing speed enforcement and now stop doing noise enforcement. Two things that we have laws on the books about. But we're not doing these two enforcements because of calibration. No fault of yours, but if the law is a law, still stop them. Because if you're driving a police car on Melvin Evans Highway and you're driving 55 and somebody passes you like you're doing 20, you need to be stopping them. Approaching all stop lights, you're to reduce your speed to, what is it, traffic commanders, 20?
30.
30. And so if I'm in that 30-mile-per-hour zone and I'm driving 30 or 35 and somebody passed me like I'm completely stopped, then you need to be stopping that person as well. And when I was a traffic investigator, what we used to do, even though they still wanted to know about the calibration, what we would do is give that grace. So the speed limit is 55. And I see a car coming up behind me just gunning it. I will gas up to about 60, 65. And if that car still passes me, and I am 10 miles per hour over the speed limit, and you pass me, you know he definitely more than 10 miles per hour over. Correct?
Correct.
Is this type of enforcement still happening? Everything becoming smart now. Smartphone, smart car, smart this, but we ain't getting no smarter. We have to know how to address these issues. Response?
I'm sorry.
Right.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. Title 2494 speaks clearly to speed, that it must be reasonable and prudent for the condition of the road. Now, so there's no need for us to be concerned about what your speed limit is. If the condition of the road, let's say the road is wet, the officer can use his discretion and see an individual operating a motor vehicle that is not reasonable and prudent for wet road, that is not reasonable and prudent for high traffic area. They can make the stop, and they don't necessarily have to argue with the individual regarding how fast they were going, because negligence exists when you operate a vehicle in a certain manner.
So I understand that, but just let's go straight to the crux. Why aren't we doing these type of aggressive enforcement?
Every day, we have my traffic unit. I dispatch them to different parts of St. Croix to do enforcement until they're dispatched to a particular traffic accident. And so we are doing enforcement.
Okay. So
like I said to you,
I'm going to stop you right there.
Sure.
Before I go to the next senator. But since you said that, I must say too, you just brought something back to me. Whomever you have assigned to the Fotaman in Star Hill,
yes,
thumbs up.
That's
because and that's from citizens who commented on this officer and asked me during your hearing, you need to find out who this officer is and publicly commend them. I said, well, we ain't gonna ask who the name is, but we're gonna just let the police department know that it's visible, it's seen, and thank you for that type of initiative or prevention.
You're welcome.
To include the 2 officers that you have in the Christian Said downtown area. That one female officer, she was there by herself for a long time, but she feared nothing. As long as she knew it was a violation, she was handling it. I can't speak for the St. Thomas and John district, but hopefully you all have people in key areas too where you can look out for certain things. Senator Fonseca, you just returned, so we'll just yield to the lady amongst us. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your time.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues, the testifiers. Earlier, when I was listening to the dialogue of these ATVs on the road, about probably like 5 weeks ago, I was headed into the legislature to come in for session. And I was driving, and I saw this little child right there by the post office on a tricycle. And he's heading up on the tricycle right on that little short sidewalk that merges into the road. And I became panicked because I knew this child was a few seconds away from pedaling his tricycle on the main road. And I literally mean a little tricycle. I pulled off my car and jumped out and stopped him. And I said, wait, what are you doing? I said, how did you get down here? And he said to me, he looking for his brother and sister. I said, how old are you? 5 years old. And as the cars drove around me to go, I knew that child was seconds away from death, because if he had come off of that and merged into the road and a car was driving and they see his little self down there, he could have gotten run over. So I said, no, you come go with me. Where you live? He said, he live up Garden Street. I put him in the car with the little tricycle. I said, I'm going to drop you home. And as I was driving back around by the post office, I stopped and I said, thank you, God. You know why? For 2 reasons. I was able to intercept this, but I also thought, well, what if this was some child molester pick up this child? Mm-hmm. I said, thank God it was me and not somebody else, because he willingly just went in the car. Mm. And as he's giving me instructions to his house and I'm driving around to drop him off, he in the car and he said, you want to buy a belt? And I laugh. I said, Lord, I pick up a little hustler. And I said, no, I want to buy a belt. But when I dropped him off, he asked me again if I want to buy this belt. I said, no, but I got $4, I'll give it to you. And I had to buy some school supplies to give out, and I gave them to him. Some siblings came, and I shared with his siblings as well. And I tell them, listen, your brother pedaled this little tricycle from all the way up here Garden Street, down past the post office, and was heading on the main road. And I was very concerned because I'm like, nobody ain't stopped this child. But the reason why I tell that story is when I was hearing my colleagues talking about us altering these ATVs, all I kept thinking, these things, little tricycles on the road. Why would we, as a society, attempt to do something like that and put people's lives in danger? Why? You know, as much as people like to be entertained, do them things on your private property. I am not going to support us altering no ATV or anything to go on anybody government highway. On top of that, we got a lot of federal funds for these highways. So who gonna authorize this? Who? Because I know I watch a lot of television. I don't see no ATVs driving up and down on the federal highway there. So what conversation we need to have for them to go out on the government street? These things are for entertainment. They're for fun. They're for backdoor rugged. These things, when you see them, they're tilt over so easy. So why would I participate in helping putting people's lives in danger? I am not one for that. You know, if people want to have their little clubs, go do it on your private property and have fun.
1 minute.
It is that simple for me. So, no. The second thing I want to talk about is when it comes to public safety and your agencies really advertising and letting the public know of your different initiatives. I know my colleague spoke a little bit about one commercial that he heard. Is there concerted marketing effort across the board for various different things as it relates to public safety that the department pushes out so that the public would be aware of different factors?
Thank you for that question. Yes. Over the years, I feel that our mistake has been presenting to the public that we need assistance, but then falling short on letting them know what's going on and what type of assistance we need. So lately, we've increased our media presence. We have a very good media director. His name is Glenn Drake. He ensures that we are on television, on social media, and on the web. And the commercial that you're referencing is a lot of his doing. Again, you know, you can't, we as the agency, the police department, we can say all day that we need help. But the help is not coming if people don't recognize their neighborhood, they don't recognize the person that was a victim of a crime. So it's been our intention to increase awareness through the media.
Okay, and you say you're doing a much better job with that, with the
Very
public
much so.
relations.
Very much
Okay. The last thing I want to talk about quickly has to do with noise pollution.
You may.
You're welcome. I'm teasing. Noise pollution. I have constituents that call me stressed out. I'm not even going to lie till I feel bad for them. I have one lady that calls for her neighborhood because one of her neighbors uses a generator and runs it all night, and nobody can't sleep because this generator is running. And she tells me stories of how her and all the neighbors keep calling the police. How can we assist? Like, how does that work when people are feeling helpless and it's like they're not getting the assistance that they need when they know the noise disturbance is actually happening? And when you talked about, for example, you couldn't calibrate the noise meters, but there's other alternatives, for example, like using a cell phone and apps.
Right.
How do you, like, for me, I'm the type of person, like, even if I had to get 10 cell phones, I would have gotten it done. So it's like, for me, I'm hearing, okay, is this a procrastination thing, or I don't waste money on phones. You could call me cheap, but this phone cost me $20, and I pay like $35 a month. This phone's in the territory, $20 a month. Can things be negotiated so that you could pick up phones to put these apps on if this is the only option we have right now to assist the community? Because just telling me you don't have phones when it could have solutions is kind of conflicting for me.
So the first step in addressing any problem is to own it. We haven't done enough. This is a problem that has existed for a long time. We've made a lot of promises, and we've fallen short. The meeting I had with the AGs, the Department of Justice recently, was the first step in fixing that.
Okay.
So you should see something shortly. Acting Commissioner Brooks and I are working hard to resolve this problem. We actually had a conversation with several vendors today to get us some quotes on bringing us some noise meters that are self-calibrating, so we don't have to worry about that particular issue. So you should see some results shortly.
Okay, I'll hold you guys to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. And you know, besides the noise meters and whatnot, you do have other technology that you're using. I think I heard someone ask about the drones and whatnot. Are we using the drones for traffic initiatives as well? Or monitoring certain traffic point areas where we're having problems? And please state your name when you're responding, because we have a new stenographer now.
I will defer that to the Traffic Division, Sergeant.
Who's deferring? State your name.
I'm sorry.
We have a new stenographer.
Assistant Commissioner Sidney Olsko.
Okay.
Sergeant Lebob, would you like to take that one?
Sergeant Joyce and Bob, Traffic Commander.
Pull up the mic.
Sergeant Joyce and Bob, Traffic Commander. No.
St. Thomas. No.
Oh, St. Thomas, St. John District.
So you don't have the drone capability in this district?
We have drone capability,
you're
but
just not using it for traffic? Okay.
No.
Say
Only if
correct?
we have an incident that needs it.
Understand, then it's deployed.
It'll be deployed.
Is that the policy of the department for now, Assistant Commissioner?
The policy to use it or not to use it?
No, to just deploy it when there's a request, or can it be used for traffic initiatives? Or is it being used for traffic initiatives?
Typically is deployed upon request.
Okay. So then I wouldn't ask the St. Croix District. Vice Chair Fonseca, you may proceed with your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. Assistant Commissioner Elsko, I think this is the first time I've seen you on St. Thomas. Normally you would testify on St. Croix. Okay, roadway safety. I want to ask just briefly, what is the condition of the vehicles overall the officers are using on the roadways?
You're talking about police vehicles?
Yeah, police
The
vehicles.
marked ones?
Yeah. The regular ones with the siren and the lights and stuff. Yeah, the marked ones.
I'd say
Overall.
generally good.
Good. Okay. And how about your staffing? How is the staffing? You kind of short staff? You adequately staff, or how is the staffing?
Overall, we are short in many areas.
Okay, yeah, I know that's a problem. You know, one area I want to get to is the driving under the influence. You know, sometimes I'd be driving on the road, right? And I'm not trained to recognize a drunk driver, but you just see like a little swaying and they kind of like zigzag and stuff. Generally, you advise the community to dial 911 if they suspect, you know, some kind of drunk driving or something like that on the roads.
That's correct.
Okay, you know, I think I'm gonna have to do that, and maybe the community also needs to do that, because I think I'd observed quite a few vehicles swaying and kind of driving, you know, like kind of crazy haphazard. So, okay, truck drivers. I noticed those heavy equipment drivers, they seem to always be, or most of the time be, in a rush. How many citations are given more or less to the heavy vehicles as opposed to the average driver? Do you have a percentage, more or less? Do you target that group?
We do.
You do?
I'll defer to Director O'Neill.
The number of citations written by, I'm sorry,
The heavy equipment.
Daphne
yeah.
O'Neill, Director, Office of Highway Safety. The motor carrier unit deals with the commercial vehicles, which is the heavy vehicles. And the citations written by them, I can get the information for you as to the total.
Okay. One question just for my information. Okay, so if someone do a violation and you stop them, you want to do a citation. You say they run a red light. Do the officers do a window thing to look for illegal firearms, et cetera, et cetera? Is that part of the procedure, or you can't disclose that?
Well, generally, they will make an inspection through the window to see if they see any type of contraband.
Okay. Because, we have, just this week alone, there's so much violence with these firearms. And then a lot of the time you read a newspaper and you see that they will erase serial numbers, kind of, those are the type of arms that's just meant to cause trouble. If you have an unlicensed firearm with a scratched out serial numbers, does highway, roadway safety have occasions to confiscate those type of weapons, those illegal weapons from time to time?
So Commander Joseph has engaged in quite a few of those operations that were very successful. I'll defer to him on that.
Okay.
Sergeant Arthur Joseph, Senior Commander, Traffic Investigations Bureau. Thank you, Commissioner. Senator, first of all, thank you for your question. And you do an excellent job in identifying individuals who are intoxicated.
1 minute.
If you see somebody swerving, please call us. Or you could call 1-800-222-TIPS, 911, and we'll respond in either district. And so you don't need to be an expert. As long as you see someone swerving, you've identified possibly someone who's intoxicated and you can save a life. The issue of traffic stops, we have a lot of funding from the Office of Highway Safety. And in those initiatives, we do have directed patrol that the chief will sign off on. And then we go out in different times that is required by the grant. And we have traffic stops, and we have confiscated a number of weapons. Of course, everything we do must be within the mandates by law and court rulings. For example, when we do initiatives, we are required to notify individuals that we have a traffic checkpoint and that they have the authority to defer from us. Or if you come to the checkpoint, we may stop every third vehicle, we may stop every fifth vehicle, but we stick to that regimen because that is the probable cause for the stop, or any obvious violations like tint on the vehicle, or the registration sticker is expired, there's no front license plate. So those things we can stop without stopping every third car. And so when we do those stops, we end up at times confiscating weapons and drugs. And sometimes we catch a DUI as well.
Yeah, thank you, Sergeant Joseph. Mr. Chair, can I just wrap up? One thing I wanted to tell the public, right? Because if you notice, Public Works or whoever cleaned the road, they cut the grass, coming from, going from Frenchman's Bay all the way over to Bolongo Bay, right? And, there's a lot of litter done pile up on the road. So this is us. This is our community. Don't litter, just put the can them and thing in a little bag and throw them away. But, the road had looked so nice, when they clean it, and you already could see a whole bunch of litter. And this is us. This is nobody other than us littering. We don't need the police to stop us and give us a ticket. Don't litter, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. I'm gonna just wrap this up by I was just taking some notes based on what you were discussing, and there was one other thing I wanted to ask about. So you spoke to the traffic safety initiative plan that's currently going on. Until I get the plan emailed to me, which ain't seem to be emailed yet, just give me a quick overview of the recent traffic safety initiatives or campaigns that have been implemented.
So don't have all the details. I'm sorry.
No, just a quick overview.
There's been several citations given, and I feel like I must include that amongst for the month of August, 239 tickets were given by one officer. 140 of those were for persons driving without license plates. So I feel like it's been very effective.
So you almost answered a second question I'm going to be coming with soon, but go ahead.
So it's been effective. The rollout has been in stages. First was education, then citations, which is a stage we're in now. The following stage will be citations and towing. I feel like in order for the public to be more aware, we have to get to that third stage. I am still seeing people driving around without license plates, still seeing them with dark tinted windows. Until we start to tow individuals, we're not going to get the results that we want.
Right.
So
tell me about the campaigns, the public campaigns.
The media campaigns?
Yeah.
So
we heard the one where we're asking Commander Joseph to change up that one a bit to the end because he can't try. He in total violation.
I was going to say, well, I have one of the stars right here, so I feel like I should defer to him.
So you can let him speak then.
Sergeant Arthur Joseph, Commander, Traffic Investigation Bureau.
You want to do a reenactment?
No, Senator.
Okay.
I think the ad that was produced by the director, Drake, did its job. It's doing its job. We're meeting people all the time who are congratulating us for the ad.
Right.
This is something that we have not done over the years, which is many of us believe that the traffic enforcement, traffic safety, and crime is the sole responsibility of those of us who wear this uniform, who have wore this uniform. It is not. This is a community issue that everyone is responsible for making sure that traffic is safe, that we operate our vehicles in a safe manner, that we don't pass the school buses as they stop, or when you see the school bus flashing yellow lights, you decide you're going to speed up. There may be a child that's trying to cross the street. That, Senator Fonseca, you would see something on the roadway and you say something, you call us and you tell us, please help get this guy off the road or this person off the road. So when we do these commercials, it is, and we get the response from the public, it is hit home.
Right.
If I say I see 3 violations and you are paying so close attention to the ad that you figure out that there's 5, that means we've been effective because you're paying attention to the ad. And so it is not designed to make it perfect.
Right.
It's designed to impact you, to get you to think about what you are doing. How can you contribute to make this community safe? And I'll say this, Senator.
And that said, you are absolutely correct with the attention getter. But I don't think when my colleague spoke about it, and I know definitely when I speak to it, we ain't condemning what took place. We're just saying that the message, and like the person sent him a message, when the driver going to tell you try, we were just saying maybe you should have hit the 3 citations.
Well, that is part of the problem. We are to start, and I think the commissioner is talking about, we have to get people to understand their role in making this community safe. Now, I tell people all the time when I have conversations with them, for the most part, the average citizen is law-abiding. And you want to separate yourself from those who are not law-abiding.
Right.
We know who are going to violate. And so we ask folks, if you are a law-abiding citizen, then you act the part so that we can identify those people who are not so law-abiding. And we can have a robust conversation about increasing citation that can act as a deterrent. I think we've already started that conversation with you, Senator, that own that bill. And that's something, I keep asking you about because it's important to me that we increase the fine significantly so people can change their behaviors in that regards.
The bill coming, trust.
And I appreciate that. However, when it comes to, and I've been writing down all the concerns that the senators have been talking about, I think that it's very important that we meet in the appropriate setting with all our partners, including Public Works, including DOJ, including the legislature, and seriously have a conversation, because it's in the law that we have this council and we meet and discuss how we can make this community safer through the technology that we have coming up at this point in time. And so I don't think it's far reaching. I just think that a lot of times we are not willing to have the conversation and own traffic safety is a community issue. It's not a police issue.
Coming soon to a conference room near you.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. Sergeant Lee Bob, Commander Bob.
Yes, sir.
Let me hear from you because you did an excellent one too. When I saw you on television, I said, wait, I didn't know she don't drink. You were staggering. No, was it you or was it Officer Charles? I think you did one too, didn't you?
I did one years ago.
Yeah. So what happened to it?
I don't know.
Well,
I really don't know.
Dust it off. That was another good one. And we want to see these public service announcements, these campaigns going. The next thing was on public education. It seems like the assistant commissioner, make sure he got drone over here because, you were hitting right where we're going next as well. And public education was the other one to ask you for your, or to advise you that for your traffic safety strategy, that public education is important, it's critical, and that we need to see more. And again, I made a note that while we all commend you all for that commercial, that all we saying is that part at the end where you say, he gonna try, that part just need to be tweaked. Because you want to hit home. You want them to know that it's zero tolerance. You're not playing. It's about people's safety and their own safety as well. How are you collaborating with other government agencies, schools, and even community organizations to promote your traffic safety? Have you all thought about this? If you've not, is it something that you think you would look into? Because again, going back to public education, you could take it to the offices, you could take it to the schools. And one thing with children is that they don't retain and they carry it home too. Officer so-and-so was at our school. Mommy, they were talking about this, and you don't like to wear your seatbelt, so you need to put on your seatbelt because Officer Joseph said, if he catch you, what's going to happen? So these things have effects. Commander Bob.
Sergeant Joyce Lee Bob, Traffic Investigation Bureau. Beginning of the school year, all my officers, 5 officers, they went to different schools. Olamola School, Joseph Gomez School, Bowski School, and they gave out brochures in reference to seatbelt. They make sure that everybody coming in, and they let the parents know that everybody in the vehicle have to be buckled up. So they were giving out brochures, and they were making sure that everybody is safe in the vehicle. And every morning between 7 and 9, it goes to different schools to enforce traffic and seatbelts.
Excellent. And these things have far-reaching effects, I'm saying. So continue to do initiatives like that. You did it in the beginning of the school year. Go back again at some point. Because especially in the schools, I'm telling you, these children are your best soldiers to carry that message. The best.
Commander Joseph has something as well. If you don't mind, I'm sorry.
Sergeant Arthur Joseph again, Commander, Traffic Investigation Bureau. Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's important that we put on the record that the Office of Highway Safety has always collaborated with the Traffic Investigation Bureau to go to the different schools. We've done surveys, seatbelt surveys, where we hand out information, talk to parents. We do DUI surveys where we have QR codes. And so we go to the schools like you saw me at the Alfredo Andrews School, because it's the Office of Highway Safety that invited me to come to the school and listen to the concerns of the parents. And you were there when we addressed those concerns. As a matter of fact, Education has reached out to me and tell me that they're going to implement what we discussed at the Alfredo Andrews School. And so the Office of Highway Safety has been very proactive in going out there and finding situations where we need to collaborate, have a conversation, and even present what the police department can do along with the Office of Highway Safety to help our children.
And I take my hat off to you for that, and thank you and the others. I think Sergeant Santos from the School Security Bureau was there. And all I ask of the Virgin Islands Police Department is for us to be engaged with the community that we're to protect and serve. The community is who's supposed to be our eyes and ears. You can't be every place at once, as you know. So when we know that the temporary bridge on Queen Mary Highway shut down and the bridge in the back there by, how you call it? By Calcahoon closed, Midland Road, and everything coming over there towards the Alfredo Andrews School in a school district. And we even hear people talking about it on the radio, or we hear a conversation in the supermarket that this is going on, that we take the initiative and go and see for ourselves what's going on. That is a problem waiting to happen. And it's no fault of the police department, but I'm saying, insert yourselves when you hear things happening. Because for the Department of Education to just make that decision to, no parents come on the school campus to pick up the children, pick the children up out in the street. That unheard of. Anything happened to one of them children, God forbid, whose fault is it? And I just stated the temporary bridge might have been closed at the time. The bridge over Midland Road closed. So everybody ended up right in front of this school on the main thoroughfare, which has now become the new Queen Mary Highway. So that means traffic congested. And if every parent supposed to come up there and pull up to pick up their child, people blowing, people getting aggressive, people want to pass, and I wouldn't move until my child come in, my child running, coming around. I ain't even telling them coming on the door right here on my side. They're running around in front of the car, and next thing you know, they run around in front of the car. An idiot decide they're going to pass, and then what? We have a tragedy. Yesterday, coming here, I was driving on Noragata, and coming from head of the paved street. You know where head of the paved street is?
Yes, I do, Senator.
Okay, I just checking your age. Coming from head of the paved street, coming down towards Zora. And I am watching a school bus. And the school bus actually, and you know what, I'm going to tell you the school bus license plate because I want you all to address it. But the school bus is traveling, coming towards us. We're waiting at the stoplight to make the right between the parking lot and the police station to come here. And the school bus is coming towards us, and from the time I get in front of Moravian School, it's going to come to a full stop, obviously, to let off some students. But before that bus stop, he opened the school bus door. At least 2 students already stand up before the bus comes to a complete stop. Not only this public education or campaign needs to take place at our schools, but we need to take it to these respective agencies, departments, businesses, and whatnot. So traffic safety for those school bus drivers need to be addressed. And I tell you, I want to give you the license plate number because it really annoyed me. It's just so that you can speak with them and let them know not to let this occur. Senator Fonseca, you may proceed until I find this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I just wanted to follow up on a recent law that was passed by the 35th legislature regarding highway safety, because there had been quite a few persons driving on the roads without insurance and without license. So the law was changed to allow those that don't have a U.S. passport and, board paper and thing to allow to get a license to improve highway safety so that you would have insured drivers and people who've passed a test. How has that been going? Is it too early to give a summary of has that improved highway safety or still inconclusive? How has that new law been?
I am loosely familiar with that law. I have not seen any conflict as far as that's concerned, but I'll open up the floor to any of the traffic commanders to answer if they have.
Because now you can get a driver's license and get insurance for your car, even though you don't have the normal requirements like a passport.
Correct.
The law has changed. So has that improved? I mean, do you see those that, I know it's not your business to check your legal status, but the license is a different looking license from our regular license. You're aware of that, right?
Sergeant Arthur Joseph, the Traffic Investigations Bureau, St. Croix District. I speak with the Director of Motor Vehicle often about some of the laws that affect her division. And I think that based on my conversation with her, she complies with the law as you guys, as the Senate writes it. But for us, because we're an enforcement division, as long as the individuals provide us the appropriate documentation based on the Virgin Islands Code, we don't see an issue with that. However, if we are asked to be involved with the discussion in terms of individuals who may have documentation or making sure that those documentation are certified or proper, that may be an issue of concern. Forged documents. I don't know how the Bureau of Motor Vehicles is dealing with that, but if and when they ask us to be involved in the discussion, we assist as best we can. And if they tell us to look out for certain information, we go and we do that when we do our traffic enforcement.
Yeah, and the reason why I asked, right, is because last Saturday I was out by Tudu Park Mall and I was going in the post office and a lady said, look, Fonseca, a driver just hit me, but he didn't have no insurance. As a matter of fact, he told a lady that he was going in to get the driver's license because, motor vehicle has the registration on Saturdays. You can go and get your driver's license in there. So I was saying, wow, we passed a lot to improve that. But here you have another case where someone is on the road driving, and of course, the car can't even be in his name, but he didn't have insurance. So I was wondering if the law needed to be changed. But it's only been in effect a few months now. But from what I gather, there's been a lot of driver's license being issued. And, they're checking, there's different requirements for that group of folks.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And wrapping this up, I'm getting some messages as well for you to keep up the public campaign. And one of the things is in the St. Thomas St. John district, they're talking about the merging lanes. Some people are not clear as to who has the right of way. So when you're doing some of these commercials or public campaigns, see if you could do one of those. I know there's a margin lane right here between the legislature and the
Police station, yes.
and the police station complex, and there's another one even up further.
Road. Farmer Raccoon Hill.
Speaking, huh?
Farmer Raccoon Hill, Dorothy Elsko Drive.
Right. Okay. So look into those two for me. And one thing I wanted to definitely, and I'll leave the others for another time, especially since Public Works in here, but I wanted to know the collaboration between the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Department of Public Works. Because again, the signage, Public Works, I'm asking you to answer for Public Works regarding the replacement of signs. However, the placement of signs, are they collaborating, or whenever your officers, whether traffic, whether patrol, detectives, or whoever assigned where, and they see something that shouldn't be, are they reporting it to the proper through the proper channel so it could get where it's supposed to be addressed? Meaning, so the one sign that I keep seeing all over the place, and I say one sign because it says the same thing, but it's at different areas on St. Croix. How are you going to have a sign just before a bridge and saying no vehicles over 10,000 pounds? Just say, no, I can't remember exactly what, but no vehicle over 10,000 pounds. And I'm driving a vehicle 20 pounds. Where am I going after that? The placement of these signs are incorrect. Those signs should be before an intersection where there's a bridge ahead or a roadway that they shouldn't be driving over. But it's at the bridge by Carlton, for sure. There's another one further up the road on Queen Mary. I can't remember right now. And I even had a slideshow to show. But in the essence of time, I'm going to leave it out for now. And I will just share it with you all when we have our sit-down discussion and show you all these things. Because, and even the officers, when you're traversing the road, and especially after heavy rains, sometimes it don't even take heavy rain for the dirt to pile up in a particular intersection. East Airport Road, for instance. There's construction going on there. I mean, all the dirt that pile up there, we know that these things cause accidents. What is the collaboration between the VIPD and the Department of Public Works?
So as of late, I'm sorry, Sidney Olsko, Assistant Commissioner. As of late, the collaboration between the two agencies has been excellent.
Good.
I will say in the past, way in the past, if I put in a request in for a sign, times it would happen, sometimes it wouldn't. But as of late, if I put in a request for a sign, it happens almost immediately. So I applaud them for that. There are even times when they may not have the proper sign, and they will come up with something because they just don't have the right sign. They will try to come up with a close enough match.
Okay. Well, we'll get from the Department of Public Works his inventory on signs, but there's still a number of signs that's down from the hurricanes, from accidents and whatnot. One thing I wanted to ask both Traffic Investigation Bureau as well. When these vehicles are getting into accidents and destroying by negligence, government property. The stoplight, a stop sign, a guardrail. Are we forwarding these traffic accident reports to the Attorney General's office and collaborating with Public Works so that we could file charges and make sure that we go after the vehicle's insurance for replacement of these government properties so that it doesn't fall on the backs of tax-paying citizens?
Sergeant Arthur Joseph, Commander Traffic Investigation Bureau. Every crash that involves damage to government property, we make contact. We let 911 know, and we also ask them to tell Public Works to make contact with us. If not, I have a good relationship with those guys at Public Works, and so I contact them, give them the report number, and when the report is approved, I forward them a copy of the report, and they can then file a claim to get the damages repaired.
Commander Joseph, that sounds good. I tell you guys what, let's do this. Let's make sure that we come up with a process where there's a database that we know an accident occurred on a particular day damaging government property, and the individual was cited for negligence, and the date that was referred to the Attorney General's office so that we could track to see where this is going. I guarantee you that we have not gone after any private vehicle insurance in quite some time. And again, taxpayers, all of us, having to pay for this. We'll talk more on that. What's the most common traffic violations you've been encountering, and how are we addressing these particular enforcement efforts? I think, who was it? I think it was you, Assistant Commissioner, spoke to one officer issuing.
One officer issued 140 tickets for persons driving without a license plate.
Without a license. So
Plate.
District.
License plate. Right. So collaborating with your two traffic commanders, what's the most common traffic violation that you find?
Well,
or that you have cited for?
Sergeant Joycelyn Lee Bob, Traffic Investigation Bureau, St. Thomas, St. John District. It's a variety of
Give me the most common one.
seatbelt.
Seatbelt. Sergeant Joseph?
Operating unregistered vehicles.
Unregistered vehicles. So seatbelt and unregistered vehicles, right? Seatbelts. Unregistered. Now, one of the most obvious one to any citizen will be the no license plate. At all. But
I agree.
I'll add that, no license plate. So how are you addressing these enforcement initiatives or efforts?
I'm not clear on what the question is. How are we?
So because I don't have your plan again, I have to ask, how are you addressing these directly? We've done directive. I think I heard Commander Joseph speak to when we used to do directive patrol. Are we still doing that?
Yes, sir. So the operation is ongoing. It hasn't ended. So we continue to give tickets. Like I said before, it's in phases. The operation is in phases. So we're gonna be moving over to the citation plus towing phase.
So lastly, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start looking at the traffic docket again in both districts this time to see how this is going. Because the last time I was checking the traffic dockets, I could tell you the name of the officers that I would see on that traffic docket. With my eyes closed, I could tell you who is going to appear there. Right. Everybody across the board need to be our eyes and ears and being traffic officers. Every one of them. I'm tired of being at a stoplight and I am stopped and somebody just going straight, boom, through the light, and there's a police car right there. I'm sure that the chief, them tired of me calling the phone You need to see who operating PD such and such. Nonsense. Even the unmarked cars. The last question is, how are you handling traffic safety and patterns in relation to new infrastructures, infrastructure development, that is, or changes? Because I see that, like on St. Croix, there's this humongous thing. Yesterday when I flew from the airport and looked down, I didn't realize that that thing is so big. A shopping center and 18 holes gas station by Barron Spot. It's a big thing going up there.
That's a good question. I don't know what it is. It does look like it could be some type of a shopping center,
a complex.
gas station, something. I don't know what.
It's a complex that's being built for businesses with a under parking garage underneath, and the stores are above.
So have there been any conversation with regards to what traffic is going to look like at that intersection, whether or not there will be a need for a traffic light or a roundabout? Because I keep saying we're going to wait until someone else die at Cool Out Bar before we turn that thing into a roundabout. There needs to be a roundabout at that intersection.
Well, Senator, in reference to your first question, yes, there's been conversations with the Department of Public Works and their engineers that I spoke with regarding when the appropriate time, the owner who is doing all the construction, they're going to be involved in making sure. I think there's some cost sharing going on in fixing that intersection to ensure that we address any traffic safety concerns. As it relates to Cool Out Bar, Assistant Commissioner Escrow and I have been in much conversations with the Department of Public Works, and we've all talked about how we can put plans in place to ensure that the issue over in Cool Out Bar is really speed. And so there have been different proposal solutions that were being offered, and we're looking at the best one to rectify, help reduce, I should say, the amount of crashes that occur at the Cool Out Bar area. There have been rumble strips. They've been making it into a roundabout, as you indicated, or even making it into a T intersection. So when you come down, anyone who wants to go towards the Adventist Church will have to make a right and then make a left to go to that particular area on South Side Road. So there's been much discussion. It's just that we have to decide to implement, at least try to implement some one of those solutions to ensure that we prevent anyone from getting in any more crashes in that particular area.
Public education, again, is key. And you know what? I don't understand how our people leave from here, go stateside, go elsewhere, and they conform. We don't have any four-way stops here on our government roadways.
Yes, we do.
Where we have a four-way
You have a
stop?
four-way stop in Gallows Bay. You have a four-way stop in Grove.
Okay, so that's in Gallows Bay in there, but I'm talking about like on the main thoroughfare.
Well,
my problem is people often say, "Oh, four-way stop ain't gonna work." I'm pretty sure it's going to work because when we go stateside, what does it say? When you're in Rome, do as the Romans. And I have been driving with people who from right here, and they're following the rule when they get there. So I don't understand why we can't have the same thing here as well. We are becoming a lawless community, and it starts with traffic enforcement. If we are to buckle down on a lot of these traffic enforcement, we'll be able to reduce some crimes as well. A lot of the crimes being committed today, robberies, homicides, and whatnot, ain't happening with people on foot. They're driving cars. So I'm just asking the Virgin Islands Police Department to continue being vigilant, step up your enforcement efforts. It is not just solely the Traffic Investigation Bureau to be conducting traffic stops and ensuring traffic safety, but it should be a concern for all sworn personnel. We'll have the conversation about the school initiative another time off the record, but that's something that needs to be addressed post-haste. Public Works will probably have to get involved. I told the Commissioner of Education I'll be in touch with her, but even if they have to cut a road in the back of Alfredo Andrews School for whether it's a bus or the parents to go around the back and then the other set come to the front and pick up and go out, we have to protect our children. That said, I'll allow you to just give closing remarks.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, team, for being here. Really quick.
As a matter of fact, let's do this. Just because I want, and all of this, I feel like I'm back in training again. Okay, they're saying that they're so nervous. I don't know what they're nervous about, because when they're out there stopping people and whatnot, they ain't nervous. So I'm going to start with Officer Charles. And just give a 30-second close out as to your experience and what you intend to do going forward.
Good afternoon, Officer Dorlin.
Media? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Officer Dorlin Charles, Virgin Islands Traffic Investigation Bureau. I have to say, this is a good experience. I've learned a lot today. I agree with everything you said about, especially the schools, because that's my pet peeve. I'm going to beef up my initiatives in the schools and try to make the school area much safer.
Thank you. And you have that license plate number? I gave it, right?
No, you didn't, sir.
I didn't. I'm sorry. It's X as in X-ray, G as in golf, E as in echo, 762.
Can I ask the area that you saw?
Right on Noragata. It was approaching me from in front of Moravian School.
Okay.
Good evening, Officer Anne-Marie Charles, Traffic Investigations Bureau. Along with Officer Charles, this is my first time here at a Senate hearing. It is very informative. In reference to my work, I will, as she said, just beef up my enforcement. Here in the St. Thomas District, we do initiatives very often. We'll just continue to do those initiatives.
Thank you. And this ain't her first time. She was here for prior to Carnival. Commander Bob?
Sergeant Joycelyn Lee Bob, Traffic Investigation Bureau, Commander, St. Thomas, St. John District. My summary: enforcement, education, and engineering all help to accomplish our main goals of reducing crashes and preventing injuries and death to our road, on our roadway. It's a traffic bureau responsibility along with the crash investigation, but it's a part of all officers' job as they traverse our roadways. We will continue to enforce and educate the public with the assistance of the Office of Highway Safety and partner with Department of Public Works for engineering signs, roadway markings to save lives on our roadway and in the territory.
Great. Thank you.
That's my summary.
You came prepared to give that summary. Commander Joseph, I see you looking at your summary. You come in there with a book, being studious. Go right ahead, sir.
Good afternoon to you and the people of the Virgin Islands. Again, Sergeant Arthur Joseph, Commander, Traffic Investigations Bureau, St. Croix District. I have taken a number of notes from the statements, questions, and concerns of the members of this body. And of course, we'll go back and we'll look at the questions and see how we can work together to bring about traffic safety. I have been reached out to by the Office of the Governor about traffic safety. So I think it's the forefront of everybody's mind. I think what is important, however, is that we realize that if you don't know what you don't know, you're dangerous. And so we all have to come together, discuss the issue of traffic safety, and let me get everybody's definition of what traffic safety is, so that we can put the best legislation possible for our people here in the territory and those who visit the territory to respect our laws. And one of the things I'm strong about is, one, we need to first start to educate this community because we don't have civics in the schools. So we're not teaching them about the responsibility to be good citizens as they get older in our community. So we now are at the back end of things, and that could open up a whole conversation. But most importantly is to make sure that as those who are charged with the responsibility to govern, to enforce, and to investigate, is that we have a conversation with the appropriate agencies and those responsible for moving the agenda of traffic safety. I strongly believe, and I hope this body does this, increasing fines significantly, like it is throughout the United States, is in itself a tool that can be used to get people to think about the consequences of their actions. I don't believe that if we continue with the same path that we're on right now, we're going to get any compliance. When someone decides to park in the handicapped or people with disability parking space, they know the costs. And so people don't do it. If you knew that it would cost you $300 for not wearing your seatbelt, you would wear it. But that cost surely outweighs the loss of a life. I've been long enough in this job to see, in this way of life, this profession as a police officer, to see families hurt on a daily basis when crashes occurs and a fatality occur. So it's my heartfelt thanks to this body for inviting me and having me talk with you and answer your questions. But most importantly, I want you to take away that I'm committed to the idea and the plan of traffic safety. As long as we are all committed, I am prepared and ready to get the work done. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kishana Tweed, Information Systems Director. This is not my first time here. This was very insightful. I did take some notes in regards to data that that the police officers will need. I'm trying to find an efficient process to be able to provide that information. So thank you very much for welcoming me.
And the camera room also falls under your purview?
The cameras, yes.
Right. So we'll have a separate discussion on that because I have some real concerns with that as well, okay?
No problem.
And ensuring that it is monitored on a 24-hour basis. All right. Director?
Daphne O'Neill, Director, Office of Highway Safety. Thank you guys for inviting us. At the Office of Highway Safety, we engage in public participation, and we go out, we do surveys, we engage in the schools, we engage in the hospitals, wherever we're asked, we go out and we do public education and outreach. We have a constant stream of media notifications, messaging that goes out on the radio stations, on the television, everywhere that we can. We put them in the newspaper. We continue to assist the police department in getting the traffic safety messages out. We firmly believe that traffic enforcement is the gateway to crime prevention.
Thank you. And you know, citizen just sent in a message saying to thank you to the police department, but please make it known that it's just not the police department's responsibility for traffic enforcement and traffic safety, but make sure that we put the word out that all law enforcement officers should be assisting in these efforts. So that is so true. And this is coming from a citizen who is not even a law enforcement officer. So imagine they know. But Commander Joseph, and for all, quickly to summarize, I did write to our Chief Legal Counsel advising that my office submitted a bill draft request, which is number 23-0743, on or about August 9th, 2023, regarding the traffic fines. And through this communication, I would like to add information to include legislation for creation of the establishment of a police impound lot. As such, here are some relevant information or material for them to add, and I told them to define the police impound lot as a secured area where vehicles are towed and stored by law enforcement agencies. Vehicles may be impounded depending on circumstances for a variety of reasons, yet not limited to traffic violations, to include a lack of proper registration or insurance. Hint: involvement in a crime, junk and abandoned vehicles on our roadway, unclaimed vehicles. And that the establishment of the police impound lot will be under the Virgin Islands Police Department, wherein the police commissioner shall establish rules, that is, and regulations for the operation of the lot. Strict protocols must be put in place to ensure the safety and security of the vehicles and their contents. For example, the impound lot must have secured fencing all around, surveillance camera system, which Tweed will come in, and a 24/7 staffing schedule to prevent theft or damage to vehicles. And I made a note that promulgated rules and regulations for the operation of the police impound lot must have the written approval of the governor of the Virgin Islands, with a copy sent to the legislature. And regarding 24/7 staffing, a full-time employee can be a sworn or civilian employee. However, a part-time employee must be a sworn police auxiliary officer. And from an operations standpoint, once a vehicle is impounded and brought to the lot, it is to be fully inspected for damages or searched for any valuables or evidence. The vehicle shall then be cataloged and stored in a designated spot where it remains until the owner or authorized party comes to claim it. There shall also be a monetary cost associated with the impoundment of all vehicles, known as the impound lot fees. And I won't go through all the rest, but I can definitely share it with you. I'd also spoke to the role of law enforcement officers and staff, and had a breakdown of vehicle storage management, the vehicle retrieval process, a vehicle inspection, enforcement of regulation. Listen, this letter that I sent to our legal counsel, that's going to be embedded in the legislation. The first thing they said is, but you already wrote the policy for them. So even if we don't put it all in, when I share this document with you, you could start drafting your policy for an impound lot. The police department and our law enforcement agencies can't continue to be working like a subcontractor for private service records. Especially when it comes to criminal cases, we want to take control of our own vehicles. And we don't want it to be either where we have to call a private service wrecker to tow it to a government facility, and then the private wrecker can't get paid. All right? So we need to have our own establishment of the lot. Commissioner, did I allow you your closeout? You may close out here, and then we end.
Okay. Senator Gittens, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I also want to thank the team for the excellent job. I'm sorry, I should speak into the mic. It works better. Thank the team for the...
You must have got the eye just now.
For the excellent job that you guys have done here today. Again, thank you. The police officers that work very hard for the Virgin Islands Police Department, thank you for all your efforts. Without you, it's all about you. It's not about management. You guys make it happen. The public, well, first of all, I want to address something that you brought up about infrastructure. Whenever there's a large change in infrastructure, the police department tends to set the tone, and then people become generally compliant. There was an issue with the bridges on St. Croix near Western Airport Road. That created havoc for a few days. But then once we set the tone, people worked around it. So I don't see where the community can't work the same way in other circumstances. Again, I'd like to thank the community for all of your input. I think you can recognize that through your input, we have been able to close many cases faster than I have seen within my career. So again, thank you. I want to close by saying, please, to the public, don't forfeit your voice. When it comes to motorcycles and ATVs, the users, of course, they want to have fun, they want to be on the road. But it's going to take real effort from the individuals that complain about them to effect change. You know, we are not the only district that has seen this problem. In several other districts that have the same problem, they seize those vehicles, line them up, get all the news cameras available, and then they crush them. What direction should we go? It's up to you. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, and thank all the men and women in blue and their support staff for all that you do. I just ask you all to be safe, stay vigilant, and continue protecting the citizens. And before I have to, but the power's not vested in me, before I have to fire one of the guys in the control room, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the hearing at this time, and I will deal with him off the record. Thank you, legislative staff, everyone, for all that you do here as well to make these proceedings. Have a good afternoon, safe drive home. I'm told outside is storming, so please be careful on your way home. Hopefully WAPA will behave itself too. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for September 10th, 2024 is hereby adjourned.